So my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. We see monsters because 1,000 years ago, spatial rifts began to open on the earth, from which all sorts of evil spirits came out in flocks. And just then, under the light of the blood-red moon, the era of monsters began. Monsters began to mercilessly devastate the earth. The creature erupts a wave, and corpses lie because no human weapon could resist these giants. 10 years later, only 100 million people remained on the earth. And when the human race was on the verge of destruction, squeezing our hands, we see that a ray of hope has appeared, and the acquisition of our own beast gave people faith that they could win. There are two sides because with each new generation of masters, developing and improving their abilities, humanity step by step revived civilization and was able to get a chance to defeat the monsters. We see an explosion, and the main character was the best of the resistance assassins, and he was killed. Harry is sitting near the cage because he moved to a dimension where monsters live peacefully and became the weakest spirit of the I-rank beast. A green monster appears. It was the spirit of the black lizard beast. Rick is touched because from now on, he will watch him and his development, and over time, he will become stronger. The main character glows. He is standing on the ground. An airplane flies through the air, and they ask for a situation report. Sitting on the chair, he says that the target has been destroyed. Holding his ear, he wonders what is happening. Looking seriously, they tell him that he has worked hard for the benefit of the organization. All these years, an explosion occurs near him in the plane. We see a red explosion. The main character wakes up near the cage. His face was dirty, starting to get up. Harry thinks, didn't he die? Holding his head, he thinks that apparently something damaged his brain. The guy starts banging his head on the floor. We see monsters because 1,000 years ago, when the blood-red moon shone in the sky, spatial cracks opened up everywhere, and the era of monsters came to the earth. Hordes of creatures began to mercilessly humiliate everything that fell. On the eye, the guy remembers people who are running away. We see a monster and also corpses, because the weapons of people were useless in the fight against these monsters, and after 10 years, only 100 million people remained on the planet, and soon the entire human race was waiting for complete extinction. He squeezes his hand because hope appeared, and gradually many people receive their spirits. There are two sides with each subsequent generation of B-Soul Masters. People inherited and developed skills. Humanity successfully created a new civilization that can resist monsters. Standing at the back of the crowd, he was I-rank sitting in class. We understand that he has no family or friends and must rely on the beast's soul to establish himself. But he was not mixed up. Harry lies on the floor because he is humiliated whenever they want and is just a piece of trash, mercilessly thrown out by the world. Closing his eyes, he wonders if God took pity. A silhouette appears near him asking, were they betrayed? Coming closer, the twin says that he should leave the cruel world to him. The protagonist opens his mouth and asks if he wants revenge. They answer that he died and his place was taken. Looking seriously, they ask him if he needs to continue living in order to die after another betrayal. We see his eyes, and it hurt him because he could not choose. But now he wants to live by his own rules. Touching, he says that it sounds nice. But if he continues to live in his trash body, sooner or later he will end up the same way, with his mouth open. Harry wants to show the world that his fate is in their hands. Closing his eyes, they call him strange. A guy sits on the street and is asked to avenge him. Opening his eyes, he realizes that he can move. Standing up, he thinks not to worry because he will keep his promise. Looking into the distance, Harry thinks the law of the hierarchy of this world is such that the owners of I-rank beasts do only low-paid work, barely making ends meet. Looking into the distance, he understands that he can return to his previous job and become a killer again. We see a black lizard because he mastered the evolution of beasts. A screen and a beast appear near him. Rick puts his hands on his hips and greets him. And from now on will accompany him and watch his strength grow. Crouching down, he is told that now partners and bonds are built on trust. Walking further, Harry says that he will ask for help when the time comes. But now there is business. We see buildings, and someone asks him not to ignore him. The girl puts her hand on her chest, and she is asked if she will run away anymore. Folding her hand, she asks the question. What is needed? Ben holds flowers in his hands and offers to date. Looking down, she asks the guy if he thinks she is interested in despites. She is told that she is S rank and did not awaken him like that. Raising a finger, Ben says that he beat up the scum. Opening her mouth, she asks what he did to him. She is told that he was too arrogant and dared to cross the road holding roses. The guy says that there are only 2 left, and she has no choice but to start dating. Someone runs past the guards. The guy is grabbed by the neck. The girl covers her mouth with her hand in surprise. Looking seriously, they call his name. Smiling, he finds him. The guards jump to attack. The protagonist hits them. Rose petals fly away, and Harry sits on the ground. Pointing a finger at him, he asks to kill him. We see different monsters. Rick flies around him and says that his beast is an ordinary lizard, and evolution points are awarded for absorbing others and for winning the battle. You could get a chest with a reward. They ask him if it is necessary to use transformation to win. With wide eyes, they call him crazy because the first attack will kill. There was an explosion near the beasts, and Harry says that if he transforms, he will die faster because in his past life, he was a killer. The wolf opens his mouth and wants to attack him. We see a bright beam. Ben closes his eyes and laughs. In the dust, he sees silhouettes. A leg runs along the ground. The protagonist sits on the beast. After that, he kills it. He throws the body on the floor. Chloe opens her mouth in surprise because she defeated a B rank beast with her bare hands. Crouching, he thinks because his skills are still there, but his body is much weaker. Rick raises his paw and congratulates on the victory, which is why he receives a black iron chest. A chest appears near him, and the pet says that there may be useful things there, such as super equipment or points for pumping skills. A wolf lies near them, raising his hand. He opens the chest. Rick squeezes his paws and says that this is a random skill book, and anyone can get it. For example, from E rank to a rank, the chance of a rank skill is 1%. The guy touches the object. Rick looks at the light because this isn't a rank daylight skill, and when the soul of the beast is activated, it will be able to emit white light that can melt even steel. We see his eye, and the maximum temperature reaches 100,000 degrees Celsius. Harry begins to shine, and he is offered to buy a lottery ticket. Ben is surprised because they point a finger at him, and now is not the time to celebrate. Also showing a finger, he orders the monsters to kill him and will give him 10 million. Chloe squeezes his hand and offers to summon her pet, but she is refused. The protagonist looks up where the monster makes an attack. The guy begins to dodge death. The enemy's eye was red. Harry takes him by the horn and hits him. After that, the elephant stands on 2 legs and is hit again. His body is in the rocks. Rick closes his eyes and waves his hands, also congratulating him because he got another chest. He runs at other monsters, attacking them. They are surprised because it is very fast. The guy takes their heads and knocks them. Ben raises his hands in surprise because this could not be. His eyes shine and he raises his finger and the guy asks to let go. We see the building in the sky taking the backpack. He orders to leave, looking at the guy. She thinks that he will not bother her anymore. They walk down the street and Chloe was ashamed because as a master of the soul of the beast of the S rank, she should have protected him herself. Nevertheless, she was saved. Looking at the girl, he asks why she is looking at him like that. A blush appears on her face, and she thanks and apologizes for dragging him in. She is told that it is normal and still classmates looking down. The girl thought that they were friends. Waving her hand, she says that it is late and will go first, and tomorrow they will see each other at school. Rick folds his arms and says that he is lucky. He is asked not to talk nonsense because she is one of the friends of the original owner of the body and will naturally protect the pet. Looks at him and is told that now it is time to talk about their business. We are in his house and decides to activate the souls of the beast. The guy glows yellow. He is standing on the ground. Rick closes his mouth and we see a lizard because in the world of monsters, he was only a snack. Closing his eyes, he asks if he needs advice. Flying up to him, the pet says that he can absorb and earn exaltation points, as well as use them to strengthen and receive points from the chest, pointing to the refrigerator. He asks to eat. Flying up to him, Rick says that he needs to eat meat because animal souls are the same as ordinary animals. First of all, he needs to eat a lot of protein and also keep fit and eat raw. The lizard looks at the raw chicken. His eyes lit up, and he is asked to eat faster and immediately become strong. The lizard bites the chicken's chest. He had a big belly, and Rick says that he successfully absorbed fresh chicken meat, and 5 points were increased. Chris looks at them and asks to use them to grow. Then he looks at his belly. Squeezing his hand, he says that he ate it and did not blink, and at night he will have a meat party. We see the silhouette of a lizard because he absorbed 100 wild rabbits, and his characteristics improved and also became larger. The main character is sitting at the table holding a pen. Harry thinks that he is not so insignificant, but it was not enough and he needs to get more points. And when he gets even more, he will need to find a secluded place, so as not to attract attention. Having started writing, he thinks about reincarnation. His face was serious because he will climb to the top of the world. The guys come up to him and greet him. Narrowing his eyes, he remembers him because he often intimidated him. Chuck smiles, and he was the master of one of the 2 S-rank B souls in their school. The guy opens his mouth and asks, how much more can he repeat, and let him go? Having broken the pen, he asks to leave. They point at him and ask if he does not understand the words. Standing next to him, he says that the lowest rank is disgusting and can easily kill a lizard. Opening his mouth, they tell him that trash should stay in the trash. And Harry says that he plans to live happily ever after. Looking angrily, he decides to make him change his mind. Smiling, the protagonist offers to try. The teacher walks holding the bag. Chuck looks at her because he was lucky and should not hope for luck. Rick flies near him and says that the guy is arrogant, but he is calm, closing his eyes. Harry says that he will finish him off someday, and he thinks that he is probably becoming a master. Clara raises her hand and says that she will now distribute the school resources for cultivation, and is called the Crystal of the Beast's Soul. The pet folds her hands and we see the animal because the crystals of the Beast's Soul are the transformed blood and flesh of a monster, after its death usually divided into ranks. Inside them, there is enormous energy, which is suitable for absorbing the souls of viziers. Harry gaping likes it, and they tell him that the higher the rank of the soul crystal, the higher the price. Only low-rank crystals cost 1,000. She places her hands on the table and says that the school will distribute the beast soul crystals according to the ranking of awakened beast souls. This was done in order to show how the world of beast soul masters is cruel and everything is based only on strength. Calmly looking at him, they tell him that the strong are at the top, the weak are eliminated, and the strong survive. Opening her mouth, Clara says that Chuck has an awakened beast soul, is an S-rank king of reptile skeletons, and receives 10 high-rank beast soul crystals. The guy turns his head, because that man was a master of 2 S-rank B souls in their school. Before them, there was a high school student who awakened a B soul. He approaches the teacher and is told to never relax, and if he gradually develops with his talent, he can become a B soul master. Holding the tablet in her hands, she says another guy. He has an awakened soul of an rank giant stone beetle and receives 5 mid-rank soul crystals. Looking at the screen, she reads the description of the main character, and he receives 5 soul crystals of the worst rank. Harry watches and is asked a question. How is he going to break the school record? They point a finger at him and say that with such a useless beast soul, he will not become a master, and it is better to go as a wall builder. Clara closes her eyes and gives the crystals, asking him to try. Chuck smiles and says that he will only buy a bag with radiation inside for these crystals and is not at all suitable for growing a soul and does not want such trash to approach anyone. Rick opens his mouth and says that lower soul crystals are formed when a monster is destroyed by a nuclear weapon, and their flesh and blood after death are contaminated with nuclear radiation, but contain enormous energy. The teacher holds the crystal and wants to give him a high-rank B soul crystal, but the guy asks to replace it with a lower one. Opening his mouth, he knows that he is in a hurry to increase the power of the beast soul, but you cannot feed a large number of extremely harmful crystals. Harry holds the crystal in his hand, and Chuck looks at it and wonders how she could be kind to such a brat. The pet flies around the crystal and says that a high grade crystal is worth 10,000, a low grade one is worth 100 coins, and can exchange it for 100 low grade soul crystals. But normal people don't carry that much. Chloe comes up to him and offers to go home together after school because there's something she needs to say. She closes her eyes and hears from the principal that the guy who bullied her has left school. The kids look at them and wonder why she, the owner of the S-Level 9 Tailed Snow Fox Beast Soul, hangs out with such trash. The girl laughs and smiles, and the guy was lucky, even though he has a weak soul. Clenching his fists, he wonders why everyone is kind to him. Harry walks, and the kids stand around him. Standing next to him, Chuck asks what kind of vial means he used to get close to the girl. Opening his mouth, he says that last time he made the rich man detain her, so that later he could heroically intervene and become a savior. But in the end, this fool dropped out of school and disappeared. The protagonist holds onto the strap and is told that such a beauty suits talent, and he is worthless, taking him by the clothes. The student orders him to stay away from her, and in addition, wherever they appear, he must run away with his heels flashing, approaching the face. Harry says that he does not want to, and he is told that for such an arrogant person, he would do a little and open the girl's eyes to the fact that she is just trash. Smiling, he suggests that he undergo a 7-day test of the beast and eat a bag of lower crystal. And if he loses, he will disappear from his sight. Standing next to him, Harry asks if he is sure he will overcome it, and he is asked why he should be afraid to argue with trash. Smiling, he agrees to the offer. Evening comes, and we see the building. Chloe is waiting for him, and they ask her why she called. Smiling, she says that he has 10 high-quality crystals and wants to share half. They ask her what to share. Opening her mouth, Chloe says that crystals, and heard that he only received low-ranking ones because he is E-rank holding the bag. The girl says that in that fight, when he stood up for her, he was cool and was not inferior in strength to B-rank, and wants to thank her. He refuses, squeezing her hands. Chloe says that the difficulty of the beast test is not a joke, and even B-ranks can fail, and let him absorb the crystals, because he will definitely help during the test. Putting her hands behind her back, she says that he underestimates her and can pass even soul crystals, holding on to the strap. Harry offers that if they can pass the test, he will accept the offer. She agrees, opening his mouth. He says that if he fails the test, the game will not be worth the candle, and therefore they need to prepare well. Chloe smiles at him, and he thinks that he will be shocked by his strength. Waving his hand, they tell him that she cares about him. Closing his eyes, they tell him that this is nonsense, and to take him to the palace of the Beast Soul. We are near the palace of the Beast Soul. They walk along the corridor, and Rick says that the palace is intended only for masters of the Beast Soul, and in this place the test will be held. But first it is necessary to exchange crystals. Putting the crystal on the table, the seller thinks that the buyer has gone crazy because he is exchanging it for trash. Putting down the bag, he says that the commission fee is 500 coins. Taking the bag, Harry says that there is a fine line between genius and madness. We are in an abandoned warehouse outside the city and see a black lizard. They put a crystal on his paw. Rick looks at it and says that he successfully absorbed nuclear radiation and received 1,000 evolution points. The lizard I was red because it was a chicken and only gave 5 points. And for absorbing a low-grade crystal, 1,000, and these 100 stones are equal to 1,000 revolutions. We see the silhouettes of the levels because they were divided into 9 stars. And the current level is a 7-star beast. The lizard's eye lights up, and there is nothing difficult in the beast test. A week passes, and the guys are standing near the palace of the Beast Soul. The guys are talking about ranks. Chuck comes up and raises his hand, asking if his lizard was able to break through to the first level of the battle beast. Folding his hands, the student says that his beast soul has already reached the level of 5-star battle beast and will easily pass the test. Smiling, Harry asks a question. Is he ready to eat a bag of low-grade crystals? Grinning, the guys behind are surprised. The teacher holds a planet and says that the exam will start soon, and that they should take their ID and entrance ticket with them. The protagonist starts walking, and Chuck says that he is finished. After the test is over, we are on the 3rd floor. The man holds a piece of paper and asks the guy to prepare for the exam. Looking at the papers, he asks if he has awakened the E rank beast soul. He is answered in the affirmative. Taking him by the shoulder, he thinks that he will not be able to pass the exam. A helmet is put on the protagonist, and the combat simulation will start soon. Harry's eyes glow brightly standing in the wasteland. He realizes that he has no advantage on the ground that he could use. Someone starts approaching him. It was a wolf with red eyes. It was a 3-star. The monster opens its mouth and drools fly out. They try to attack him, but the guy turns away. Rick, emitting a bright light, asked his master if he was going to merge with the beast soul, and the latter only silently looked forward, looking back at the monsters approaching him. The boy explained that against such low-level beasts, it was not necessary, and that he would simply use this opportunity to thoroughly stretch his muscles. The examiner, watching all this, was very dumbfounded and asked if this guy had really passed the first level. At this time, the protagonist was definitely destroying another enemy. The soldier, clicking on the keyboard in surprise, told his colleague to quickly look at this, and the latter was interested in what was going on there. Coming closer, he was extremely dumbfounded and did not understand what was happening there at all, and how he killed a 3-star desert wolf without using the power of the beast's soul. The examiner looked at the monitor screen, adding that he had not even merged with the beast's soul yet. At this moment, Harry struck his fist directly at the beast. After receiving the damage, the huge wolf was thrown back and was bleeding. After finishing his lunch, the boy leaned forward a moment later. He kicked the enemy with great force. The soldiers watching him were extremely surprised by what happened, concluding that he was some kind of monster. And defeating a 3-star desert wolf without fusing with a beast soul was an unprecedented case. Clutching his head, the examiner asked if he was cheating. After all, the purpose of the exam is to test the strength of the beast soul, and he did not even use it. Menacingly looking straight ahead, the other soldier said that this was indeed against the rules, but it was not cheating, and wanted to see if he could pass the 3rd level, and if not, he would fail the beast test. And his colleague agreed with this, noting that the first 2 levels were for candidates to adapt to the rhythm of real combat, and the 3rd was the key. With a serious look, the man concluded that it was almost impossible to pass the 3rd level without using the beast soul, even with the strength he was currently demonstrating. As the protagonist glared forward, the examiner added that it was a pity that his beast soul talent rating was only E rank, but if his beast soul was stronger, his future would be promising. Standing next to his master, who was standing in the middle of the battlefield, Rick told him to save his strength, because it was just a snack and the real test was ahead. At that moment, a huge wolf beast appeared right in front of Harry. Upon seeing it, the boy was extremely scared, and his companion declared that it was a 6-star desert wolf king. A moment later, the protagonist took a fighting stance, saying that defeating a beast of this level required a high level of beast soul talent, and it was not for nothing that they said that only candidates with beast souls of rank or higher could pass the beast test in their first year. Harry stared forward with a menacing gaze, adding that it was time to show his true strength. Opening his mouth slightly, the boy immediately began to merge with the beast soul, and Rick, who heard this, was very happy. A moment later, the protagonist's body began to transform into a huge monster. At the same time, he turned into a huge black lizard of rank S, with a level of a 3-star beast general. Admiring this transformation of his master, the black dragon declared that he had successfully reached a higher level, and this was a new beginning. Immediately after this, Harry opened his mouth wide and roared loudly. Then he looked at the desert wolf king below, and the examiner, watching this, could not understand what happened to the weak beast soul of the lizard, because even such a small thing can become a tyrannosaurus. The soldier, with a dumbfounded look, asked if he made a mistake when looking at it, and was he really an E rank? Another, with a confused expression, answered that he was not blind, and if they did not believe him, then let them check for themselves, because his registration card indicated a low rank. Looking at the photo in the student's file, the examiner wondered what was going on then, because such a gigantic beast should be at least a general rank. And it was incredible because only a few days had passed since the awakening of the beast soul. And he already had a beast soul of general rank, which means his talent is not lower than S rank. Looking at the huge black lizard that the protagonist had turned into, the soldier added that it was more likely SS or SSS rank, while the Desert Wolf King was right in front of the huge beast. The examiner was very surprised that he could reach such a level. Suddenly the beast on trial became furious. In an instant it rushed to attack. Opening its mouth wide, the huge black lizard, in turn decided to counterattack with its large paw. With a deft movement, it managed to deal with the enemy in just one blow. Seeing this, the examiners were beside themselves with surprise that he managed to kill a 6-star beast in a second. A moment later, the soldier pointed his finger at his colleague, telling him to stay there and continue recording his data, while he himself would report the situation to the main examiner, to which the latter agreed and asked him to hurry. Running down the corridor, the man thought that a shocking super talent had finally appeared in their city. At this time, several more desert wolves appeared on the horizon in the test. Looking straight at them, Harry, in the form of his beast, said that he was a little disappointed by the difficulty level of the exam. Rick looked ahead, saying that the first 3 levels were needed to get a passing score, and he needed to continue fighting, and he could get a higher grade this way. And this was important, because many famous universities recruited Beast Soul Masters based on the results of the Beast test. Looking at the Desert Wolves approaching him, Harry said that there was a 6-star Desert Wolf King and 10 3-star ones. And it seemed that this level was testing the combat ability of Soul Masters. Realizing that this was a trifle for him, the boy opened his mouth wide and roared. From the flow of his power, the beasts were suddenly suppressed. A moment later, the protagonist rushed forward, pushing off the ground at the same time. He managed to kill one of the desert wolves with a blow of his paw, after which he destroyed several more opponents with his leg. The protagonist, in the form of a huge black lizard, sat right on the ground around the corpses of the defeated beasts. He stared menacingly ahead and asked how many more levels there were. The head examiner, with a clearly displeased expression, asked why he had been called and what the rush was for, because didn't they know that observers were not allowed to leave the examination area without permission? The soldier, looking at him dumbfounded, said that the thing was that one of the examinees had indicators beyond the norm, so he wanted him to see it for himself, and the latter couldn't believe his words. The man, moving his hand to the side, explained that his talent rating did not match the strength he demonstrated, and Charlie, standing in front, concluded that this was nothing unusual, and many people exceeded their capabilities during real combat. An AB ranker could produce the indicators of an ranker, so he was exaggerating in response. The soldier stated that his talent was E rank, and the examiner, who heard this, turned around in surprise, asking that he really dared to participate in the tests of a beast with such talent, and this boy was clearly a daredevil. Approaching the examination control point, Charlie asked that he really called him only because of a student who failed the E rank B-Soul, and the man asked him to first watch the battle and then draw conclusions. Looking straight at the screen, the examiner assumed that the master of the I rank beast Soul could really pass the test. At that moment, he saw Harry transformed into a huge black lizard. Noticing this, Charlie was very dumbfounded. Pointing his finger at the screen, the examiner asked if he was sure he was an E rank, and the soldier, standing next to him, asked if he now understood why he was called here. Watching the boy surrounded by a huge number of desert wolves, the man added that he thought he had the strength of at least a beast general, and was currently at the 10th level of the test. Looking ahead, Charlie thought that the 10th level was the last and very difficult, since each of the 10 wolves had the strength of a star battle beast. The soldier, looking at the examiner in surprise, asked if he could pass the 10th level, it would be proof that he had the strength of a beast general, and the examiner replied that, moreover, the best universities would begin to compete for him, and without exception, all those who could pass the 10th level of the test were geniuses. Charlie added, with his mouth wide open, that at least this child's future achievement was to be a Lord, ranked Soul Beastmaster, and he might even become an emperor-rank soul beast, which greatly shocked the others. Leaning closer to the monitor, the examiner said that it was too early to talk, and it was still unknown whether he would be able to pass this level. Immediately after this narration, the story shifted to a desert area where Harry was being tested, staring ahead with a menacing gaze. The boy in the form of his soul beast thought that the final stage of the ability assessment would be the head of the monsters. But there were only 10 desert wolf kings at this time. The enraged monsters were looking straight at him with fury. Noticing this, the protagonist only hissed in displeasure, calling them scum and nothing more than trash. The huge black lizard rushed forward. With a deft flick of his paw, he destroyed each opponent, noting that it didn't matter how many there were. They were just a bunch of trash. After destroying several wolves, the rest of the wolves headed straight towards their opponent. In an instant, they grabbed Harry, who had been embodied with his beast soul. Watching as the desert wolves failed to pierce the skin of the huge black lizard, the examiners declare that this was a terrifying defense. Looking at the monitor screen in amazement, the soldiers could not believe that he was able to withstand the attack of a strong star beast. Continuing to watch the protagonist battle against the beasts, the man declared that the attack defense, speed, and explosive power were at an ideal level. Watching as Harry deftly destroyed another desert wolf with a flick of his paw, he concluded that if this was truly any level talent, seeing the final destruction of all the enemies by the boy, who had merged with his beast soul, the soldier added that he would then go and commit suicide. The protagonist, looking menacingly ahead, wondered if there were 6 more of them. Immediately after that, he opened his mouth wide. The wolves who saw this were very scared. The examiner, watching the ongoing battle in surprise, asked what kind of power this was. A moment later, the protagonist, in the form of a huge black lizard, began to emit a beam of yellow energy from his mouth. At the same time, an unknown glow appeared right in front of the desert wolves. In an instant, the beam of yellow energy erased all the beasts, continuing to emit a beam of yellow energy from his mouth, destroying everything in its path. Harry declared that he would get rid of them in one fell swoop. Having finished his attack, the boy who had merged with his beast soul raised his head up, the examiners watching the test, dumbfounded by everything that was happening, could not understand what kind of technique it was. That same beam of yellow energy destroyed everything in its path, changing even a landscape. Suddenly, the protagonist, engulfed in flames, received a notification from the system that the test subject, under his name, had successfully passed all stages of the beast test. When the system showed a sign that the test had been passed, Harry, looking at it, thought that the beast test was much easier than he expected. Staring forward with a serious look, the boy reasoned that since he had passed the last level, he was guaranteed a good grade, and wondered how many people would be surprised when the results were announced. At that moment, he remembered Chuck thinking that in the end, even he, with his S-rank talent, definitely could not pass the beast test. Grinning, the protagonist wanted to take this opportunity to let all the universities see that even an E-rank beast soul can have tremendous power. The little dragon companion smiled widely as the system announced that the exam was complete. Immediately after Harry returned to reality after being stimulated, he was sitting right in the exam capsule. The monitor screen showed information about his characteristics. Looking at it in shock, the soldier thought that at the age of 18, less than 2 weeks after awakening his beast soul, he had reached the rank of a 3-star beast general. And such strength was simply terrifying. At that moment, Charlie came straight to the protagonist, congratulating him for passing all the levels of the beast test and asking if he knew what it meant. And he just smiled widely, suggesting that he probably had a good grade. Looking at him with admiration, the man stated that it was more than good, and he demonstrated talent and strength. So he was sure that the Yinjing Beast Universities in Mo City would compete for him, and the protagonist asked when the results would be published. In response, the soldier stated with a happy expression that if nothing happened, the list would be announced this afternoon, and mused that usually others were worried or happy. But he was too calm getting up from the examination capsule. Harry thanked everyone, adding that if that was all, he would go looking after him. Charlie suddenly called out to him, and he, turning around, asked what else, looking straight at him seriously. The examiner asked why his talent was only I rank, and was there really something wrong when his beast soul awakened, and if he had any problems, he should ask him for help. Negatively shaking his head from side to side, the protagonist explained that his beast soul was indeed weak when he awakened. So he was assigned an E rank, and he was worrying in vain, seriously looking straight ahead. The soldier asked the head examiner how he thought this guy told the truth, and he answered that it did not look like he took. But he was surprised by that character. Watching Harry leave, Charlie concluded that after achieving impressive results, he did not behave arrogantly, which is very commendable. And in the future, there will be another master of the beast soul with great power. Immediately after cooling down, the story is transferred to the square in front of the exam building, where the students were talking to each other, when suddenly Chloe's voice was heard, who said that she was there. Turning to the side, the boy saw a girl waving at him, looking at his classmate who was quickly moving towards him. The protagonist asked her how she passed the exam. Smiling widely, Chloe answered that, of course, she passed, and the grades were not bad. And her friend, who heard this, asked how many levels she passed, continuing to smile widely. The girl answered that she had passed as many as 9. And Harry, who looked at her in surprise after hearing this, noted that this was actually not bad, thinking that he did not expect her to pass 9 levels. And it seemed that her strength had increased more than he expected. Looking at his surprised classmate, the boy reasoned that she wanted to ask about his grade, but did not know how, and in the end, usually I-ranked ones can hardly pass the first level. Looking straight ahead with a small smile on his face, the protagonist thought that later she would be very surprised. Then putting his hands on his hips, Harry offered to go, because the exam was over and there was no need to think about grades. So he invited her to dinner to celebrate her success, and Chloe, happy with such an offer, agreed, saying that she wanted a large bowl of noodles. The boy looked at her puzzled after such a statement, asking if that was all, and she just wanted a bowl of noodles. And the girl replied that she was very hungry and would eat whatever he gave her. The protagonist thought about it, noting that this restaurant was a bit far away, and they might miss the announcement of the lists. And the classmate who grabbed his hand said that in any case, the results had already been determined, and what would be announced was just a ranking. While Chloe dragged her friend forward and told him to go faster, because she was hungry, he agreed to this, thinking that no matter what, no one could surpass his grades. Immediately after this narration, the story moves to 1 o'clock in the afternoon, to the Beast Soul Palace Square, where a huge number of students were. The boys looked ahead in fear, as someone asked them to move aside and let them pass, saying that this upstart guy was Chuck from Genheim Middle School, and also an S-rank Beast Soul Master. The elite disciple stood in front of the others with a smug expression, as someone said that he had passed level 7, which was the same result as last year's winner. Chuck happily listened to them say that he was strong, and would probably be this year's top candidate, because he had an S rank. Beast Soul talent that was terrifying, and with such a result, he could enter one of the top universities. And he thought a person like him is attracting attention everywhere, with his menacing gaze fixed ahead. The disciple reasoned that he had prepared for this exam, and even asked his parents to buy him an expensive pill so that he could maximize the potential of his beast soul in a short period of time. Looking into the crowd of people, Chuck asked why he didn't see Harry and probably hid somewhere, because he dared to challenge him with such a low rank. His henchman smiled widely, calling the boy ridiculous because, in his place, he wouldn't dare to say a word, and would have buried himself in the ground from shame long ago. While the students standing behind said that he wanted to see this show, but he didn't even show up, Chuck, with a wide smile on his face, declared that since he didn't want to go out, he would remain a coward for the rest of his life, thinking that the protagonist ran away. And this is exactly what he wants, for him to never show up again. When suddenly his voice sounded, saying that he said that the restaurant was far away, but she wanted to eat there. And Chloe answered him that everything was fine, because they were just in time. She ate deliciously at that moment. The elite student noticed the guys standing right in front of him, looking at them. It seemed to him that they were happy next to each other, as if boiling with anger after what he saw. Chuck called Harry a scumbag who dared to appear in front of her, with Chloe snidely stretching his hand forward. Chuck asked if this was really that same Harry, noting that he was so calm, and it seemed that the grade on the test was not bad, and he answered that it completely satisfied him. At the same moment, the henchman, with an arrogant expression, asked if he was really happy with it, and this was great modesty, because probably it was difficult to pass the first level, and the other added that it was possible to overcome the first level without any skills, and are there really people who could not? Immediately after this, the students surrounding the guys began to laugh, saying that there was no need to be so embarrassed, and the fact that an ranker found the courage to participate in the exam was already a very good indicator. Looking smugly straight at the boy standing in front, the elite student asked him that he had not forgotten about their dispute, and he replied that he had almost forgotten until he told him. Looking smugly at his opponent, the protagonist asked that since he had reminded him, was he ready to lose to him? And Chuck, angry at such words, did not understand how he could even lose to such trash as an E rank. At that moment, the hands of the clock struck 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the students shouted that the lists had been posted, and the results had finally been announced. Immediately after that, a huge crowd of guys moved forward, gathering to quickly look at the lists, and want to know who was in first place. Chuck looked at the topic window with a smug expression, thinking that he was definitely this year's champion. Seeing his result, the guy was very dumbfounded and could not understand what was happening. Looking furiously straight ahead, the elite student could not believe that he was in third place, and could there really be 2 more in front of him? Noticing that Chloe had taken second place after passing 9 levels, Chuck was extremely dumbfounded. Looking down in fear, he thought that she was only in second place and had only passed level 9, because he didn't expect that. Her talent seemed to be higher than his. Biting his lip in curiosity, the elite student thought that if she had passed 9 levels and only taken second place, then what kind of monster was in first place? Seeing the final results of the exam, Chuck was shocked the projection showed Harry's image, announcing that he had passed 10 levels of the beast test. Seeing this, the elite student seemed to melt, almost doing the splits dumbfounded. Chuck couldn't believe how this was possible, and how he had managed to pass 10 levels with his E rank. Beast Soul. The students who saw the exam results looked at each other in surprise, asking who the protagonist was and how cool he was to pass 10 levels. And there were only that many in the exam. So he was a real monster, and they didn't know what kind of beast soul he had awakened. But its power had reached such an incredible level. Chuck grabbed his head, not understanding what was going on, while his classmates, looking at him, whispered that he was definitely a dark horse, and had even overtaken 2 geniuses with S-rank beast souls. And Chloe was also very strong because she had passed 9 levels. Unfortunately, she had encountered a monster. And the most shameful thing was that he had stuck his nose up more than anyone else before the results were announced, and he himself was only on the 3rd leaf, with a smirk on his face looking at his opponent. Harry declared that he had said that he had lost something, and asked if it was time to fulfill the conditions of the bet. With an innocent expression, the boy wondered whether he would rather eat a bag of low-grade crystals dry, or serve it with seasoning. Upon seeing him, the other students were amazed, saying that here he was, the person who ranked first. The girl looked straight ahead in surprise, thinking that his ranking was higher than hers, and that was why when she said her results, he was not surprised, but the question was how he did it. Chuck suddenly jumped up from his seat, saying that it was impossible, pointing at the protagonist standing in front of him. He asked how an E-rank trash could get such a result, and he probably cheated the students. Dumbfounded by such a statement, asked that wasn't he an elite student, and did he really think that Harry cheated? And they didn't understand whether it was true or false. After all, how could it be possible for the number 1 to cheat everyone on the exam? Looking menacingly at his defeated opponent, after hearing all this, the boy asked if he really thought he was cheating. For the sake of victory, looking directly at him with displeasure, Chuck stated that he had an E-ranked beast soul, and wondered how he would be able to pass 10 levels of the beast test. His classmates, hearing this, immediately began to whisper. Also, not understanding how he could pass level 10 with his E-rank beast soul, which is the weakest and if he really cheated. Well, this is a simulation of a real battle, and you can't bring anything from the outside world there, so cheating is hardly possible. Rick, flying next to his master, noted that doubts had appeared. With a smile on his face looking at Chuck in front of him, the protagonist asked, who said that an E-rank beast soul could not pass the exam, and there was no mention of such a thing in the reference books. And Chuck asked him not to be complacent, because he would file a complaint to the Beast Soul Palace Court and expose the vile methods he used in front of him. Harry asked about the court, and the small black dragon next to him explained that if candidates had doubts about the evaluation, they could appeal to the Beast and Soul Palace Court. But the meeting was rarely held due to other people's evaluations. Angry after hearing this, the boy stated that he could do whatever he wanted, but if it turned out that everything was clean, he would not forget to fulfill the conditions of the bet. And his companion, flying nearby, noted that this was an S rank B soul that did not know how to lose at all, while the elite student who heard all this was clearly dissatisfied when suddenly someone asked what kind of mess was going on outside the palace. For a second, it seemed like it was an angry brown bear. A moment later, the guys managed to see that it was Charlie, moving straight towards them, who was the main examiner, admirably looking straight ahead. Rick concluded that this was what he expected from a lord. Rank B Soul Master, and his suppression power was very powerful. And Harry, who was watching everything that was happening, thought that he really was a Lord Rank B Soul Master. At this time, the students began to whisper among themselves that this was the head examiner, and they said that his big, ferocious bear had already reached the level of a 7-star lord, and among all the Lord-ranked Beast Soul Masters, he was quite strong and a talented master from Gene High, who decided to come there as an examiner. Charlie looked straight ahead menacingly, clarifying that he heard that someone wanted to go to court, standing right in front of him. Lowering his head, Chuck said that he wanted to file a lawsuit because he thought that the evaluation of student Harry was groundless, pointing his finger directly at the boy behind him with displeasure. The elite disciple stated that he had awakened an I-rank beast soul, but he was able to clear 10 levels, which was abnormal, and he wanted to ask the beast and Soul Palace for a reasonable explanation. Looking straight ahead with a serious expression after hearing this, the examiner explained that it just so happened that he was present at the protagonist exam and observed everything from beginning to end, so he did not find anything unusual. Looking minutiously at the elite disciple below, Charlie asked what, or did he mean that he helped him cheat? Chuck, looking straight ahead with a serious expression, stated that he was the pride of Gene High, and Gene High would not dare to doubt him. But the B soul that Harry awakened was rated as an E-ranked talent. Then, he added that he thought everyone present knew exactly what it meant, asking how he could pass 10 levels with such a soul. And everyone around him looked at the boy standing in the middle, and his girlfriend with displeasure, with great indignation on his face. The elite student said that therefore, he thought the examiner should at least publish the video of the candidates' battle to convince the public, and the guys standing behind him confirmed this, noting that they were also very interested in how he did it. Charlie looked down menacingly after hearing everything, explaining that he was sorry, but he could not agree to this demand, because according to the regulations of the Beast Soul Palace, examiners are forbidden to reveal information about candidates, except for special cases. Smiling at his words, Chuck said that since the video of the battle cannot be published, there is another way to check the authenticity of the results, and the examiner standing in front of him asked him to tell. The elite student, looking forward with a mocking gaze, asked to have a duel. If he won, he would prove the purity of his grade. Sharply pointing his finger at the protagonist standing to the side, Chuck added that if he lost, it would be enough to prove that his grade was obtained unfairly. The students in the square began to say that Chuck was really going to humiliate Harry. Chloe, who had stepped forward with great displeasure, declared that he was very disgusting and did whatever he wanted just to humiliate her friend, and the boy waved his hand, explaining that there was nothing wrong with that. The little dragon, levitating next to the protagonist, noted that his thoughts were obvious, and he wanted to take the chance to fight him, and then prove to everyone that he was a loser. And his master replied that this was very convenient, and now they would settle the score. Looking seriously at Charlie standing in front of him, the elite student asked him that it was not forbidden to challenge on the territory of the Beast's Soul Palace, and he replied that it was true, but it was also necessary to find out the opponent's opinion. Immediately after that, everyone looked at the boy standing next to him, along with his classmate, and wondered if he would accept the challenge, because the situation was so tense that he had no other choice. Because if he refused to accept the challenge, everyone would consider him a cheater. Chuck grinned maliciously and asked if he dared to fight him, looking worriedly at her friend. The girl noted that if he was not sure he could refuse, and he explained that if someone provoked him, it was useless to endure, and the only way to make him afraid was to break bones. Immediately after that, the protagonist raised his hand up, declaring that he agreed to fight. The students around him were very dumbfounded, saying that he really accepted the challenge. And now the S-rank B-Soul will fight with the E-rank Soul, and this has never happened before. But the difference in levels is so great that Harry will be defeated, but he is the first person in the city who has passed 10 levels of the Beast test, and the outcome of the battle is difficult to predict. Moving his hand to the side, Charlie noted that, frankly speaking, he thinks that this fight is not necessary, because they are both the pride of the city, having taken first and third place. So there is no need to fight to the death over such a trifle. Looking at the guy standing in front, the examiner added that, as he already said, he was able to personally verify that he did not cheat during the exam, and gritting his teeth from dissatisfaction with everything he heard. Shock could not understand why they both help Harry, and whether he is somehow special, that everyone covers for him. The elite student looked at the protagonist in front of him with a clearly dissatisfied expression, saying that if that was the case, he should fight him, and asked the examiner to witness this battle, in which he was going to show them how he would tear him to shreds. Sighing heavily after hearing this, Charlie declared that in that case, their fight would take place in the arena of the B-Soul Palace, and everyone who wanted to watch could come there. Immediately after this narration, the story moves to the arena of the Beast Soul Palace, where a huge number of people were in the stands, standing between the two opponents. The examiner concluded that if both sides were ready, then they should start the fight. But first he wanted to explain the rules. While the students glared at each other, Charlie explained that this fight was just a sparring match, and they could go all out, but no killing was allowed, and the fight would end as soon as one side admitted defeat, and that no foreign objects were allowed during the fight, and that if one of the rules was broken, it would be considered a defeat, and asked if they understood everything. After a moment, the serious couples did not give a positive answer, and Charlie declared that he would then declare the start of the fight. Looking heartily at his opponent, Chuck said that he should understand that everything that was happening was his fault, and Harry replied that he did not expect him to make such a fuss to avoid the terms of the bet, and if he was simply asking for mercy, he would consider sparing him his lunch. But with the crystals, thinking that in the end, giving them to him would be a waste. A moment later, the elite student wished him dead and activated the fusion with the Beast's soul. Immediately after that, he transformed into a huge bone monster. The students watching from the stands were very surprised, not understanding what kind of monster it was. And could it really be the king of the skeleton reptile, who was 5 meters tall, and now they understood what an S-rank soul was, which was truly a talent visible to the naked eye. And he was truly a genius who took third place. Suddenly the king of the skeleton reptile slashed his tail directly at the opponent, and he dodged it by jumping up, looking straight ahead with displeasure. The beast called his opponent trash, and asked if he was afraid of merging with his beast soul. Surprised, the guy asked why he did not transform, and the girl sitting next to him assumed that if he could crush the soul of the S rank, it would mean that he did not cheat. Watching her friends fight from the stands, Chloe was very worried, thinking that Harry's B-Soul was just a small I-rank lizard, and although it was unclear how he had passed 10 levels of the test, but if Chuck dared to harm him and Charlie did not stop him, she would do what the protagonist's companion, who was right next to her, said, that although she could not hear him, she did not have to worry because Harry would not lose to this guy. At that moment, the boy grinned maliciously, saying that since he was waiting for him to merge with his beast soul, Then he would satisfy his desires. A moment later, his eyes sparkled with a bright yellow light. When the protagonist activated the fusions, a huge amount of yellow energy enveloped his body. Suddenly, Harry turned into his beast spirit. The small bone king of the reptile below was very stunned by the size of his opponent. The students in the stands were very surprised, not understanding how it could be an E-ranked soul beast, and they were probably all crazy. Chuck, in the form of his soul beast, looked forward with a very frightened expression, stating that it was impossible for it to be a low-rank soul, and how could it grow so quickly? Harry looked down with dissatisfaction, wondering what happened to his soul beast. After a moment, he raised his paw up, preparing to strike with great speed. He thrust his paw forward, asking who said that an E-rank soul should be weaker than an S-rank. The elite student below, in the form of a bone reptile king, was very scared by what happened, seeing the strength of his opponent. Chuck, who had merged with his soul beast, was very scared. Suddenly, Harry struck him with his own blow, destroying everything around him. The elite disciple, in the form of the Bone King reptile, who dodged at the last moment, thought that if he had hit him with his claw, he would have become crippled. At that moment, he noticed his opponent raising his paw. Frightened by this, Chuck thought that his opponent had the strength of a beast, soul general, or even higher. Watching the huge black lizard, the elite disciple could not believe that this was possible. It was impossible to rise to such a level in just a few days. In an instant, the opponent's paw was right in front of him, and seeing this, Chuck, who had merged with his beast soul, realized that he would not be able to dodge. Looking straight ahead with displeasure, the elite disciple realized the pitifulness of his situation. Taking a fighting stance, the skeletal reptile king declared that he could not lose to such an errant trash. In an instant, he pointed his tail forward, and the boy who saw this said that he did not even expect that he would dare to fight back. Seeing this, Chuck was extremely scared. He watched as the huge black lizard's paw grabbed his beast's tail. With a clearly frightened expression, the elite disciple asked what he was even trying to do. The protagonist slammed his opponent into the ground with great force, asking him what he was thinking. Then Harry did the same trick again. He managed to slam the Bone King reptile into the ground, a huge number of times after receiving so much damage. Chuck, who had merged with his beast soul, did not know what to do at this time. The boy, in the form of his spirit beast, was about to strike again with his paw. The students in the stands of the arena rejoiced watching the fight, and could not believe that it was Harry's real strength that defeated Chuck. And it turned out that the examiner was not shielding him at all, but trying to protect someone else. Chloe, looking ahead in surprise, thought that although she knew that her friend was not weak, such a strong, E-ranked beast soul was simply amazing. With great displeasure, looking straight ahead, the elite student declared that it was impossible for his S-rank beast soul to be weaker than an E-rank. A moment later, a huge black lizard grabbed its opponent by the tail once again. Harry, looking menacingly at Chuck, who was trying to escape, leaving his tail behind, declared that he had lost, and Chuck asked who said that. Suddenly, the elite student threw an unknown pill right into his mouth. Then he slapped the floor, having taken it. Watching this with displeasure, Charlie thought that it was a bloody capsule. At that very moment, a small black dragon appeared right next to his companion, explaining that he had just eaten a pill that allowed him to level up in a short time, and his strength would grow from the level of an 8-star battle beast to a 3-star beast general. Folding his arms across his chest, the protagonist's assistant added that, however, after taking such a medicine, it would take a month to recover. And he was crazy because he wanted to defeat him at all costs. And Harry, looking menacingly straight ahead, declared that he was just a clown. At this time, the examiner, who was observing the progress of the fight, took the microphone in his hands and declared that he was declared the loser for violating the rules of the fight. Continuing to watch the battle of the two students, Charlie added that he was even more useless than he imagined. Seeing the serious look of the boy who had merged with his beast soul, he thought that he was going to continue the fight with the opponent, even after he took the doping. A moment later, the Bone King reptile fell into a rage, saying that he would kill him. Hearing this, the protagonist only looked at him menacingly. Looking at his opponent, Chuck could not understand why he was so calm, because it was obvious that he was now stronger than him. Suddenly he saw how a huge black lizard opened its mouth and concentrated a huge amount of energy in it, not understanding what kind of power it was. At that moment, the elite student realized that he had no way back and wished death on his opponent, rushing forward immediately after that. Harry finished concentrating the energy in his mouth. A moment later, he sent it forward straight at his opponent. A large beam of yellow energy burst out, right from the mouth of the huge black lizard. It hit the Bone King of the reptile right, throwing him back after receiving damage. Chuck was slammed right into the wall, returning to his original form. The elite student fell to the ground, coughing up blood immediately after that. The examiner entered the arena and officially announced that Harry had won this battle, and moreover that he had taken illegal drugs during the fight to artificially increase his strength, and asked if anyone had any objections to the evaluation of this student. The students and those in the stands, stunned by everything that had happened, said that the elite student could not win even with the help of doping, and the protagonist was really too strong, and did not understand what kind of blind person assessed as B, Soul as an E-rank talent, because no one with such a level had ever defeated an S rank. Giving Chuck's body to the soldier, Charlie asked to take him to the infirmary, explaining that the injury was not fatal, but the side effects were enough to keep him in bed for a couple of months. Sighing heavily, the man took the defeated student, noting that now it seemed no famous university would accept him, and the other added that he must answer for his actions. Joyfully looking at Harry standing in front, the examiner congratulated him on his victory in the duel, and he expressed gratitude for this. Surprised by this, Charlie asked what he was thanking him for, and the boy, smiling at him, answered that he had given him the opportunity to injure him, thinking that he should have stopped him in time, but did not do so at the same moment. The examiner, putting his hands on the protagonist's shoulders, said that, in fact, he was not only the main one, but also a member of the admissions committee of the University of Animals in the city of Mo, and asked if he wanted to enroll there. Hearing such a proposal, Harry was very surprised, and the black dragon flying next to him explained that the Yongjin Beast universities in Mo City were the most prestigious, and only the best of the best were admitted there. Hearing this, the boy told the teacher with a smile on his face that he was recruiting people for his own benefit, among other things, and he was the best in this area. Charlie, dumbfounded by such an answer, reasoned that this kid was generally normal. And was he really doing the university a favor? And the first thing he thought about was what advantages the university would give him. Looking at the examiner standing in front, the protagonist asked that such a first-class educational institution must be able to offer certain conditions. And he replied that, of course, if he wanted to enroll there, he could apply for a full scholarship, including 500,000 coins, 20 high-quality beast soul crystals, 5 beast soul capsules, and a general rank beast sword. With his serious gaze fixed forward, Harry was thinking that 20 high-quality crystals cost 200,000 coins, and a beast soul capsule 250,000, while his companion, standing right next to him, asked him to think carefully, spreading his arms out to the sides. Charlie noted that this was the best the university could offer, and he, like the university administration, was sincere in his intentions when suddenly someone called out to him, calling him shameless at that moment. A man in armor appeared right behind him, declaring that the admissions campaign had not yet begun, and he had already deceived this boy, menacingly looking straight ahead. Upon seeing him, the boy wondered who this was, and how he was talking to the examiner in such a tone. It was Nicholas from Yinjing Beast University, who was clearly unhappy with everything that was happening. Closing his eyes, Charlie asked him not to say stupid things, because couldn't young talents go to any other university except his? Nicholas spread his arms wide and said that there was no need to be fooled, and their school was much superior to Mo University. So if he were to enroll, he would be given 500,000 coins, 40 high-quality beast soul crystals, and 10 beast soul capsules. The students in the stands, dumbfounded by such offers, said that this was what they expected from Yinjing University, and they were really rich. And they also now understood how geniuses were treated. That two popular universities were not only competing for a student, but also offering resources. And if he passed all 10 levels of the exam, he could enjoy such honors. Suddenly, it was as if an angry bear appeared on the stage, calling his opponent. A bastard was Charlie, who with a clearly displeased expression, asked how he dared to poach a student right in front of him. At the same time, the beast soul of the tiger was summoned, asking who he was going to scare. It belonged to Nicholas, who was clearly displeased, wondering if they really wanted to suppress him by force. Then the two seemed to clash in a mental duel. Standing between the two forces, Harry could barely hold on, thinking that this is how the energy of the beast's soul, forces of the Lord rank, is. Suddenly another spirit and beast appeared. Calling these two, it was the man with the beast soul of a sloth, who was asking what the commotion was about. His power enveloped the surroundings, interrupting the disagreements of others. The boy looked straight ahead in surprise, wondering that he had suppressed the auras of the big, fierce bear and the ghostly void tiger. And was this fat man's strength really stronger than those two? The man in the traditional Chinese hat was Harvey, from Shuichuan Beast University, who was inviting the kid to transfer to his school, and was going to offer 3 million coins, 50 high-grade soul crystals, and 10 B soul capsules. Harvey extended his hand, adding that he would be given 20 high-grade crystals every semester until he graduated, and it would not be a lie if he said that they spared no effort in cultivating talents. And Harry, who heard this, thought that this was a very rich university. Immediately after that, a huge number of people appeared who said why he shouldn't consider their university, because they could offer the same conditions. So they asked him to choose them. And someone even asked him to transfer to their university, because last year they took 8th place in the ranking. And the boy, puzzled by such a number of offers, thought that although they all wanted to accept him, they obviously wanted to use him as free advertising. Nicholas, who suddenly appeared right behind him, asked him to stop making noise and asked what he thought. Immediately after that, the protagonist bowed to everyone present, expressing gratitude and explained that he was sorry. And besides the Yinjing Beast University and the Beast University in Mo City, he was not considering other organizations. Hearing this, the fat man adjusted his hat, saying that if he changed his mind, he could come to him at any time. And Harry replied that, of course, if anything, he would contact him. When everyone else left, the two remaining teachers turned towards the boy, waiting for an answer and asking who he would choose. The protagonist, looking forward with a serious gaze, replied that he would tell them his decision before the admissions campaign began. Charlie, closing his eyes after hearing this, said that he would wait, and Nicholas, standing next to him, asked him to think it over carefully with a smile on his face, to which Harry agreed. Then the two left and continued arguing that someone had taken him away from him, and there was no need to disgrace themselves, because he really did want to fight, but the other one was definitely not afraid of him. They continued arguing with each other and walked away, while the boy was watching them, when suddenly someone congratulated him, saying that the system had just rated his beast soul as a general's rank, and therefore he had received 1 silver chest. It was a small black dragon who, with a joyful expression on his face, asked him to quickly open it and see what was inside, because this was his first silver chest. And the protagonist did not know what to answer, when suddenly someone called him by name. It was Chloe, who said with a smile on her face that he was so cool and was now #1 in the city. So popular universities were fighting over him, and asked him which one he would choose, since he had won their favor with his talent and grades after all. With a thoughtful expression on her face, the girl thought that he should choose either Yinjing University or the Beast University in Mo City, and asked if he wanted to go to the same place as her. And the boy replied that it would be great, since she would take care of him, but she would think about it. Looking at her friend, the classmate noted that objectively Yinjing University was stronger, but she would choose the university in Mo City. And the protagonist, who heard this, asked why she made such a decision. Looking away, Chloe explained that it was because there were people in Yinjing that she did not want to see. As the story moved to the city street, Harry thought that it seemed like it was not the best topic of conversation. First, suddenly, we are transported to the protagonist's house, where a small black dragon flying around him from different sides declared that he had received 10,000 evolution points. And something else, looking admiringly at the metal claws, he added that this was a general rank weapon. A flaming claw, joyfully looking at his master's new acquisitions. The little dragon explained that when it attacked an enemy, fire appeared on the claws, which inflicted additional damage. And Harry, looking at this weapon, noted that this was not bad, barely containing his admiration. The little animal asked what not bad meant, and declared that this was very cool, because weapons are divided by ranks into a combat general, a beast master, a lord, and an emperor, and weapons of his level cost hundreds of thousands. And the boy who heard this could not believe that it was so expensive. Then the little black dragon levitates right in front of its owner, tells him that it is still cheap, and anything above the rank of Beastmaster can cost tens of millions. And if they are lucky, they will strike it rich in the future. And the protagonist, thoughtful after receiving this information, declares that he must reach the rank of master as soon as possible. Looking at Harry, who is sitting right in front of him, Rick asks him what he thinks about universities. And Harry asks what information he has about them. Sitting right on the table, the companion animal answers that Yenjing University trains strong masters, and the university in Mo City trains mega strong ones, and also thinks he will like it there. And the boy asks why, looking away. The little dragon says that they put military affairs above all else, and everything is based on strength. So they created 3 special ratings: the hiding dragon, the beast master, and the beast god, and all resources are distributed according to it. Then Rick added that if Yenjing University is a carrot for strong masters, then Mo University is a cruel coliseum, and the protagonist, surprised by what he heard, thought that, since one person will ultimately be stronger than 1 million people, then the choice is obvious. Looking forward with a serious look, Harry declared that he chooses the Beast University in M0 City, and wondered why he could not be it. The narrative of the story moves to Charlie's office, into whose office, having broken down the door with his foot. Nicholas burst in the examiner with a wide smile on his face, asked what he needed, because Harry had already applied to their educational institution. So he had no chance, and he asked him not to brag, because he respected the choice of this boy, wondering if Chloe had also entered them. Surprised by such a question, Charlie noted that news quickly reached him, and asked if he really knew her, to which he received the answer that he more than just knew. With a serious look, the blonde man explained that when she arrived at the university, they needed to take care of her, and that she should not forget that he had warned him, because her background was not simple. At the same time, the man with gray hair remembered how a boy came to his office and asked when he could get a scholarship, scratching the back of his head. He answered that usually after enrolling in a course, but he could apply for him in advance, and he would be able to get it soon. Pointing his hand at the girl sitting in front of him, the teacher asked if he needed to apply for her in advance too, and she refused, explaining that she could come as usual. With a thoughtful look, Charlie noted that she really looked better off than the protagonist, and Nicholas, standing in front of him, said that he could not explain everything to him in detail, but they just needed to take care of it immediately after this. The story jumps forward 3 days, where Harry came to the Beast Spirit Palace, saying that he didn't expect the scholarship to come so quickly, and a subsidy of 500,000 coins, 20 high-grade crystals, 5 beast soul capsules, and a general rank black thorn armor weapon. The happy little dragon, levitating next to him, noted that this equipment will make his scales harder, and at the same time, his spine will be covered in spikes that will protect him from injury. And it seems that the university still values his abilities highly. With a serious gaze forward, the protagonist thought that it is not the equipment that is important, but the subsidy of 500,000, because for it, you could get 5,000 low-grade crystals and 5 million evolution points. The man in glasses looked at the mountain, standing right in front of him in surprise, and asked what he really wanted to exchange for low-quality crystals. Again, and how much this time? And he answered that he would buy 500,000. Hearing this, the merchant was extremely dumbfounded. Then the narrative of the story moves to the moment when a huge number of bags with low-quality crystals were loaded into the back of the car, and the man said that that was all, waving his hand from the car window. The boy thanked the seller, and he replied that there was no need for that, puzzled looking after the car driving away. The man in glasses thought about what he bought so much, and was he really going to feed them to pigs? Immediately after this narration, the story is transferred to the protagonist's house, where he was sitting surrounded by bags of crystals and saying that it was inconvenient to explain the address of the secret warehouse to the driver. So he brought everything home, and asking how long it would take to maintain the state of fusion, to absorb them all while his assistant explained that. Then you can stay at home and absorb in human form. Surprised, turning towards the little dragon, Harry asked that this is really possible, and doesn't it need to merge with the beast's soul to absorb the energy of the crystals? And he said that this is usually how it happens, but he has a system, and he can use it to absorb the crystal in human form. Smiling happily after hearing this, the boy did not understand why he did not say this before, and his assistant explained that the absorption speed would simply be a little slower, but compared to the enormous energy spent on maintaining the beast form, this is the best option. A moment later, the protagonist began to meditate, absorbing energy from low-quality crystals. The power of dark purple color enveloped his entire body, penetrating inside, joyfully looking at his master. Rick congratulated him on successfully absorbing nuclear radiation and receiving 1,000 evolution points. Looking at the clock standing on the table, Harry thought that it was 15 minutes for him, and really a little slower than during transformation. But he needed to speed up to absorb all 500 pieces, because on average, it was 84 per day. At this time, deep night fell outside. The little dragon happily spun around his master, and said that his body had mutated in the process of absorbing nuclear radiation, and now he was able to resist it, while he continued to absorb energy from low-quality crystals. Looking at his assistant levitating right in front of him, the boy asked what immunity to radiation meant, and he explained that with such an ability, no concentration of nuclear radiation was scary to him. Imagining a scorched wasteland in his mind, the protagonist stated that nuclear weapons were used to exterminate monsters in many areas, and now his body will not be affected by these contaminated, restricted areas, which is very good. Clenching his hand into a fist, Harry noted that there are still 2 months ahead, and he must absorb all the crystals to increase his strength as quickly as possible. And Rick agreed with this. Suddenly, the narrative of the story moves to the conference room of the University of Beasts of the city of Emma, where a huge number of people are sitting at the table. Director Vincent looked straight ahead with complete seriousness, menacingly looking forward. The director of the academy said that they all worked hard these days, and at the moment, the recruitment of students to their university has been successfully completed. Putting his hand on the tablet, he added that this year's freshmen are even more worthy than in previous years, and not only their university, but also other prestigious institutions have received incredible talents and geniuses at their disposal. Vincent closed his eyes and concluded that the process of waiting for them to grow up was indeed too long, and if he had to wait until then, he was afraid that he would already retire. In front of all the other heads of the Beast University of Emo City, the director of the academy proposed to discuss the matter that was bothering him with the other heads of the universities. Vincent put his hand forward and announced that he had decided to hold a national freshman competition to find out which of these talents was a real beast. People were sitting in the conference room, and they could hear that it was a good idea to hold a competition so that talents from different universities could gather together and compete with each other. A good opportunity to show the students that there would always be someone one step above. But freshmen should not waste their time on this, right? Looking straight ahead, the man said that in fact, everything had already been decided. Everyone could participate. Frowning, he added that he hoped they would give him a list. The boy extended his hand forward and asked how many people should be registered, to which Vincent replied that there were about 12. 10 main ones, and 2 in reserve. The man lowered his head and said that, in his opinion, it was better to choose according to the Qianlong ranking. He crossed his arms and added that there was no water in it. An arch appeared, and it was said that according to one of the 3 lists, newly arrived students could also challenge. Vincent closed his eyes and said that if they followed Qianlong's list, there might be some omissions, because it only determined the actual combat ability. This is also the case with the guy, the champion of Emo City. His beast, Soul Colorful Glass Butterfly, is an auxiliary type, although he has reached the 7-star beast general. But if he fights alone, he will be at a disadvantage. Maybe he can't get into the top 10 rankings. But does that mean he is weak? If he teams up with a fellow 9-star Beast Soul General rank, his ability can compete with the Beast King rank. Raising his hand, the guy said that he understood what he meant. He uses Qianlong's ranking as a reference, but he does not adhere to it completely. After all, in the competition, there may be battles in pairs, right? To which the director replied that it is correct. Vincent stretched out his hand and said that this was the first national competition. It would be broadcast to the entire country. So, he hoped that everyone would do their best and strive to surpass them, to which he was answered with approval. Looking at the man, the boy asked that he was very pleased with the new students this time. Let him take a look. Looking at the tablet, he said that this young lady named Chloe is good. Why is he recruiting talents, even at the E rank? To which he was told to look below. The boy looked at him in amazement and said that the student is Harry. Beast Soul. Black Lizard Talent Rank exam result is 10 levels. How is this possible? To which the man replied that if he was not an examiner, he would not believe it after all. This was his first time participating in the test. He smirked when he heard what was so special about him, to which the teacher replied that he was a genius. He was looking forward to seeing his strength after training. A view of the building opened up. The hero sitting on the bed heard that in human terms, he was like a monk cultivating, not moving for a month, raising his hands up. Rick said that in the process of absorbing nuclear radiation, he mastered the S-level skill, nuclear breathing. Looking at him, the protagonist asked again, to which Rick replied that nuclear energy, breathing can emit light particles. With nuclear radiation, infrared rays can reach 55 degrees Celsius. Want to spend 1,000,000 evolution points on training? Grinning Harry replied that of course. And then for that, exchanging 1,000,000 evolution points for an S-level skill is profitable. To which the guide replied that he successfully acquired the S-level skill, nuclear breathing. Looking to the side, the pet said that this month he absorbed 2,500 crystals. Now he has 1.5 million evolution points. To which the hero replied that he sees the monk's practice is worth it. Let's see how much these evolution points can improve his level. The pet closed his eyes, hearing that he needs to spend 500,000 evolution points to improve his body. The thought came that for monster size is the most important thing. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist said that let him increase the hardness of the scale armor for 2,000 points, the sharpness of the claws for 200,000, and the power of the nuclear reactor for 300,000 points. Let him increase it. Harry looked at the notification. Looking at the hero, Rick said that now he is the leader among the masters of the level of the general of beasts. A little more and he will become a king. To which the hero replied that he thought that 1.5 million points would help him break through to the king level in one go. But in the end, he managed to jump from 3 stars to 7. Maybe he is just too greedy. Pointing to the package, the pet said that he still had 2,500 crystals left. If he absorbed them all, he could get at least 2.5 million evolution points. Frowning, the protagonist said that he did not know if this amount of points would be enough for him to break through to the level of the king of beasts. At once did not expect that from the level of the general, his development would be in the millions, and then thought that the higher the level, the more points are required. To which Rick replied that even if this does not work out, then high-quality crystals and capsules can be sold and replaced with low-quality crystals. Raising his hand up, Harry said that yes. The goal before the start of training is the rank of the king of beasts. The hero held a letter in his hands. Waving her hand, the girl turned to him. Charlie grinned hearing that, and why is he here? To which he replied that he returned home on business. Standing in front of the hero, he added that he would just pick them up and take them to the university. To which the protagonist responded approvingly. Walking on the train, the girl asked what he had been doing for 2 months. Had not responded to any messages. To which Harry replied that he had been practicing all this time. It was impossible to contact anyone. Looking to the side, he asked that she had probably been training too, to which the girl replied that of course. She had not only reached the rank of general, but also received 3 stars. Closing her eyes, she added that 2 months ago, he was a 3-star general and had now become stronger. So no matter how hard she tried, he would not catch up with her. To which the hero said that she was already very strong, and her level had increased significantly. Looking to the side, the teacher said that they had arrived. Putting his hand on his side, he said that they should come in. To which the girl replied that there was everything here. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that the regular seats on this train cost more than 100,000, and Charlie's teacher had a separate room, and a Lord-ranked master was treated specially. Looking at him, the teacher said that if everything went well, they would arrive at the university by evening. To which the protagonist asked what it meant if everything went well. Frowning, Charlie said that along the way, they might encounter monsters fighting each other. They call it beast tide. Sitting on the sofa, he added that accidents mostly happen when packs of beasts or several Lord-ranked monsters attack the train. Sometimes even King-ranked monsters are encountered. To which Harry replied that it sounds very dangerous. Grinning, the teacher said that he shouldn't worry. In any case, the probability of their appearance is extremely low. If this happens, he will try to delay them, so that they and the people on the train can escape. He can even hold out for 5 minutes against an Emperor-ranked monster. The train moved forward rapidly, and it occurred to him that with Charlie's strength, he could only hold back the Emperor rank for 5 minutes. Looking out the window, the hero thought that it seemed that this rank was much more terrifying than he imagined. People looked to the side in surprise. Standing in front of the teacher, the man said that 10 kilometers away, the radar detected that a pack of beasts was approaching them. At high speed, the girl shuddered in surprise when she heard that. She was afraid in 10 minutes. The man opened his eyes in fear and said that in 10 minutes, they would collide with the train. Standing in front of him, the teacher asked how big the beast tide was, to which the man replied that 3 beast kings, more than 50 generals, and about 300 battle beasts. 2 other beast soul masters hurried to meet them. Looking to the side, the teacher asked that they wanted to go together, said that the tide was small. Let them consider it as a model of a real battle. Before starting training, frowning, the hero replied approvingly, and the girl said that she would go. Then a view of the blue sky opened up. The train was moving forward at a rapid pace. A vehicle appeared, and the teacher asked if he could drive one, to which the protagonist replied that it shouldn't be a big deal, and the girl said that she had never done it. Taking the wheel, the man said that it was okay. He would go with Harry and let them follow him. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that he had simply run away. How irresponsible turning around. He added that he should get in. Sitting behind him, the student asked if he really knew how to drive it, to which the protagonist replied that no. But he didn't think it was difficult. He would learn while they were driving. Harry pressed the pedal. They quickly rushed forward, frowning. The hero thought that it was almost like riding a motorcycle. Sand mountains appeared. The protagonist rode forward and asked that there should be a wave of beast ahead, to which the teacher replied that he would remind them before they entered the battle. If they encountered a beast that was too tough for them, then they should get as far away from it as possible and not waste time. This was not a training battle. Their safety was above all else. Frowning, Charlie said about merging with the beast soul. The beast raised its hands up. The students shuddered when they saw it. A glow appeared around the paw, striking the ground. The beast said that the claw of the earth. The ground in front of him began to crack. The beast fell down. Cracks appeared on the surface. The hero, opening his eyes in surprise, thought that he had split the earth. If the master of the beast soul was capable of such a thing, then the rank of emperor, moving mountains and dividing the seas, could change the world. The beasts rushed forward. Jumping up, the girl said about merging. A blow flew at the monster. The monster swung its blows. The creature's eyes lit up. A glow appeared around the beasts. Looking straight ahead, the wolf shouted for him to run away. Blows flew at the monster. The thought appeared that everything was useless. The beast rushed forward using the red flame claw skill. The monster struck him. The beast flew to the side. Looking straight ahead, the beast thought that this porcupine was, at least at the last stage of the general rank. Harry was able to crush him in one blow. How strong was he? The train was moving forward rapidly. Frowning, the man said that he should take a look. The detection radar was out of order, to which the commander asked, "What was out of order? How was that possible?" Looking at the radar, the captain asked that the purple dots weren't supposed to be the kings of the beasts, to which he was told to wait. Something was wrong. There were only 3 kings. So where did the 4th dot come from? Pointing at the radar, the man said that it had disappeared. No, it looked like it was a beast king who could hide his presence. They should immediately report this to the soul masters. On the front lines, the man was lying on the ground. The monster was sitting above him. He raised his head up, looking to the side. The girl asked how many general rank beasts they had killed, to which the hero replied that he did not know. Probably about 10. A portal appeared near them. The beast raised his head up. The monster growled angrily. He tried to strike the beast. The beast looked at him in surprise, hearing that he should close his eyes or else he would get blood. Suddenly, a blow flew at the monster. Blood splattered. A loud scream was heard. The hero tore off the monster's arm, raising his hands up. Rick said that this beast lord was the best at stealth, to which he replied that it looked like they had been misinformed. There was another one looking at the monster. The protagonist said that a cowardly mongrel, could only hide and bark at him. Suddenly, the monster disappeared. Looking to the side, the girl said that he should be careful. He could appear anywhere. The monster suddenly swung his hand. A blow flew at him. The monster's paw was pierced by a thorn. Looking to the side, the protagonist asked why he decided to scratch his back. The creature raised its paw up. He opened his eyes in amazement. Closing his eyes, Harry asked that it was his turn now. He opened the monster's mouth. Its eyes lit up, opening his mouth. The hero said that he should try his nuclear breath to taste. Suddenly, he shot a beam. A bright glow flared up around. The teacher looked in amazement. Crouching down, the protagonist asked interestingly how much the crystal core of the Master of Beasts could be sold for. Standing in front of him, the man asked how he killed him, to which Harry asked again, didn't he see, raising his finger up. Charlie asked him to tell him honestly what level his strength was now, to which the hero replied that he had just broken through to the rank of Overlord, so a 1-star Beastmaster. The man looked at him in surprise and asked how he did it. During the test, he had a 3-star general, how he had grown in 2 months. Putting his hand to his face, the hero replied that he had a secret. Just let him not tell anyone. In fact, he can absorb the nuclear radiation of lower soul crystals. The girl looked at him in surprise and asked if he was okay, to which the protagonist responded approvingly. Closing her eyes, she said that thank you. Otherwise, she would have died. To which Harry said that in reality, she was very strong. She just got scared and lost her composure. The teacher grinned and said that after all, this was the first time she had encountered such a situation, and it was normal for a person to be nervous. To which the girl replied that Harry was right. Unforeseen situations on the battlefield could happen at any time. She should try harder so as not to let her comrades down. They grinned, looking at each other. The man looked at her in surprise and thought that they were really extraordinary. The train was moving forward rapidly. Frowning, the teacher thought that he did not expect that this boy could absorb nuclear radiation as energy. A genius among all the Beast Soul Masters. As the director said, an exceptional talent. Grinning, he said that he had collected all the loot in the storage badge when he was in the Beast Soul Palace. He would sell everything and give the money to him. Looking at the badge, the hero heard that sure, he had never used one before. He could apply for the same, but he would have to pay 1 million for 10 cubes of space. It would be better to buy lower crystals with this money, and he could borrow the badge if needed. To which the protagonist replied that thanks for telling him. This thing could come in handy. So he would think about buying it in the future. Putting his hands on his hips, Charlie said that he shouldn't worry. Their university doesn't deprive real talents of resources. If he can enter the top 10 of the Qianlong ranking, he will be able to choose a separate room in the dormitory, and he will also have the opportunity to represent the beast university in MO city at national competitions. To which Harry asked again and said that he understood. Rubbing her eyes, the girl turned to the teacher sitting on the bed. She said that the university is so rich, and the dorm rooms are designed for several people. It will be inconvenient for them to practice. To which the teacher replied that the dorm is a place for sleeping and resting. Students can visit the training rooms for free, which are open around the clock. Closing his eyes, the hero thought that he was lucky that such rooms exist. Otherwise, he would have been quickly exposed. And then heard that if he still wants a separate bedroom, he can donate 5 million to the school. The protagonist frowned and asked what 5 million is. It's a ripoff, and the girl asked, why so little, looking at her? Harry thought who the hell she was. The light was burning in the windows of the dorm of the Animal University of the city of Emma. The protagonist stood in front of the door, thinking that before conquering the Qianlong ranking, he would first settle in the dorm, and that it was good that Chloe decided to use the university's housing, and also that even though she had money, she couldn't squander it like that. The protagonist opened the door slightly. In front of him stood a dark-haired guy, who asked if he was the new roommate, and then greeted him and introduced himself. Mike smiled widely when he added that his beast soul was an 8-winged beast, and that he was a freshman. The boy stood at the door when Harry said his name, and said that he was from Shanghai City. Then he was asked if he was the talented guy who also had an E rank, B-Soul, after which the protagonist wondered if they knew him there. Frank stuck out his tongue and said no, but he had read his file, adding that he was cool. The protagonist stared straight ahead when he asked if he had seen his file and where, and if anyone could view first-year students' personal data. The guy was lying on the bed when he answered that he had his own methods, and that there was nothing in the university that he didn't know. Then Mike explained that the fat guy was very good at absorbing information. Frank looked smart when he said that he could tell him anything that interested him, and that, of course, information had a price, adding that such an obvious thing was not usually said. Harry looked at the guy carefully when he asked about his place in the Qianlong ranking, realizing that he was an informant. The dark-haired boy extended his hand to the protagonist when he asked how he could find out the list so quickly, since it was only his first day at the university, adding that if he was so interested, he could give him another one, and that it included all the first-year students, who would most likely be in the top 10. Then he was asked how much he would sell it for. Frank showed the protagonist 4 fingers when he explained that, since he was his roommate, he would give a 20% discount. Then the total would be 4,000 coins, and then he began to say the card number, after which Harry thought that he was a kind informant, and then wondered where he got such a thing. The fair-haired boy was sitting in front of a monitor. The characteristics of the students were listed on a piece of paper. The protagonist looked down thoughtfully, thinking about how there were a lot of hidden geniuses in MO City University, since half of the freshmen were already overlords, and how even Mike, who seemed like a funny guy to him, was an 8-star beast general, and how he wondered how strong Frank was. The protagonist looked away when someone exclaimed that the last roommate had arrived. Harry looked toward the boys. Jack looked down with displeasure when he greeted them, and introduced himself, adding that it was nice to meet them, and the boys thought about how evil he was. Mike and Frank opened their mouths wide, exclaiming that he was this year's champion in MO City, and that they were very lucky to be in the same room with the winner. The protagonist stared ahead, thinking that if he remembered correctly, his beast soul was a colorful glass butterfly, and that his talent rating was SSS rank. The boys were standing opposite each other when Frank exclaimed that if he was interested in any information, he would give him a 20% discount, and that if he himself knew something useful, he would buy it at a reasonable price. Then Mike said that he had enough bargaining, offering them to go eat, and then turned to the protagonist. Harry looked ahead with a smile and answered affirmatively. Clouds floated above the houses when he thought about how difficult his neighbors were, and that one of them was an 8-star general, another was a 2-star overlord, and the third was an informant. The boys walked together when Mike said that he had always dreamed of entering this university and that he had succeeded, adding that he felt like he was dreaming. Then Frank replied that the main thing was that he did not dream. When it was time to pay the bills, two girls were standing in front of them. The boys looked in one direction when the informant began to talk about the girl on the left. Bella touched her hair when he said her name, telling her that her rank B soul is the snow silkworm. Chloe looked away when Frank said her name, adding that her rank B soul is the nine-tailed snow fox. Mike looked at his comrade in surprise when he asked how he knew everything in such detail, to which he replied that he did not understand the power of information. The girls looked away carefully. Chloe waved at the protagonist, exclaiming that they had not seen each other for a long time. The protagonist shook Bella's hand when he asked her what she was talking about, reminding her that they had seen each other during the day and had recently broken up. Then his girlfriend replied that he was right, and then introduced her neighbor, whom he greeted. They stood in front of Frank, who wondered if they really knew each other. Harry pointed to his neighbors, introducing them, when Mike asked if he wasn't their informant and how he didn't know about it, to which Frank replied that he was gathering information, not matchmaking, so he didn't need to know what was going on between them. The girls turned away from the boys when the informant said that they were going to eat, then offered to come with them, to which Chloe replied that not today, since she had arranged to have lunch with her neighbor. So, some other time. Then the protagonist said goodbye to her. Frank's mouth dropped open behind him when he asked how he met her, adding that it seemed like they were close. The protagonist turned his head to the side when he asked if there was anything he didn't know, and if he wanted him to sell it to him at a 20% discount. Since he was a neighbor, the lanterns were shining brightly, as Harry thought that life on campus would be fun. The blonde boy was sitting with his arms folded 2 hours later, thinking that although he wanted to go back to the dorms and rest, he couldn't relax, because there were a lot of cool students at the university. Rick appeared, exclaiming that there was a high concentration of energy there, which was good for practicing. The protagonist's eyes were closed as he explained that this was a free room for beginner-level training, and there were paid ones for mid-level and high-level ones, in which the energy concentration should be even higher. And then he thought about how the rooms were too expensive, and how an hour of mid-level costs 1,000 and high 5,000. A system window appeared in front of Rick, as he said that it was an incredible coincidence that the boy absorbed all the low-level crystals, and that only high-quality and the B-Soul capsule remained. Then, the protagonist suggested that he check how many evolution points he would get by absorbing a high-quality crystal. Harry looked away in displeasure when he was congratulated for gaining 1,000 evolution points, and the boy replied that the result was exactly the same as absorbing low-quality crystals and that he had wasted 10,000 coins. Rick was in front of him when he said that it was okay since he still had the capsule. Something lit up in the protagonist's body. The animal raised its paw up when it congratulated him on successfully absorbing the beast soul capsule and on receiving a new talent. The protagonist looked ahead carefully, wondering if he had a talent column in his stats, assuming that it was a hidden parameter. Harry looked down thoughtfully when Rick said that the talent could increase the absorption speed by about 5%. Then the guy replied that he really felt like he was absorbing energy faster. The protagonist looked angry when the animal added that since he was there, he could not limit himself to taking one capsule a month, and that he could absorb as much as he wanted. Then the young man said that the B-Soul capsule was a good thing, but it was too expensive and that the price for one piece was 50,000. The clouds were floating above the building the next day. Frank had some papers in front of him when he was asked where the two were. Since it was only morning, he replied that they must be in the training room. The boy's bed was near the door. When he thought that, it seemed like he wasn't the only one who was training hard. The protagonist looked ahead seriously, deciding that he needed to go to the Beast Soul Palace and buy a batch of lower crystals. He brought the phone to his ear and greeted the one who asked him if he was awake, adding that he should come get the money. A man stood in front of him who said that all the crystal cores had been collected and that the portion given to him was 2.2 million. Then Harry thought about how much that was, realizing that this would solve his problem. Charlie looked at the boy carefully, as he added that he also exchanged 1 million for 10,000 lower soul crystals, and that the crystals and the rest of the money were in this badge, that he would lend him for a while. The protagonist then thanked the teacher, thinking that he was someone he could truly trust. The protagonist looked ahead with a smile, as he asked the man if he could help him with something, explaining that he wanted to exchange the remaining 1.2 million for B-Soul capsules, to which Charlie replied that the money was enough to buy 24 of them, and that it would last for 2 years, then wondered why he needed so many at once. They stood opposite each other as Harry asked him not to worry, adding that he knew when to stop. The teacher then said that was fine, and that he would go to the Beast's Soul Palace when he had time, and that he should train hard, because the Chi and Long rankings would be announced soon. Charlie touched the boy's shoulder, as he added that if he made it into the top 10, he would try to get him a place to represent their university in the competition. And the protagonist exclaimed that he understood. The protagonist was shown in profile, as he thought about how his goal was not to be in the top 10, but to be at the top of the list. The building was illuminated by the sun a little later. Harry sat cross-legged, as Rick congratulated him on successfully absorbing the nuclear radiation, adding that 1,000 evolution points were obtained, and that this time it only took 10 minutes. The blond boy stared ahead, as he guessed that it was because of the 5 reward capsules he absorbed, and that not only was the speed of absorbing energy from the air increasing, but the speed of assimilating the crystals as well. To which the Beast replied that, to be honest, he himself was not sure, and that when the teacher sent a batch of capsules, he would be able to check it. The protagonist glanced at the crystal as he agreed with him, saying that for now, they would continue to absorb them to increase their strength. A pile of rocks was shown when it was stated that time had passed. A pile of minerals became smaller as the days passed. 2 piles of crystals were shown. The piles of rocks became smaller when it was stated that more time had passed. The protagonist was holding a bag in his hand a few days later. In front of him were his neighbors, when he asked if today was a special day and why they were all there. And he thought about how the 3 usually left early and came back very late, except for Frank, who spent the whole day gathering information. The informant looked at Harry, when he wondered if the boy was so carried away by training that he even forgot that today was the first-year meeting. And the protagonist exclaimed that he really forgot. Frank smiled widely when he said that the 3 of them were training like monsters, suggesting that they wanted to enter the top 10 of the ranking. Mike looked ahead as he answered that with his 9-star general, he could only enter the top 100. But Jack, with his strength, could definitely enter the top 10. The dark-haired boy put his hand behind his head, as he said that although he was an overlord, his soul was an auxiliary soul, so he was bad at fighting, and that besides, there were a lot of talents in the university. So he was not sure. The protagonist looked ahead with interest, thinking that it seemed like the competition would be very fierce. This year clouds were floating above the university when he realized that he had to train hard. There were many people in the audience when someone exclaimed that he was the Emperor of Beasts, and that his turnout would show that the students were very important to the institution. Then someone asked if he didn't know that this year there would be a national competition for freshmen from famous universities, adding that the principal attached great importance to selecting the students who would represent them in the competition. Someone put a hand on the boy's shoulder. Charlie was standing next to him when the protagonist turned to him and asked why he was there, to which the man replied that teachers should also participate in the freshman competition. The boys looked away when the teacher said that they must be his neighbors. Then Frank exclaimed that he had long admired him. Harry's mouth fell open when he explained that it was his neighbor, who specialized in collecting information. Charlie looked down attentively when he asked him again, adding that he took after his father. The protagonist turned to Frank, who thanked the teacher and asked if they really knew each other. The teacher stood next to the protagonist when he explained that his father held a high position and that the young man would soon find out about it himself, adding that it was time for him to go. Mike turned his head to the side and asked who he was, and was told that he was a large, fierce bear who possessed an 8-star Lord rank soul and was one of the promising candidates for the Emperor rank. A man appeared on the stage in front of the boys, As someone exclaimed that Principal Vincent had arrived, Frank brought his hand to his mouth, yawning as the protagonist realized that he was the principal's son, adding that it was incredible. The mustachioed man looked forward, saying that he welcomed the teachers and students, and then introduced himself by stating his name and position, adding that he was glad to see them all there, and that they were freshmen of their university, as well as the future hope. Vincent was shown in profile, as he announced that the Chien long ranking would soon be officially opened, and that they would be facing the first stage of the struggle, warning that the higher the ranking, the more generous the rewards would be. Harry stared ahead, as the headmaster exclaimed that fate was always in their hands, and that talent meant nothing, because as long as they fought, they could change their fate. The mustachioed man opened his mouth wide, as he said that the strong had to fight, and that the M.O. City Beast University was the school with the highest death rate. However, since every single one of them had chosen them, that meant there were no spineless weaklings or cowards there. The headmaster was in front of the students, as he addressed them and asked if they realized this. The boys opened their mouths wide and answered in the affirmative. Dark silhouettes were seen in front of the building, as it was announced that the list had been posted. A system window with the names of the top 10 appeared, and the protagonist then thought that Frank's information had been useful, and that his assumptions were correct. The protagonist was shown in profile as he wondered where he stood. In that case, a screen appeared showing that Harry had rank 312, and he realized how low it was. There were students crowded in front of the university. The fair-haired youth looked ahead sadly, thinking that there really were many super talented students in the M.O. City Beast Academy, and that he had only ranked this high after 10 rounds of testing. The protagonist lowered his gaze thoughtfully as he wondered what the rules of the Tianlong ranking were. Rick touched his shoulder, exclaiming that he knew. The protagonist looked up at the lizard, who informed him that the first rule was that only a low rank could challenge a high rank, and the gap in ranks could not exceed 20. The second rule was that each day you could only challenge once, and the first 3 times you could not refuse the challenge thrown to you. The third rule was that each participant had the opportunity to challenge an opponent with a gap in rank, up to 100 once a week. The fourth rule was that the use of illegal drugs was prohibited, and the weapons used had to match their own level. And finally, the fifth rule was that if one of the parties admitted defeat during the fight, or was no longer able to fight, then the duel would immediately end. Rick crossed his paws over his chest as he added that, based on their current ranking, it would take about 16 days to get to the top. And Harry thought that if he added in the fact that they could challenge someone up to 100 times the ranking, once a week, that time could be cut in half. The blonde boy looked over at the students, who were asking about William, who had been ranked first as soon as the list was posted, and talking about how if he was still ranked first in 7 days, he would be admired, and that there would probably be a big change in the rankings. In 3 days, the boy lifted his foot off the ground, thinking that there would indeed be a lot of people competing for a higher spot, and that the situation was getting tense, and that he couldn't concentrate on training because of it. Frank stared ahead as Mike said that the protagonist was strange for continuing to train calmly at a time like this, and the young man replied that he wanted to buy the information from him for $1 million, but he refused. He imagined the smiling protagonist, who said that when he reached the top of Tianlong, they could discuss the price of his information again. Harry walked past the students when the informant thought that it was obvious that his goal was to fight for the first place in the ranking. And then he wondered about what kind of terrifying power he possessed. The lizard opened his mouth wide when he said that these were the capsules that Charlie sent, and that there were 24 in total, and then asked if the boy wanted to take them all at once. The protagonist looked ahead with a smile as he replied that he would try in parts. He covered his mouth with his hand. When he took 10 pieces, the protagonist pursed his lips, looking down. Harry sat with his hands folded in front of him, as Rick congratulated him on successfully absorbing and gaining several new skills. The blonde boy looked ahead confidently when he was told that he had gained 10 talent points. Then he replied that it was obvious that the absorption speed had increased greatly. There was a pile of minerals lying next to him. When he added that he would now check if the fusion speed with the crystals would also be increased. The protagonist sat with his eyes closed. Rick raised his paws up 7 minutes later, when he congratulated him on successfully absorbing nuclear radiation and gaining 1,000 evolution points. The protagonist opened his mouth, looking down when the lizard added that it had been 10 minutes before and was now 7. Then the boy said that his guesses were correct and that the absorption efficiency had also increased. The phone vibrated in his pants pocket. Harry brought the phone to his ear, answering that he was listening. Then he was informed that William and Adam would have a duel in the third arena in 10 minutes, and that he should hurry. The blonde boy opened his mouth wide when he asked about the first and third place fighting, and then exclaimed that he would be there soon. The arena of the Beast University of Emo City was empty. The protagonist looked straight when he was addressed and invited to come. The teacher waved to him. The men stood in front of the protagonist when Jasper addressed his comrade, saying that he treated this guy like a treasure, adding that he even brought him to the competition and then offered to tie him to himself. Then Charlie replied that he would rather help those in need than talk nonstop. The teachers looked at the guy when the tall man explained that he was his friend, who was one of the teachers. Then Harry greeted him. Charlie looked at Jasper, who said that he was always talking about him, and then asked the boy if he had chosen a mentor yet and why he shouldn't become his student. Then his friend replied that he invited him to watch the fight and not to lure students to his side. The man with glasses turned his head to the teacher when he asked who of the two had a higher chance of winning, to which he replied that he didn't know because he didn't know them. The protagonist stood in front of them when Jasper asked him what he thought. Then the guy replied that he didn't know them either. Adam took a step forward when everyone shouted that they were out and that this was the third in the ranking. The red-haired guy looked forward intently. The boy crossed his arms over his chest. He lowered his smug look when it was announced that this was William. The first in the ranking. There were spectators in the stands when someone announced that this match would be between Adam, who was ranked third, and the guy ranked first in Shenlong. And then the start of the match was announced. William looked forward with his arms crossed when he said that he was the one who challenged him first, and then asked if he thought he would chicken out. Adam lowered his stern gaze when he exclaimed that he was the first one. The guy looked askance when he asked again, saying that he should teach him a lesson since he was so overconfident. A huge centipede appeared when he used the Beast Soul fusion skill. The student sat behind the protagonist, who thought that this was the king of the SSS-ranked Golden Wing centipedes, and that its overwhelming power was at least that of an overlord. Adam's eye gleamed as he exclaimed that it looked like there was an opponent he would be looking forward to. The huge beast opened its mouth wide as it used the Beast Soul fusion technique. Harry stood in the stands. He stared ahead as he wondered about Adam being a beast master too, and who would when beasts appeared in the arena. Charlie looked at his comrade, who said that these kids were full of energy and that at their age, he could only dream of such strength. Then the teacher replied that they had already brought this up and that this year's first years were far from ordinary. Each one was better than the other. Light emanated from the beast's mouth. A bright sphere formed there. A stream of fire rushed towards the opponent. The centipede looked ahead. It deftly dodged the explosion. The beast stood in front of him. As William asked if this was all he could do, the tiger put its paws out to the sides. We told him not to delude himself and to win first. The animal suddenly took off. The beast's eye glowed green. The tiger swung its clawed paw at him. Green liquid splashed in all directions. The protagonist stared ahead, thinking that Adam's red flame tiger was superior to his opponent in strength, speed, agility, and explosive power, and that there was a chance that even William would not be able to dodge his attacks. The teacher stood nearby when Jasper said that the third place was acting cautiously, checked the enemy from a distance, then quickly closed in and caught him off guard. Then his comrade added that this guy's fighting experience was simply amazing. The man with glasses raised his hand to his face as he said that. Watching the distance, one can wonder if William really deserves the first place in the Tianlong list. Then Charlie asked the protagonist if he was scared to watch, warning that the fight for the top of the rankings would be very difficult. Jasper looked thoughtful, thinking about how it was not easy to get into university with the soul of an I-rank beast. But was his desire to lead Xianlong too arrogant? Harry looked indifferently ahead as he said that it was a trap. Then he was asked again, after which the guy explained that Adam fell into William's trap. Sweat appeared on Jasper's face as he wondered how he knew. The tiger stretched out its paw forward. The beast's pupils narrowed when it thought about the last blow left. It broke away. Adam looked shocked. The centipede grabbed him. The tiger opened its mouth wide and told them to leave it behind. William's green eyes flashed. The animals were engulfed in flames. The centipede opened its mouth frozen. It spat out a green liquid. Adam inhaled the poison. Jasper turned to the boy and said that he had indeed lured him into a trap, then asked the boy how he knew about it. Harry was shown in profile. When he answered that the best way to lull an enemy's vigilance was to show weakness, and that William could hold on to the top of the rankings, not to mention whether he was worthy of it. Summing up that his fighting skills were not inferior to Adam's, the teachers looked in the same direction. When Jasper thought about how he never imagined the protagonist would be so perceptive, since they usually ignored the details. But he, without relaxing, was completely immersed in the process. Charlie put a hand on his back when he said that the youth would be smarter than him, adding that he should watch his language, since he himself was most likely standing there, not thinking about anything. The men put their hands on their hips when he exclaimed that, even if he himself did not notice anything. He had an attentive student. Then his comrade replied that he should not underestimate him. The tiger's eyes glowed when he ordered him to stop. Bright flames engulfed the animals. The centipede was in front of Adam. The tiger rushed towards the opponent swinging. He delivered a powerful blow with his elbow. The spectators looked shocked when they started talking about how William would lose and how Adam could turn things around in his favor in such a situation, and also how one SS rank B soul could not win. So he was still inferior to the opponent in skills. Jasper stood next to Charlie when he turned to the protagonist and asked him how he thought William could lose. The protagonist opened his mouth and answered in the negative. He looked forward confidently when he added that Adam would lose. The men stood to the side of him when the teacher asked him again, asking why he thought so, because no matter how you look at it, he had every chance of winning. Harry's mouth opened wide when he said that the man had definitely noticed and was most likely testing him. The animals stood facing each other when Charlie replied that nothing could be hidden from a boy. Then the boy explained that Adam's attacks were fierce but hasty, and that the poison should soon take effect. The tiger opened its mouth. Breathing heavily, the centipede's eyes glowed when William advised the opponent to give up, since he did not have a single chance, adding that it might not be too late to go to the infirmary and remove the poison, but he could not vouch for the consequences. Adam bared his sharp fangs, exclaiming that he would never do that. He rushed towards the opponent. The centipede's eyes sparkled green when he called him a fool. William attacked the tiger with his tail. Adam hit his face on the ground. The opponent lay in front of the centipede. When the protagonist thought about how, having fallen into its trap, he had already lost, and that although William was in first place now, more serious opponents awaited him in the future, the man raised his hand and announced the winner. Charlie was shown in profile, as he said that if Adam had not been poisoned, the fight could have been more exciting. He looked at Jasper, who replied that if he thought like Harry, the outcome would have certainly changed. And he thought about how the guy was obviously a beginner, but had the insight of a seasoned hunter and how this scared him. The protagonist turned to the men when the teacher addressed him and asked if he knew why he had invited him to watch the fight, to which he replied that Charlie wanted him to admire the young talents. The teacher frowned forward as he said that everything was correct and that he needed to clearly know his own position, the strength of his opponent, and realized the need for self-improvement, adding that if he wanted to be at the top of the rankings, he should not relax. The protagonist smiled as he thanked him, adding that he understood everything. Harry was sitting on the floor an hour later in the meditation room when Rick asked him about his impressions of the duel, to which he replied that William had definitely reached the 4-star level of Beastmaster, and Adam, if not 4-star. Then at most 3-star, the boy remembered the Duel of the Beasts, when he added that the former simply released a poisonous cloud, while the latter was a master of controlling the Scarlet Flame, and that given this data, their strength in real combat was much higher than others of the same level. Then the lizard said that they were indeed worthy of their place in the Qianlong list. The protagonist sat with his legs bent when he said that, moreover, aiming for the first place, William undoubtedly had the advantage, and that the question was whether Frank would be able to get such information. Then Rick asked about the youth's chances against them. The protagonist raised his hand to his face as he answered that it was about 3 to 7, and that 3 was for him and 7 was for Adam, and that he had good intuition and developed fighting skills, but in a duel to the death, his chances were not so high, not to mention William. Then the lizard said that their souls were S rank, and that they were geniuses. But the guy had to compensate for their shortcomings in order to be sure to win. Harry looked forward seriously as he answered in the affirmative, adding that he would definitely try, and that there was less than a month left until the national competition, and that he should be on the list. Then Rick reminded him that he also had 1 million in used evolution points left, with which he could rise to a 2-star master. The crystals were lying in the guy's palm, as he suggested, continuing the meditation, to which the lizard agreed. The sun was shining on the leaves. A week later, Rick was in front of the protagonist. The protagonist opened his mouth and exhaled. A system window with characteristics appeared in front of him, when the lizard exclaimed that he had leveled up a lot, to which the young man replied that he had been saving evolution points since receiving the rank of Beastmaster, and that at the moment he already had more than 3 million. The guy looked at Rick, who asked how he would distribute the points, when Harry said that if it were not for the experience boost, he would not have been able to accumulate so much. The guy bent 2 fingers when he explained that 200,000 would go to the hardness of the scales, another 200 each for the sharpness of the claws and the sharpness of the teeth, and the same amount to increase the power of nuclear, breath, and capacity. The protagonist looked at his hand half an hour later, when the lizard congratulated him on receiving the 2nd star, informing him that there were still 1.75 million points left. Then the young man said that it was a pity that he did not reach the 3rd star, but it was still not bad. They headed for the exit, when the protagonist said that it was time to test their abilities. Then Rick agreed, with him answering that he had not appeared in the dorm for a week and slept for 2 or 3 hours, thinking that according to the description, he was a real monster. Frank looked ahead in the bedroom in surprise and asked why he showed up. Harry looked ahead in confusion when he asked if it was really impossible, reminding him that this was a dorm. The neighbor was standing in front of him when he answered that he had already gone crazy from pumping up and that they had not seen each other for a long time. Then the protagonist asked about where Jack and Mike were. The informant was holding a bag in front of him when he answered that the second was seriously injured and that he came for a change of clothes, and the first made an appointment with the neighbor's offender tonight and was probably training for now. The protagonist looked ahead tensely and wondered why he needed this at all. Frank stood in front of him when he answered that a kind person like Mike would never conflict with anyone, and that there were simply too many raiding hunters, so Jack had to stick his head out. Then Harry asked him again. The informant imagined a dark silhouette, where he said that he also did not know, explaining that this was a recently formed group of first years, and that they used strong students to get to the top, and then give up places to the weak. The protagonist looked at his neighbor when he asked him to tell in more detail. He imagined people with flags when he said that at first, the stronger first years fight for a place on the list, and then deliberately lose to weaker members of the group in order to pass on the rating to them. He imagined people with bills when he added that, moreover, in order to maintain their indicators, participants must make a weekly contribution, and those who want to get a higher rating are obliged to pay much more. The protagonist leaned towards his neighbor when he asked about the fact that they should not be thrown out of the list if they do not match the skill. Frank frowned heavily as he replied that no, and that their position was maintained. as long as the money was coming in, and that if they dared to challenge the man they were protecting, they could become a target. Summing up that Mike couldn't stand it, so he challenged them to a fight, but was badly injured. The boys looked at each other when Harry said that it was indeed his style, asking if the university didn't care. Then the informant wondered if he had forgotten that their academy admired its students more than any other, so of course no one was going to interfere. The protagonist imagined the fighting people when he thought that this university was even more brutal than he imagined, and that he was starting to like it more and more. Frank sat in front of the protagonist, who asked who founded the organization, suggesting that perhaps someone not so strong had thought of such thing. Harry looked worriedly at his neighbor, who replied that William was the creator of the group of hunters. Frowning, the hero asked if he wasn't first on the list. Looking at him, the guy replied that he hadn't been first for a long time, and that he was considered a hidden talent among the current first-year students holding the phone in his hands. He added that he should look at the ranking table. The phone had a list of leaders written on it. Frowning, the guy said that on the second day after the list was published, William created an organization of hunters for the ranking. He recruited a bunch of strong guys. Looking down, he added that William promised a lot of privileges. Now 1/3 of all students in his organization, but some did not join, putting his hand to his face. The protagonist said that they do not get along, so it is not surprising that about the other. He did not suspect his strength. Frank smiled and said that it took him only 4 days to get to the top, which is funny. Many hunters challenged him, but were just another obstacle. This really angered William, to which Harry asked that he lost to him. Looking straight, the guy answered that, to be honest, their souls are different. For example, one can fly. It is impossible to catch him with a poisonous spit. So he wanted a view of the sky opened up. It was heard that a little later, he would send him a video of their battle to watch. Now he needs to run. To which the hero replied that he is with him lying on the bed. The guy asked what happened, holding the basket in his hands. The protagonist asked how he was, to which the guy replied that he was fine. Frowning, Frank asked that he was fine in some place, to which the guy apologized, grinning. Mike asked that, by the way, today is Jack's meeting with that guy. Looking at him, the guy replied that yes. In the evening in the 7th arena, Mike closed his eyes and said that it was all his fault. If only he was a little stronger, then nothing would have happened. To which the guy replied that okay, let him lie, still otherwise he will need to be bandaged again. Looking straight ahead, the hero asked that the one Jack was fighting today had wounded him. Right, it got dark outside. Sitting in the stands, Frank said that today's opponent is called Nate. He is in 25th place, but he is stubbornly fighting for him. He hopes that Jack will cope, because in this fight the opponent did not show all his strength. Looking away, the protagonist asked that he didn't seem to care about his ranking at all, to which the guy replied that yes. It was too hard for him to fight for a place on the list, so all he could do was upgrade his intelligence. Grinning, he asked that he didn't think that his father helped him with everything, that he relied solely on himself to collect information and then sell it, that he wanted to become the largest seller of intelligence services in China. To which the protagonist replied that it seemed like the rich didn't have it easy either. Raising his head up, the guy said that, to tell the truth, he had a brother. He was incredibly talented, but he entered Yinjing University for the sake of conspiracy. He really wanted to be his assistant, which is one of the reasons he collected information. The hero thought about his brother. Looking around, he thought that it was hard to imagine what kind of person his older brother was. Looking at the arena, the guy said that, well, that's it. It's already begun. The guy raised his hand up. He smiled and asked what he was going to stand up for that trash. The fighter crossed his arms. He frowned and said that they had gone too far, pointing to the side. The guy asked what he was talking about, fighting that weakling. That was hilarious. He was so weak that he asked others to stand up for him, clenching his fist. The fighter asked what the hunters really had no conscience, to which he replied that, what difference did it make when the university itself didn't care? Heard that he was one of the strongest in this city and knew what he thought, grinning. The guy said that for him, he was the same trash as that Mike. The fighter flexed his fists, stretching his arms out to the sides. He shouted about merging, surprised. His eyes widening, the guy asked, What god frowning? Nate added that two pointing upward. He shouted that his spirit. What a cute butterfly was afraid. Sticking out his tongue, the guy said. That his shiny wings were just right for sticking needles into them. Suddenly he shouted about fusion. He transformed into a huge beast. The fighters stood in front of each other. The crowd shouted in admiration. That's why the appearance of Jack's spirit was different. I heard that it was a purely auxiliary soul with no combat power. How to fight it? Nate's four-armed demonic monkey was an aggressive soul. Jack was in danger, looking to the side. The guy said that Nate was incredibly strong. He had every chance of getting into the top 10 rankings. Did Jack have a chance to win? Asked what he thought who would win. The monkey jumped up. It was heard that he did not know yet. But now, obviously, the monkey had the advantage, standing in front of his opponent. Jack used acceleration. The monkey missed his blow. She froze in amazement, looking to the side. Nate asked again, looking at him. Jack used rage. Suddenly, he rushed forward. A blow flew at the monkey. Nate fell to the ground, frowning. The hero said that this is what the glass butterfly's power is. To which the guy replied that despite the mediocrity of the soul, it is still necessary to reckon with it. If Nate relaxes, he will suffer. The butterfly looked forward. The monkey's eyes lit up, and he shouted the name of his opponent. Swinging, he added that he should die. Jack looked surprised. He released beams in front of him. A blow flew at the monkey. Frowning, the guy said that yes. He has gone crazy, to which the protagonist replied that no. These are attempts to push Jack to the edge of the ring in order to limit the space for movement and create an opportunity for an attack. Jack looked forward. The monkey rushed towards him. It was heard that fighting in a confined space deliberately limits the combat zone, which is different from fighting in the field. So Nate is trying to close the distance and reduce the effectiveness of the butterfly's attacks to a minimum. Frank looked surprised and asked what was going on. Jack's situation is terrible. Swinging, Nate said that he was sure that he was not capable of more, that he should stop running. Stretching his hand forward, he added that he would accept defeat. Looking at him, the guy used weakness. They rushed towards each other. The monkey's eyes lit up, and he said that he could not move, standing in front of him. The moth replied that he would not be able to reduce the space. Space appeared around him, and he added that the outcome of the fight was already predetermined. Smiling, Nate said that although he would be cooler than that scum, he would not stop being trash. A glow appeared around him. Looking straight ahead, Jack said, "Damn, an attack from the air." Red beams flew off the monkey, and he shouted a stream of punches. Jack parried his attacks suddenly. He fell to the ground, smiling. Nate said it was time to torture him a little. Suddenly, he struck his opponent. The monkey's eyes lit up. Blood flew out of Jack's mouth. Standing still, the monkey said that he knew he could fly. Looking at his hand, he added that that's why he prepared an air punch. Throwing attacks, Nate asked what was still trying to fight. A punch flew at Jack. The monkey's eyes lit up, frowning. Frank said, "Oh shit. Where's the referee? Why isn't anyone announcing the results of the fight? That bastard is going to kill him." The blows flew at the moth. It was heard that this was a failure. The auxiliary soul could not protect anyone. Weak, but likes to stand up for others. Hopes that he will remember today's lesson for a long time. Idiot. Let him stop. Victory is already his. Stretching his hand forward, the man said that based on the results of the duel, he will take Jack's place in the ranking and become the 18th. Raising his hands up, Nate said that he would like to continue. He will wait for the call at any time. But now his place is next to his scum friend in the infirmary. Looking straight ahead, he heard that he was addressed. The guy was walking forward. He frowned and asked that he had completely lost his conscience. Smiling, Nate replied that what difference did it make to him? It concerns only him and Jack. If he wants to fight, let him go to William. Adam angrily clenched his teeth and asked what. He said he will twist him into a ram's horn now, believe it or not, with his arms outstretched. The boy asked what was threatening. Said it was a pity that the man higher on the list couldn't challenge the man lower. Adam frowned and said he was Frank, glared and said the hell of it. He looked at him in surprise and turned to the hero. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that if it came down to it, let him fight him, frowning. The guy asked what kind of weirdo this was standing in front of him. Harry replied that he was Jack's friend. Pointing forward, he added that he was rank 312th. so he should accept the challenge. Putting his hand to his face, the guy shouted that he was rank 312th, gritting his teeth. He added that he wanted to fight according to the rules. He had no right to challenge him. He was tired of living. The hero grinned and replied that he really couldn't do it now, but in 12 days he would get to him. Looking straight ahead, Nate asked what 12 days were. And then for that. In order to challenge him in such a short amount of time, he would have to go through extreme tests, one after another, every day, sticking out his tongue. He said that since he was so confident in himself, he would wait if he failed. He would personally come and break his bones. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that he shouldn't worry. He would wait. Frank rushed forward and addressed the guy lying on the ground. Jack said that he should forgive him. He lost looking at him. Harry replied that he should rest and recover. He would leave the rest to him. Looking away, he added that thanks for standing up for him, to which Adam replied that they were not happy with the behavior of the hunters. Before looking down, the guy said that he sees is not one of the timid. He decided to challenge Nate. Sitting on the ground, the hero asked that if you were afraid of everything, then what was the point of coming here? Said that he should forgive. They need to go to the infirmary. Standing behind them, the guy answered approvingly, grinning. He thought that friendship with Harry would not be superfluous. A ward in the infirmary appeared. Standing next to the guy, Frank asked what was going on in the ring. He was not joking, to which the protagonist replied that what? So it seems he thinks he will not be able to cope with Nate. Frowning, the guy said he didn't know. Asked what his real strength was. Lowering his head, the hero said that they would find out in 12 days. The guy sat silently grinning. Fred asked that he really thought highly of himself, since he challenged Nate, and skipped 50 positions in the ranking to beat him. Raising his hands up, the protagonist replied that he should talk less. The guy opened his mouth wide and shouted that he was so impatient, well as he wanted. Suddenly he transformed into a beast. They stood in front of each other grinning. Fred said that he should take care of himself. He spun sharply around the hero. His eyes lit up, and the guy said that he should not twitch and die in his arms. He looked surprised hearing that good moves. Looking straight ahead, Harry said that, but unfortunately not good enough for him. Suddenly a bright light flashed around him, looking at him in fear. The snake thought that this was the power of the beast. Master level, he was no match for him. He opened his eyes in amazement hearing that okay. It was time to finish. Raising his head up, Fred shouted that he admitted defeat. Rays appeared. It was heard that the victory was for Harry that so quickly. This guy, turns out, is the level of the master, so it was not difficult for him to win. Grinning, the guy said that, oh, he is a scoundrel. All this time he hid such power. To which Harry asked that he really came to his senses and decided to help him with reconnaissance. Closing his eyes, Frank said that no. He had a great idea how to make money. Interesting, to which the hero replied that. Let him talk, and then thought that money would not hurt him. Smiling, the guy said that. The story about him in yesterday's battle quickly spread throughout the university, so now he is incredibly popular. He is going to open a betting office. Harry will be able to remain undefeated for 12 days or not. The guy froze in amazement and said that in order to prepare well, he needs to know his true strength. To which the protagonist replied that he is approximately a 2-star. Beast Master, stretching his hand forward. He asked what it means he is stronger than Jack, and then thought that he was pretending on purpose. Grinning, Frank asked how sure he is that he will last undefeated for all 12 days. To which Harry replied that he is approximately 95% and higher. Opponents below the top 20 do not pose any danger to him. Closing his eyes, the guy said okay. He will bet 10 million. The winnings will be divided 60 to 40. To which the hero asked if that is too much. Smiling, he answered that of course not. He is the key to their success. The view of the university cafeteria opened up. Nate was sitting at the table. He froze hearing that it was a great job. Turning around, the guy asked what the hell had brought him here. To which William replied that he had heard someone had challenged him after yesterday's duel. Closing his eyes, Nate said that there had been some clown from the 312th place. What was so interesting about that crouching down? The guy replied that it looked like the news hadn't reached him yet. This kid had already risen to the 262nd, and they said that he was a beast master sitting in front of him. Nate asked again. William grinned and said that he had overheard it and decided to inform him, sticking out his tongue. The guy replied that it didn't matter who he was. He shouldn't worry. He wouldn't let him stick his nose into the organization's affairs. Waving his hand, William said that then he would expect good news from him. Frowning, the boy thought that the Beastmaster was eager to see him in action. Arena number 53 appeared, putting his hand to his face. The hero thought that as far as he knew. This time, the opponent would be a guy with the soul of a moon shadow leopard, ranked 242nd and known for his speed. Looking at him, Frank thought that Grinning, he added that he completely trusted him and was even more inspired than yesterday. Standing in front of the boy, the protagonist asked him what he should continue to pretend, to which Frank replied that naturally after the opening of bets, the odds change in real time. How could they make money if he did it quickly? Looking straight ahead, Harry asked what he meant by a rigged duel. Raising 2 fingers up, the guy replied that of course not. What made him think that it would be rigged? It was just a business strategy. He would still have to win in the end. The idea was to take advantage of all the advantages. First convince the audience of the high probability of his loss, and then win so they could earn much more. Looking at him, the hero said okay, and he added that their earnings depended only on him. Frowning, the protagonist thought that yesterday he demonstrated the power of the Beast Lord, and Frank was doing a great job of promoting his bets. Now at least half of the university knew that he was going to challenge Nate, so it was no wonder there were so many spectators. A question was heard that he was Harry standing in front of the hero. The guy said that he was really unlucky to accept a challenge from the Beast Lord, stretching his arms out to the sides. He added that he was not going to admit his defeat so easily. Let him show what he was capable of. Suddenly the guy transformed into a beast. The hero suddenly activated the fusion. The beast's eyes lit up, and he thought that it would be nice to suppress the Beast Lord. Crouching down, he added that he was a 9-star after all. He should be able to handle it. Suddenly the beast struck a sharp blow. The hero's eyes lit up, looking to the side. The guy thought that he had wounded him. His advantage was in speed. The protagonist swung. The thought appeared that he would simply do as Frank said. He struck and added that he would play around a little. The beast dodged his blow. He swung sharply at him, looking straight ahead. The guy thought that this seemed to be the whole point of the Beast Lord's true power. People looked at him in amazement. It was heard that how is it that the Lord cannot handle him? And how is he going to fight Nate? Yesterday, someone organized a bet. Will Harry be able to win within 12 days or not? He is afraid with such power. It will be difficult for him to win. Putting his hand to his face, the guy thought that it seemed that the goal had been achieved. There were more and more people doubting Harry. The better he showed his acting skills, the more money they could earn. The hero was hit with many blows. Stepping on the ground, the opponent thought that if he continued in the same spirit swinging, he added that he might even be able to defeat the Beast Lord. Suddenly, a blow flew at him. The beast crashed into the wall. The guy fell to the ground. People looked at him in admiration. The main character stood still. His eyes lit up, frowning. The guy thought that maybe it was a coincidence. But the blow at that very moment, he opened his eyes in amazement and added that he could not have avoided it. The crowd indignantly shouted that what the hell? The Beast Lord turned out to be stronger than an ordinary soul owner. What were we even talking about? Harry is so strong that he can take him out with one blow. It turns out that in the first half of the fight, he was just pretending and did not show his true strength. Frank looked away, running up to the hero. He said that it was done well, to which the protagonist replied that yes, he played like a real actor. Closing his eyes, the guy said that it was even better. Most people were wary of him now. They didn't think that their plan would be figured out quickly, so they would continue lying in the room. Harry thought that today, after the fight, he had received not only 2 treasure chests, but also the beast's artifact. Grinning, He added that he could sell it and continue to defeat weaker opponents, plus a generous reward for opening the chests and a share of the bets. The hero moved forward 100 positions. Entering the room, he thought that over these few days, he had unexpectedly encountered several pumped-up opponents, had to admit defeat before the fight and give up the treasure chests. Looking at him, a guy asked why he was so sad, said that they still had a chance. They should be happy, closing his eyes. The protagonist asked if there was any information about tomorrow's opponent. Frank handed him the tablet and said that he had prepared it especially for him. Harry took the tablet in his hands, frowning. He said that he looked powerful, to which the guy replied that of course. After losing to Nate, he joined the hunter squad. All the students thought that he would fail. Smiling, Frank said that when he defeats him, everyone will finally see his true strength, so he will close the bets before the fight. In a duel with him, he cannot hold back. He will show everything he is capable of. Looking at him, the hero replied that it was good. It was finally time to have fun. The girl was sitting in the leveling room. Suddenly, a notification came to her phone. Looking away, she asked what happened, to which Bella replied that Harry had a fight today. She would come to watch, putting her hand to her face. The girl asked what and how strong this guy was. Bella closed her eyes and replied that he was ranked 92nd, a 1-star Beastmaster. She lowered her head and said that he was a 1-star Beastmaster, with her arms outstretched to the sides. The girl said that. She didn't seem to be worried at all about Harry losing. Chloe smirked and replied that he was very strong. She believed in his victory, putting her finger to her face. The girl said that she was confident in her boyfriend. Chloe opened her eyes wide and said that he wasn't her boyfriend. Don't talk nonsense, they were just fellow countrymen. With her arms outstretched, Bella replied that it was good. She also wanted to know why. She wasn't participating in the raiding battles. She should be able to handle at least the next 50. Looking away, the girl replied that the teacher said that there was no point in fighting for a reward. First you need to level up and then act. Bella closed her eyes and said that the reward. Her teacher had a lot of money or something to pay for the best room, for pumping every month, to equip the energy collection system with high-level crystals. Waving her hand, she added that okay. She would go and have a look, then tell her, to which the girl thanked her. Arena number 26 appeared looking at the arena. The hero asked why there were so many people today, to which the guy replied that about half of them had placed bets. The rest had just come running for the hype. Frowning, he added that the betting would close, so let him give it his all, to which the protagonist replied that he could rely on him, stretching his arms out to the sides. The rival asked where Harry was. He looked around, standing in front of him. The hero replied that he was here. Joe frowned and asked what he was threatening Nate, and dared to say that he would not lose even once in 12 days, to which he asked again what and what. It is impossible, looking straight. The guy said that of course it is possible. Unfortunately, his self-confidence will be his undoing. He will bring him down to earth. Frowning, the protagonist replied that he should try. Suddenly, they activated the merger. The animals stood in front of each other. People looked in surprised. It was heard that Joe was so strong, one of the strongest first years. Although Harry is the master of the animals in the last competitions, he was not particularly impressed. Now everyone calls him a chatterbox. Be that as it may, she bet on Harry's loss. She does not even imagine what is in the heads of those who count on his victory. Looking straight, Joe said that. By the way, he forgot to say he deliberately bet on his defeat. 5 million. The hero looked at him in surprise and asked what he had bet. 5 million on him losing. The beast grinned and asked what had happened. You should have bet on winning. The protagonist hung his head and said it didn't matter. He didn't want to say thank you. Joe looked at him in surprise and asked what for. Standing in front of him, Harry replied that he would find out soon. The rival said how fast he was. The intelligence guy said that his soul belonged to the power category. His eyes wide open, suddenly beams appeared around him. They swung at each other. The hero flew to the side, gritting his teeth. Joe thought that even though he only had 1 master star, he could match him in speed with 2 stars. He wouldn't die, he would suffer badly. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in surprise. The protagonist struck, and the thought appeared that everything was possible. The beast released flames. thinking that he had forced it himself. The hero's eyes lit up, and he replied that he was unlucky. Opening his mouth, he added that he was caught. Exactly when the audience did not need his acting. While delivering a blow, the protagonist said goodbye. Joe flew to the side and asked, "How?" So he fell to the ground. Looking straight ahead, Harry heard that the duel was over. He had won. The spectators' eyes widened in amazement. People were perplexed. The beast was lying on the ground. People raised their hands up. It was heard that damn. They did not believe their eyes. Harry really won. That's great. He decided to bet 200,000 on him, and his intuition did not fail him. With her eyes wide open, the girl thought that he had knocked Joe out with one blow, even though she was a beast lord with a second star. But it would be hard for her to resist him too. No wonder Chloe was so confident in him. Looking at the hero, Rick said that he won and got a golden treasure chest, to which he asked what could be opened now. And the pet replied that, of course. Only he could see the contents. Grinning, he added that the chest was successfully opened. 50,000 evolution points and a beast master level artifact were received. The hero opened his eyes in surprise, hearing that this claw was a Beast King level artifact. When struck, the claws are charged with lightning light, which gives increased attack speed, as well as a bonus to lightning attribute damage. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that this is much better than the Flame Claw. It is a common level, but it can be sold for a good price, to which he was asked what it was. Rushing forward, Frank turned to him. Closing his eyes, he shouted that what a beautiful victory. Now they are incredibly rich. Standing in front of him, Harry replied that that's great. It was heard that he, it turns out, is still capable of something. The guy clapped and said that he watched the duel. It was exciting. Frowning, Frank asked what he came for. Smiling, Nate said that he just wanted to see how his roommates were. Lowering his head, the hero said that he shouldn't worry about it. Standing in front of him, the guy said that there was no question of any excitement. He only had a few days left. He should go and check on them. Suddenly, he pushed Frank. Nate looked away and said that when he fought Joe, he didn't waste so much time. Frowning, Frank asked how he wasn't tired of mocking everyone. Yet turning his head, the protagonist said that he should let him rage. Looking straight ahead, he added that he would look at him. It was time to say goodbye to life. 3 days later, Harry moved to 32nd place. He was sitting in the leveling room, looking straight ahead. The hero said that he finally reached 3 Beast Master Stars, to which Rick replied that tomorrow he would be able to challenge Nate. Grinning, the protagonist replied that yes. Over the past few days, his opponents had not brought him any valuable rewards. He already imagined what the chest would be like after defeating Nate. The next morning came smiling. Frank said that, by the way, a couple of days ago he opened a new bet, to which the protagonist asked something like whether Harry would be able to defeat Nate, and how much he bet, stretching his hand forward. The guy replied that 1-to-1 and 2-to-1. People would not dare to bet large amounts, since they saw his true strength. So the chances of hitting the jackpot are small. To which Harry said that then he would bet 6 million on himself. Frank looked surprised and said that this was all the winnings he had given him. It seemed that this time he was really serious. Grinning, the hero said that he would see there sitting in the medical center. The guy asked what brought them here. Frank handed him the bag and said that here are the buns from the 3rd canteen, still hot, to which the guy thanked him. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked how Jack was doing, to which Mike replied that he was not doing well. The wounds were deep. Fortunately, he was at the level of the Overlord. Otherwise, he would have already been expelled. Looking to the side, the guy asked what had suddenly come, to which Frank replied that they had brought breakfast here. Let him eat. Looking straight ahead, Harry thought that in the battle with Nate, not only Jack's body was defeated, but also his spirit. The guy was lying on the bed. A thought appeared that his bruised pride would not allow him to live in peace, and he would begin to doubt his abilities. No one would help him here, only by entering into a fight with himself, standing in front of him. The hero added that one can realize the value of life. Grinning, Frank said that today Harry would definitely avenge them. The guys asked again in surprise. Frowning, he said that in 12 days, he had not lost even once, and all for today's fight, to which they asked when he had become so strong. Frowning, Jack said that although Nate had used techniques last time, he glared and added that he did not think that was all he could do. that he should be careful. Looking at him, the protagonist replied that thanks for the advice. But he would not lose. Arena number 3 appeared, sitting in the stands. Frank asked who was standing there. They were watching the guy. Nate raised his hand up, looking straight ahead. Harry said that even William was here. It seemed that this fight was very important to the hunters. Smiling, the guy said that someone just wanted to see how quickly he would fall. The hero glared at him. William looked down. Nate put his hands on his hips and shouted that everyone had gathered today to watch the fight between him and Harry, to see who is stronger, pointing to himself. He added that he could tell right now that he would be the winner, stretching his hand out to the side. The boy said that he would. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist heard that he would be the last one to dare cross the hunter. William clapped when he heard this. He smiled and said that it was not bad. Mike gritted his teeth and asked why he thought he would beat Harry. That was too much, to which the boy replied that he should calm down. Standing next to them, the student said that there were a lot of hunters this time, so he just decided to show his loyalty to William. Adam smirked and asked if he would mind if he sat next to him, to which Frank replied that he could sit. Of course, he did not think that he would come too. Closing his eyes, the guy said that he had bet 10 million on Harry. Naturally, he had come to watch. Looking away, Frank asked why so much. Wasn't he afraid that he might lose? The thought occurred to him that this guy, it turns out, had a lot of money. Adam grinned and asked that, while they had organized a bet, he had enough time to earn some money, and then put all the money on Harry. To which Frank thought that the guy was no slouch. He snatched his share, lowering his head. Mike said that they should just see how confident he was, to which the guy replied that William had also made a lot of noise. At the same time, he had established himself in front of the members of the organization. In the end, after they stood up for Harry, he had become the most desirable target. Looking at William, Adam said that he hoped it would not affect him too much. Frowning, he thought that he really wanted to see how William would react. If Nate lost, the boy smirked and activated the fusion. He hit his chest and shouted that in this battle, he would break his bones one by one, until he kneeled before him and begged for mercy. Standing in front of the hero, Nate said that he should show what he was capable of. A glow appeared around the protagonist. He opened his eyes wide suddenly. Harry transformed. They stood in front of each other. Suddenly, the monkey jumped up. The hero deftly parried his blow. Nate struck with his fist. The protagonist defended himself from it with wide eyes. The hunter thought that it couldn't be. His jump strike was at the level of a 2-star overlord. Particles appeared around his hand. The hero prepared for the blow. A thought appeared that things were bad. Gritting his teeth, Nate thought that he needed to change his position immediately. He sharply dodged the attack. The monkey's eyes lit up. He opened his eyes wide and thought, damn, too fast. Suddenly, the hero fired a beam. Nate glared at him, asking what. Again, a glow appeared in front of him. The protagonist fired a beam. It was her that who would have thought was able to defend himself. Reflecting the blow, Nate asked what he thought. He could handle him with the help of only this ability. How naive. The monkey slid along the ground. A thought came to mind, not a scratch. He absorbed most of the energy. If this continues, Harry continued to attack, thinking that he will not last long. Frowning, Mike asked what Nate was to Harry's attack. The hero continued to attack. Suddenly, his spikes glowed. The beam turned blue. He struck the monkey. Nate opened his eyes wide, thinking that this energy. Suddenly, he stretched his arms out to the sides. The beast gritted his teeth in pain. Blood flowed out of his mouth. The monkey fell to the ground. The boys looked at him in amazement and asked again. William frowned. Mike put his hand forward and asked, what the hell, when did Harry manage to become so strong? To which Frank replied that he didn't know, but it had always been like this. And he added that Nate was no match for him. It was a pity someone's bet didn't win. To which Adam said that they shouldn't rejoice too much. Looking down, he added that he didn't think it was that easy. Taking a step forward, Nate said what he had to say, standing in the smoke. He added that it had exceeded all his expectations. The beast wiped the blood from his face. Looking straight ahead, he said that it meant that the time for games was over. Suddenly, he swung his fist. The hero prepared to attack. The monkey dodged the beams. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that at least a lord with at least 3 stars could develop such a speed. The monkey raised his hands up. Looking down, the beast told him to die. Suddenly he struck. The hero held his hands. They began to wrestle. Throwing him aside, Nate told him not to forget he had 4 hands. Blood was running down his hands. Looking straight ahead, the beast said that the taste of blood. A blow flew at the hero. It was heard that it was not bad at all right. The protagonist raised his head up, smiling. Nate said that this was just the beginning. He rushed forward sharply. Harry looked in amazement. Suddenly, a blow flew at him. Blood was pouring out of his body. The hero jumped aside. He clenched his teeth tightly, standing in front of him. Nate thought that he still had enough strength to laugh. The hero's claws appeared. It was heard that he knew. Raising his hands up, the protagonist said that he was not the only one with artifacts. The monkey looked at him in fear and thought, what the hell? He let him get closer on purpose to lure him into a trap. Suddenly, a blow flew at him. Lightning flew around his body. Harry made many attacks. His spikes lit up brightly. Bright lightning flew around him. Nate opened his eyes wide and shouted that no. The hero's eyes lit up, and he said that it was the end. He hit the opponent with a beam. A powerful explosion flared up. The guys looked at him in amazement. The protagonist stood in front of the opponent lying on the ground. Nate said that he had not lost yet. Looking up, he said something. Looking at him, Harry replied that since he had not lost, then let him continue, gritting his teeth. The opponent asked what he wanted. Looking down, the hero replied that he wanted to do the same to him, as he did to Mike and Jack. Suddenly, he made an attack. The monkey raised his head and screamed loudly. The protagonist continued to strike. People looked at him with admiration. It was heard that Harry was so cool. It served Nate right, let him get what he deserved. Frankly, it was high time to teach him a lesson. Hunters are a sore spot of the academy. Standing in front of his opponent, the hero asked him what he was giving up, said that this was the only way. Otherwise, he could forget about the national competitions. The monkey was lying on the ground. Its eyes lit up, and it screamed that it thought it was possible to mock it forever. Looking straight at him, the protagonist asked what to mock, said that he was behaving exactly the same as he was. Looking at him, William turned frowning. He said that there was no need to go too far. Crossing his arms, Adam asked where he had gone too far. Was it not too much honor for them hunters to occupy places in the ranking list and do whatever they wanted? The guy grinned and exclaimed. He closed his eyes and asked who gave the loser the words. Looking straight ahead, William said that he should think carefully. A glow appeared around him, and he added that he really needed enemies in the form of hunters. Looking at him, the hero asked what he thought. There was a misunderstanding between them, to which the guy asked again, grinning. The protagonist said that yes, he had declared war on their stinking organization a long time ago. People looked at him in amazement. Adam grinned when he heard this. Looking down, the guy asked what he himself understood what he was saying. The spectators narrowed their eyes when they heard that. What was that noise? He had not yet declared the end of the fight. Let them not complain later that they were kicked out of the arena. A glow appeared around the hero. It was heard that the fight was over. A thought arose that it was cool. The judge was a master of the beast. Master level, standing in front of him. Nate asked that he wanted him to surrender. Stamping his foot, he shouted that he should listen. There were no boundaries anymore. His eyes lit up, and he added that he should just come and kill him. He was not afraid of death. Suddenly, a blow flew at him. The monkey fell to the ground. The guy was lying unconscious. The hero stood in front of him. It was heard that it couldn't be Harry really won. The protagonist frowned. It was heard that the winner of today's duel. William clenched his fists, hearing that Harry frowning. He said that he should remember the time will come to pay the bills. Closing his eyes, Rick said that he defeated the beast master of the king level and knocked out a golden chest. A golden chest appeared, grinning. The hero thought that another one cool. Rushing forward, the guy turned to him. Closing his eyes, Mike said that he could not have imagined before that he was such a beast, crossing his arms. Adam said that he should be careful. William will not leave it like that. He is the kind of person who will stop at nothing until he achieves his goal. To which the hero asked what he thinks who he will send next. Frowning, the guy answered that most likely it will be Kevin. The protagonist put his hand forward and asked why him. They were in higher positions than him. Putting his hands on his hips, Adam replied that William was at the top of the hunter's list, so he valued his skin like no one else. It was almost impossible to challenge him to a duel. He definitely wouldn't send him without special need. Only this guy remained looking to the side. Harry asked what it was, did he have any information about him, to which Frank replied that he would find it if necessary, and not only about him, closing his eyes. The guy said that they could waste no time and asked him directly. He had fought him. Mike looked surprised and asked what and who had won the last time. Grinning, the guy said that he was saying that as if he hadn't seen the rating table, putting his hands out to the sides. Adam said that naturally he lost. Frowning, he added that not only was he incredibly strong, but his animal soul was also extremely eccentric. Frowning, the hero asked what he meant standing in front of him. The guy asked again what he heard about the fighter soul standing in the observation room. The man said that it was a really spectacular duel. The judge turned around and asked how he was here, standing next to him. The director replied that he had just watched the fight, and this Harry was not so bad. Looking at the screen, the man said that he agreed he was experienced enough. Ruthless and determined, this is what most students lack. To which Vincent asked what he heard. Now his abilities have reached E rank. The judge closed his eyes and said that it was exactly so, but there was a thought that the information was incorrect. The power he showed was at least S rank. Looking away, he added that, by the way, he should know something about the hunters. Lately, they have become more aggressive. Capture the ranking table. Continue to put pressure on the other students. There are complaints standing next to him. Vincent said that it was understandable, but William had not broken any of the Academy's rules. His approach also corresponded to their division. The students must feel unfair. The judge frowned when he heard that. It was quite natural the world was cruel by its nature. These children did not yet know the pressure. Looking straight ahead, the man said that people encountered it every day, and the further the more a view of the cultivation hall opened up, standing in the middle of the room. The hero heard that his name on Chunlong's list was currently ranked 18th. With advanced training, he was now given a 50% discount room, a 1 o'clock 16. The procedure would not take more than 5 minutes. The protagonist looked into the room and said that it was cool. Now it was clear why. Everyone was trying so hard to get to the top of the ranking table, to which Rick replied that he should open the chest faster, stretching his arms out to the sides. The pet said that 50,000 evolution points and a master level artifact. Looking at the crystal, Harry asked what it was, to which Rick replied that the crystal accumulated energy. The owner's attack upon reaching the maximum in energy in the crystal becomes 50% more powerful. Moreover, the owner can pour his own energy into it. He can try right now. Blue beams appeared. It was heard that good fusion. Lowering his head, the hero said that a worthy place for cultivation, like a 4-dimensional space. He held the crystal in his hands. Green beams appeared around the protagonist. The crystal began to emit a glow. Then it stopped glowing, grinning. Rick said that it was filled. Looking straight ahead, Harry said that it took him almost half of all the energy, and more than half an hour to fill such a small stone. It would be almost impossible to recharge in battle. Looking away, the pet said that it was good at preliminary preparation. If used in combination with breathing, it could cause devastating damage. To which the hero replied that he thought so flying around him. Rick said that the absorption was successful. 1,000 evolution points were received. A view of the building opened up. The protagonist looked away, putting his hands on his hips. Frank said that he had settled in well, using an advanced room for cultivation. Harry grinned, hearing that it was all on the money he had earned. Frowning, the guy said that now was no time for jokes. As expected, the guy had declared war on him. What would they do? He was of a higher rank than him. Looking away, the hero said that they couldn't refuse to fight, since the victory over Nate. The other hunters had been watching him. By the way, he planned to continue making money on them. The guy looked at him in surprise and asked if he wanted to place bets again, to which the protagonist replied that this time, raising 2 fingers up, he added that he would bet 20 million on himself. Frowning, the guy asked, What, 20? Then he would bet 30. The protagonist looked at him in amazement and asked that he was not afraid of losing. That was too much, gritting his teeth. Frank said that he had nothing to lose. He believed that he would win. As he left, he added that the duel was scheduled for tomorrow, at 7 o'clock in the evening, while he went and announced the opening of bets. They would meet before the fight, to which Rick replied that it seemed to him, or that he had not breathed once while speaking. Closing his eyes, the hero said that they would leave it to him. He did not think that tomorrow there would be a similar excitement as last time. Frank ran forward frowning. The guy said that he knew. He did not believe that Harry would win this time either. In any case, Kevin was ranked 4th. Plus, he had an unusual herbal soul. And the other added that finally, a person had appeared who could defend the honor of the first years, no matter whether they won or lost. He was betting on Harry looking away. The student shouted that it was 100 yuan. He still had the nerve to say such a thing. Stretching his hands, Frank thought that the current odds were 1.5. Frowning, he added that this showed that the majority was still against Harry. Now, their fortune depended only on him raising his hand. The hero said that he should forgive him for making him wait. Sighing, Frank replied that it was amazing. The duel started at 7, and he had been training until 5:30, to which the protagonist said that it was okay. Training had never hurt anyone. Turning around, the guy said that he really had no equal in this. They needed to enter the arena a little earlier. Grinning, Harry said that they would just run in to eat first. He hadn't had dinner, yet the guy looked surprised and asked again. The dishes were on the table. Sitting at the table, the hero asked why he suddenly rushed to pay the bill. Took the wrong pills today. To which Frank replied that he had bet all his money on him, so let him eat in silence. The more he ate, the stronger he would be in the duel. Looking at him, the protagonist said that he was the director's son, but pretended that he had no money. Closing his eyes, the guy replied that it was not about that. Money from his father and money earned were two different things. He wanted to show his father that he was not a freeloader at all, holding the sticks in his hands. Harry said that, by the way, he still did not know what kind of beast soul he had. Frank looked away and said that he shouldn't even ask. He'll find out later. The first arena appeared. Looking straight ahead, the hero asked why there were so many people, to which the guy replied that, of course. This time he was up against the 4th in the rankings. Considering how exciting the fight against Nate was, it would be strange to gather less. Looking at the hero, Frank said that he should come in. He would find Mike and Adam. To which the protagonist responded approvingly. Harry opened his eyes in surprise. William was watching him. He smirked. Looking down, looking to the side, the hero thought that he was going to destroy him. It was a pity that he had chosen the wrong person. The guy was walking towards him, stretching his hand forward. The student asked that it was he who had defeated Nate. To be honest, Kevin adjusted his glasses and said that he was not quite suitable for the role of his opponent. Crossing his arms, he added that he would give him advice, that he should not provoke people who were not equal to him in strength. Smirking, the hero replied that thanks, but he did not need advice. They stood in front of each other, and it was heard that since everyone was gathered, the duel was declared open. People raised their hands enthusiastically. The protagonist suddenly transformed. The guy grinned and exclaimed. Suddenly he transformed into a beast. The roots suddenly rushed forward. Kevin's body began to grow. The hero stretched his arms out to the sides. Looking straight ahead, he said that it was nothing. A glow appeared around his hand. Suddenly he cut the roots. The sprouts fell down. It was heard that he was barely holding on. Raising his hands up, Mike shouted that they should hold on, to which Adam replied that it was too early to rejoice. He was only testing the waters. Kevin's true strength lay in something completely different. Kevin's eyes lit up. The hero swung his hand and asked that this was all he could do. The roots spread across the ground. Suddenly they grew, looking straight ahead. The opponent said that he thought he understood everything. Standing in front of the hero, he added that now it was time to finish him off. Roots suddenly grew out of the ground. People looked at him in surprise, and it was heard that the vine was starting to grow again. Looking down, the protagonist thought that. Adam said that one of Kevin's abilities was regeneration. While he did not have enough energy, the vine would grow endlessly. A glow suddenly appeared around the guy. Harry looked at the roots, and it was heard that he should die. The monster looked up, and Harry wished for death. He opened his mouth to make an attack. With his attack, he broke the branches of the enemy, standing next to each other. They were told that the vines were destroyed. His eye was burning, and he said that he had finally angered him. With his mouth open, the monster asked what new things he could show. After these words, he released the vine. It approached his enemy, frowning. Adam said that the situation was not optimistic, and Harry would hardly be able to protect himself from such an attack. The guys are standing next to him, and they are told that if the main character takes away the advantage, it will not be easy to get it back. Frank closes his eyes and thinks. We see his tongue, and he sticks his tongue out. The creature waves his arms, because this is the very technique. When many tentacles are directed from all sides, he opens his mouth and creates an attack. Removing the tentacles, he is told that even Harry will have to sweat, because one breath is not enough. A tendril appears behind him. It touched the creature. It was the same on the other side. All the branches were in it. Frank opens his mouth in surprise. We see Kevin, who asks if he is ready to beg for mercy. His eyes light up red and says that the vines pull energy from the body. They look at the creator of the vine, because the second ability of the Ching and Guy is energy absorption. Kevin hits him with vines and orders him to beg for mercy if he wants to keep at least a drop of energy. We see his mouth, and he says that he hasn't achieved anything to ask for such a thing. He raises his hand after that. He cuts the vine. They stand next to each other. Seeing the green monster, he says that such attacks will not help. After that, the vines were in his body. They stand not far from each other in the arena. The monster opens his mouth, and we see a blue aura. His eye glows and thinks that the nuclear breath with which he won. But he knows this technique. He raises his hands and spreads the vines. After that, he makes a circle. A blue attack flies towards him. The monster hits, but Kevin has a shield. The guys sit in shock and say that thanks to the breath, Harry rightfully deserves the status of one of the talented. First years, we see the green monster. He has a shield in his hands from which a yellow aura emanates. His eye glows, and he thinks that a lot of energy was put into this blow before the beam collided with the shield. But he did not expect the blow to be powerful. He looks at Harry because he will win. His eye glows, and he thinks that he has no more ways to resist. Seeing his mouth, he laughs because he was unlucky. Kevin stands and asks not to talk nonsense. Seeing his back, he talks about the crystal that accumulates energy. His eyes turn red because he could lose to him. Flying dust appears around them, because something like this will not happen again. Having created vines, he thinks about what is happening. We see a monster, and he tells him to go away. Kevin runs and asks a question. Is this a joke? Then he turns into a ball. He turns into another monster. The monster rises, and his vine flies away. The guys open their mouths in surprise. The main character creates an attack and hits him. The monster was in the wall. Because of the blow, he falls from the wall to the ground. Harry looks at him lying down. People are watching the fight because the guy won. Adam smiles because he could not even think that this could happen. Harry is reborn into his body because the fight is over. The guys hug, and the guy folds his hands because he won. He looks at the main character frowning. William starts to get angry. Kevin is lying on the floor, all scratched, opening his mouth. Harry says that this is his first gift, and what will he say? Squeezing his hands, he asks to think about the consequences. Looking at him, the main character asks a question. Did they think when they started their activities? Because Mike was injured because of their group. Because he did not put up with the established rules, and therefore decided to challenge. The guy bares his teeth and squeezes his hand. Jack was injured, and it is unknown when he will be discharged from the hospital. Opening his mouth, he asks a question. Does not it seem to him that they themselves should think about the consequences? Putting his hand in his pocket, William says that this is just a misunderstanding. Smiling, he feels sorry for his neighbors, and let him be stricter with them so that this does not happen. But aggression from one of the sides is inevitable. Putting his hand on his chest, the guy says that if he wants, he can apologize to his friend on behalf of the entire organization. He extends his palm to him. Closing his eyes, William invites him and Jack to join them because he values them, and maybe one day they will be able to become friends. Opening his arms, He asks to agree because I will receive the same payment. The audience opens their mouths in shock because the guy wanted to add to Harry's favor and calls this one more friend, one less enemy smiling. The main character asks whether he put forward the same conditions to another person. Squinting his eyes, William is interested in what he means. Looking at him, the guy says that he takes money from ordinary first-year students in order to use it to lure others to his side. And this is the difference. Opening his mouth, he asks why someone refused him. Because tigers and jackals do not live. Especially huge ones. William frowned with anger. Standing near the guys, they are told that they are just a group of bloodsuckers, parasitizing on society, and dare to call themselves a serious organization. In his opinion, this is not even mature than playing with children's toys. Adam folds his arms because he thought he had gone crazy. People begin to shout that Harry is right, and the group feeds at the expense of students. And the list does not exist for the top diseases. Biting his lip, William has never experienced such humiliation. Raising his hand, he says that he looks dissatisfied standing with his back. To us, the main character says that he does not care who he fights. Turning his head, he says that the game has already begun, and let him think carefully before making a choice. Grinning his teeth, he looks at him. We see the inscription near the entrance. Sitting at the table, Adam asks not to worry because the boss is treating him. Looking at the menu and reading the ingredients, he says that he is uncomfortable. Frank asks to order whatever he wants. Turning his head, Mike calls him generous, and they tell him to say thank you to Harry because they received 45 million. Holding a glass of wine, he asks to share it. What to refuse, they open their mouths in surprise. Because he has training tomorrow and does not respect them at all, the protagonist takes the glass and drinks. Hugging him, they pour him more. Adam comes up and congratulates him on the victory and 4th place in the ranking, and also that he should not be modest. Jack holds a mug and says that the wounds have not healed yet, and therefore they had to replace alcohol with tea. They answer him that they are neighbors and are not going to stop there. Frowning, he says that today he humiliated William in front of hundreds of students and will not let him go so easily. Frank closes his eyes and says that it is not so easy to attack a beast, master of such a level from behind. Straightening his fingers, he laughs because he can rely on him. We see a building in which the light is on, and they ask to carry food. Something glows in the door. It was a medical center. Nate is lying on the bed and asks how he could lose. Raising his head, he offers to recruit him. Holding an object in his hands, William says that he will figure it out and let him take a healing elixir that restores limbs. Let him anoint the wound, opening his mouth. He says that it is too expensive for him. When bringing the elixir, the guy says that he was going to fight side by side with him. Waving his hand, William says that it is time for him to go. He leaves the room frowning. He thinks that both are scum. The guy knocks on the vice principal's office. Standing near the door, he is allowed to enter. A man is standing with his back to him. Opening his mouth, he calls his uncle. Nick looks at him angrily because he didn't think that he had such a worthless nephew. Putting his hands behind his back, the man asked him what he knew. What his mistake was. Frowning, he added that in his excessive arrogance, he feels like a brave man able to adapt to circumstances. But in reality, he is just a brainless blockhead. The guy looked down hearing that. In the end, the reason why people push him around is his own weakness. Looking straight at him, Nick said that he gave him everything means opportunities, but he never advanced beyond 3rd place. Shame. Frowning, he thought that as a student of this academy, he never got out of the top list. Why then is he so worthless? Standing in front of the guy, the man asked what so. What he needs. William gritted his teeth and replied that it was okay. He would personally fight Harry and restore his reputation. Looking at him, the man said that he shouldn't even try to challenge him if he wasn't sure of victory. The National Freshman Tournament would officially begin in 10 days. Crossing his arms, he added that prestigious schools from all over the country attached great importance to this event. Beijing would gather all the talents. He understood what he was talking about. The guy looked angrily, hearing that only by showing himself worthy at the tournament, he would be able to demonstrate to everyone that he was truly worthy of leading people, to which he replied that he understood. Sitting at the table, Nick said that fine. He would take care of the rest. Let him return to training. To which William replied that he thanked him for the instruction, putting her hand to her face. The girl said that she was right on target. Harry defeated Kevin, closing her eyes. Chloe said that in the end, he never did anything he wasn't sure of. Standing in front of her, Bella asked that. By the way, had she already reached a sufficient level to fight for a place in the ranking list? What did she think? To which the girl replied that the tournament would start soon, and there were only 12 free places left. She needed to be in the top 10 to have a chance to pass. Looking straight ahead, Bella said that with her current abilities, there should be no problems. Asked who she was going to fight. Standing in front of her, Chloe answered that. Of course, with William. To which the girl asked that because he insulted Harry. A view of the building opened up. It was her that yes. She had no reason to let him go. The thought arose that well, he really was going to stand up for him. The capital appeared. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise and said that this place really deserved to be called a hall. Such a scale, such a scope. To which Rick replied that there was everything here. A practice area, a business area, a place for quests, entertainment, consultations, and talent identification. To buy something, they needed to go to the shopping area. Standing in front of them, the girl asked what they were interested in. Closing her eyes, she thought that he was so young. She did not think that he was able to buy things for a large amount. Scratching the back of his head, the protagonist asked that storage artifacts were sold here. The girl's eyes lit up, and she replied that, of course. Let him follow her. And then thought that the check would come out to several million. A counter with artifacts appeared. Looking at them, Harry said that when he was promoted, the bronze storage he wanted to get was only 10 cubic meters in volume. To which the pet replied that this was too little. It will be better to buy more. Turning his head, the hero asked that. They have artifacts with a volume of more than 10 cubic meters. To which the consultant replied that, of course, if she allows, she can recommend several. She grinned and said that here, a ring with storage has a reserve of 20 cubic meters. Is convenient to use, easy to carry, is well suited for young people who are often away from home. And then thought that, but its price is 5 million. Looking at her, the protagonist said that let her give it. By the way, he also needs crystals of the soul of a low-level beast. There are such, to which the girl asked what and how much he needs, and then thought that rich. In addition, with fantastic curiosity. Closing his eyes, Harry said 100,000. The girl looked in amazement and said that let him excuse him. But why does he need so much? Because of such a quantity. She will have to contact the manager. The hero grinned and said that he was from the Animal Academy. His mentor was conducting experiments, studying how creatures changed after a long intake of crystals, of the lower soul of the beast. And he was only helping him with shopping. And then thought that he would not lie if he hid, that he himself was that mentor. Grinning, the girl said that it was clear. Let him wait a minute, they would prepare everything for him. To which the protagonist replied that he should add another 100 wonderful animal pills. Standing behind him, the consultant thought that an excellent student, and even with money, was remarkably generous. And Rick asked that this time everything cost 20 million. Something else was needed. To which Harry replied that no. There was not much left in the account. It was necessary to stop a little. Then he looked to the side. Suddenly the hero opened his eyes in surprise. A glow emanated from the artifact. It was heard that this was something else. Rick grinned and said that it was a rune-type artifact that did not take up a weapon or armor slot. Added attributes, this type of rune increased the agility attribute. To which the protagonist asked what was just like Jack's buff. The pet closed his eyes and replied that it was possible to say so, but in a single battle, there would be no Jack who could share this very buff. And Harry said that he was going after all. The explosive power he possessed lowers the value of the agility attribute. The hero closed his eyes and said that it was somehow too expensive. He was short 12 million. To which the pet replied that he could borrow it, holding the phone in his hands. The protagonist said that was also true, and Frank asked what had happened. And he added that he would not borrow 15 million for a month. Harry grinned, hearing that he had more than 20. Where did they go? To which he replied that he spent everything on equipment. And the guy said that okay. He will throw it off now, looking straight ahead. The hero thanked him, and the girl turned to him. closing her eyes. The consultant said that here are his crystals and the storage ring. Pointing to the artifact, the protagonist said that he will take it too. The girl stretched out her arms to the sides and thought that the number of sales reached the average figures at the beginning of the month. Thank you, bowing. The girl said that he should come again, and Harry thought that the almost rich man instantly became a debtor. Well, and who would have held on in his place? Looking straight ahead, he asked why they all gathered. Grinning, the guy answered that he was just in time, asked that they would go to the lecture together. The hero lowered his head and asked if they didn't have to practice, saying that the academy had no rules for passing tests, so attending classes was not necessary. Frowning, the guy replied that everything was true, but the lecture would be very useful for people of their level, so it was better to go standing behind him. The protagonist asked what it was about, to which he was told that, as they say, there is a gap between the level of the overlord and the king. Many people stopped at the overlord, grinning. Frank said that this time, the teacher personally volunteered to give the lecture. Harry looked in surprise, hearing that he would teach him to evolve to the level of the king. The lecture hall appeared. Looking straight ahead, the hero asked if the teacher was really that popular, to which the guy replied that of course. He reached the level of the king at a young age, which caused quite a stir in society. Looking at the crowd, he added that they should look. All the seats in the front rows were already taken. The guy smiled and said that they should rely on him. With him, they would definitely take their seats in front. Raising his finger up, he added that they should forgive them. They were a little late if they gave up their seats. He would give everyone 10,000 yuan. People raised their hands up. It was heard that he could. Looking away, Mike said that the power of money in all its glory, to which Frank replied that he did not have to say. The man walked onto the stage. Charlie grinned and thought that Harry had also come to listen. Looking straight ahead, he said that he was very glad to welcome them all. He believed that everyone was here to learn how to evolve to the level of a king. He knew that many of those present had already reached it, but as they improved, people looked at him in bewilderment, frowning. The teacher said that they probably found that they had stopped in one place and were unable to advance further. This issue was the most pressing. So the B Soul Hall conducted several studies. In the end, the following conclusion was made. Many of them still did not understand their own path. The hero looked in amazement and thought that the paths. People began to discuss among themselves. It was heard that he did not understand what he was talking about. Standing on the stage, Charlie said that the so-called path is the perfect match between them, and their B-soul, in other words. Complete unity. Looking at the guy, Mike asked him what he understood what he was talking about, to which Jack replied that he understood some of it, but was not sure if it was right. Looking straight ahead, the teacher said that they should not worry. Slight misunderstandings are normal. Let him give a more specific example. At one time in the process of cultivation, he spent half a year hiking in places with majestic scenery. His beast soul is an earth-angry bear, so he considered it necessary to feel the power of the earth, its strength, and also to understand every move of the wild bear. The man threw a fish towards the bear. Looking straight ahead, Charlie said that until one day he finally felt a change. His eyes lit up, and he added that the power of the earth and the power of the bear became his own. Suddenly a bear appeared behind him. The hero looked at him in amazement and thought that every exclamation of his was admired. The man stretched out his hand and said that naturally, every soul is unique. He raised his hand and added that everyone has their own path. They need to understand what suits them best. There is no need to rush with it. Frowning, Charlie said that the best king level mentor to date also took 3 years to find his path. The protagonist looked at him in surprise and asked again, to which the guy replied that it was true. After finding his own path, he raised his soul level from S rank to SSS in a day, and the 9 stars of the Overlord turned into 6 stars of the King. The teacher grinned and said that before evolution, the mentor was a mediocre soul master. Persistence and tenacity are exactly the qualities that they lack. Therefore, the process of evolution is not as difficult as it may seem at first glance, but at the same time, not entirely simple. Harry lowered his head and thought that the path, a truly abstract concept, needed to merge into one with his soul. In other words, needed to find a response in his consciousness. The lecture in the auditorium ended. The guy looked away and asked what kind of soul the teacher was talking about. Did not understand a word. Did he really need to catch several snakes in order for enlightenment to descend? Sitting next to him, Frank replied that he did not understand anything either, putting his hand to his face. Jack said that some kind of realization came to him before he resisted his own beast soul, so he tried to develop physical skills. But in the fight with Nate, he realized that the advantage was not in this at all. Frowning, he added that, so maybe he should still accept the features of his beast. Looking at him, the hero thought that it was amazing how Jack thinks a real genius. Frowning, he added that he got his bearings so quickly. Standing in front of him, Charlie asked, "What well? Did he learn anything?" To which the protagonist replied that yes, but he still can't figure out which path to take. Putting his hands on his hips, the teacher said that he shouldn't worry. He recently evolved to the level of an overlord. It was already unique that it happened so quickly. In addition, he took 4th place in the ranking list. To which Harry replied that he couldn't lose face in front of him. By the way, he had to return something to him. Grinning, the man asked that it was not bad. They must have earned a lot on bets. Looking at him, the guys answered that he could join too. The teacher shook his head and said that he would probably refuse. By the way, if they still wanted to challenge William, they would have to wait a couple of weeks, since he was sent on some mission. And Frank said that yes, he was specifically avoiding him. Looking straight ahead, the teacher said that there was no need to exaggerate. His uncle gave the order, looking away. The guy replied that it was clear. He had never gotten along with his father, so he allowed himself a lot. Putting his hand on the hero's shoulder, the teacher said that he shouldn't worry if something happened. He wouldn't leave his students alone. The national tournament was coming soon. Let them calmly prepare while there was time. To which he thanked him. Day turned to night. The protagonist meditated in the pumping room, looking straight ahead. He heard that the effect of 100 pills was powerful. It took only 5 days to absorb 5,000 crystals. Now he had successfully reached the 4th star of the Overlord. Closing his eyes, Harry replied that it was a pity that he had to spend 5 million evolution points on this. Maybe Professor Charlie was right. And all because of not realizing his own path. Raising his hands up, Rick asked that maybe he would try the real combat training mode. He remembered there was one like that in the training hall. By pressing the installation, the hero said that they would see it. Now a squid appeared. It was heard that it was good at fighting in a swamp environment. It has extraordinary vitality. The wolf opened its mouth. It was said that it was an extremely bloodthirsty monster. The monkey looked furiously. It was heard that it was an incredibly ferocious and bloodthirsty monster. The armored monkey raised its hand. It was said that it was covered with steel armor. Very powerful protection. It causes hallucinations with direct eye contact, with the help of a golden pupil. Rick smiled and said that the actual combat simulation function allows you to select an opponent according to his strength and simulate the battle process 100%. You do not have to worry about injuries. Looking at the notification, the protagonist said that here he chooses a 5-star armored monkey. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in surprise. Harry found himself in the middle of the desert. It was heard that the simulation of the battle with the armored monkey was successfully simulated. He can begin the battle looking around. He wondered what was going on. Suddenly, the monkey swung at him. The hero held back its blow. They began to struggle, and the thought appeared. What strength surprised? His eyes widened. The protagonist thought that these were 5 stars too. The monkey's eyes lit up. Lightning flew around Harry's hand. Suddenly, he grabbed the monkey by the neck. The hero dug his claws into it. Looking straight ahead, he thought that it turns out the neck is not a weak link. It is all covered in armored fur. What the hell? The monkey grinned, and the thought appeared that the claws were stuck. Suddenly it struck back. Surprised, his eyes widened. The protagonist thought, how so? A view of the academy's training hall opened up. A blow flew at the hero. The monkey swung its hand. The protagonist fell to the ground. Lying on the floor, he heard that the battle simulation was over. The challenger had died. The test had failed. Getting up, Harry said that this sensation of pain was too realistic. Frowning, he said that if they had fought for real, he would definitely not have survived. Closing his eyes, the hero added that he had underestimated the enemy. He should pay more attention to his strength and speed. Besides, his intuition had failed, and he had not been able to accurately determine his weaknesses. Stretching his arms out to the sides, Rick asked would he would try again or change the enemy, to which the protagonist replied that he wanted to try again. Their strength was not that different. He stood in the middle of the training ground. He heard that the simulation of the battle with the armored monkey had been successfully modeled. He could begin the battle. Suddenly the monkey appeared in front of him. Harry launched an attack and thought that he would seize the initiative. The monkey clenched his teeth. The beam flew past her hand. Suddenly she jumped up, looking straight ahead. The hero thought that the old tricks didn't work on him anymore. He raised his head up suddenly. The protagonist vanished. He prepared to attack. A blow flew at the monkey. It flew away from the beam. The armored monkey fell to the ground. The hero grinned and said goodbye to it. Suddenly he struck it. Blood flew out of the monkey's mouth. The protagonist raised his hand up. He froze, transforming into a human. Harry looked away. He opened his eyes in surprise, hearing that the battle simulation was over. The monkey with the golden pupil was dead. The task was completed successfully. Smiling, the hero said that this was his true strength. If he had information, then no matter what level the opponent was, he could still win. A view of the Animal Academy opened up. Sitting at the table, the rector said that the time had come. They would begin entering the office. The man apologized for being late. Grinning, he said that he was not feeling well. Nick began to sit down, stretching his hand forward. He said that he should continue and not pay attention to him. Closing his eyes, Vincent replied that good. It seemed that there should be no one else. Then he would continue. This time, they should determine the final list of participants. Let him recommend Jack, he thought. He needed no introduction. The man looked at his phone. Raising his hands up, he said that he forgot to turn off the sound. My fault. People sat silently in the hall. The man sat at the table. The thought appeared that this old geezer, like snow on the head. The teacher lowered his gaze and thought that he was provoking her, whether openly or secretly. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that she agreed with the director's proposal, and for her part, she was nominating Chloe, an S-rank snow nine-tailed fox. And now her bloodline had grown to SSS rank. Frowning, the man thought that he had never thought that Lena, the person who held the position of vice principal, would suddenly propose a candidate. And Chloe herself, a student who had managed to reach SSS rank in a short time. Looking to the side, the director asked that there was an objection to her candidacy. Raising his hand, the man said that he was nominating a student, and the thought appeared that he was so cunning he nominated Xianlong, the first on the list. Grinning, Vincent said that 3 positions had already been decided. Looking straight ahead, Nick said that he was nominating William. He was currently in 3rd place on the list. Also in SSS rank, he believed that he was prepared enough to participate in the competition. Sitting at the table, the mentor said that this student was really not bad. He had not only strength, but also organizational skills, which made him a leader among the first years. Frowning, the director said that the very leader of the hunters list. A few days ago, he came to watch the match and saw him. He thought that he reminded them of when they were young, so it was not surprising that they agreed. Closing his eyes, Nick replied that it was not worth it, and then thought that Vincent was a wolf in sheep's clothing. He would not succeed sooner or later. Everything would be his raising his hand. Charlie said that he was proposing Harry. He recently defeated Kevin and took 4th place on the ranking list. His strength was obvious to everyone. He should become a participant. He looked away, hearing that he should wait. It seems that he is his fellow countryman and student. The man stretched his arms out to the sides and said that, most importantly, he was an E rank. He smirked and added that it was not appropriate to promote his people like that, and the whole city would laugh at them if they let him enter the ring. Suddenly, the teacher slammed the table. Looking at the man, Charlie shouted that he meant that if he was strong, why couldn't he recommend him? Knocking on the table, Nick told him to calm down. Looking straight ahead, he added that Harry was indeed improving very quickly, but could he guarantee that he was stronger than the rest? The reputation of the city and the academy was at stake. Frowning, the man said that it was okay to let an E rank compete, but if he lost, would he bear the consequences? standing up from the table. The teacher turned, he looked to the side, and asked that it was important to rely only on innate talent when choosing participants. Didn't the fact that Harry was ranked 4th speak of his abilities? The men looked at each other and said yes. That was right. Nick lowered his head and said that he had never belittled Harry's strength. He had only voiced his concerns. He glared and added that after all, his beast soul was an E rank. Looking at him, Charlie thought that Nick was a real sly one. He was definitely targeting Harry. The headmaster closed his eyes and said that, in his opinion, the vice principal was saying the right thing. Looking at him, Nick thought that Vincent had been bitten by something, that he agreed with his point of view. Sitting at the table, the headmaster said that the academy must certainly take all the risks into account, no matter what educational institution it concerned. Such a chance did not come often, and they should not miss it. The teachers looked at him in amazement. Vincent smirked and said that, however, it would be too selfish and cruel to deprive a student of the opportunity to speak. So why not add him, as they thought? Looking at him, Charlie said that, "Thank you very much for giving his student the opportunity to participate." Closing his eyes, the man responded approvingly. Sitting in front of him, Nick thought that the brat was lucky. The area near the training center appeared. Looking at the sky, the protagonist said that he had not been in the fresh air for a long time. Such a pleasant breeze. It was heard that when he went out, he was just looking for him. Looking at the guy, he asked what happened. Frowning Frank said that Chloe challenged the student. If he hurried to the first arena, he could make it in time, standing in front of him. The protagonist asked if Chloe's rating allowed her to directly challenge him, to which the guy replied that he probably did not pay attention. But there is one rule. The top 10 students each month are required to accept 3 challenges. Unconditionally, Harry jumped aside and asked what then why he tried so hard for 12 days in a row. Rushing forward, he added that why did he stand up faster? Turning around, Frank thought that although Harry said that there was nothing special between him and Chloe, he thought completely differently. If something unpleasant happened to Chloe, he could imagine what Harry would do. A view of the first arena opened up. Sitting down on a bench, the guys heard that this was power. It seemed that he was beginning to understand their feelings. Besides, she was a girl. She felt inferior. They looked in surprise. The thought appeared that they were talking about Chloe. The beast stood in the arena. The thought appeared that this was the beast's soul. Snow Fong suddenly. The wolf screamed furiously. The fox, looking at him, heard that someone allowed her to look down on him. She abruptly went down. The fox's eyes lit up. It was her that he should not even think of blocking his way. The fox abruptly rushed forward. Striking at her, the wolf shouted that he was glad to fight her. Stretching his paw forward, he added that they would see each other. He struck the ground. The wolf gritted his teeth and asked what went. The fox rushed towards him. A blow flew across the ground. Gritting his teeth, the opponent said, "Damn." It was heard that if he does not want to die, then he should lie still. The fox stood in front of him, to which he replied that he admitted defeat. The hero looked in surprise and thought that when did this girl manage to become so strong? One blow is enough to understand that she is higher than the 5 stars of the ruler sitting on the bench. He heard that. He did not think that such a beauty would be a serious opponent. Of a high level, he also does not know who could even fight her. After all, in his opinion, given the rules of the fight, the guy is much stronger. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist wondered what kind of genius he is, and the girl turned to him. She closed her eyes and grinned. Standing in front of the hero, Chloe said that initially she wanted to challenge William to a duel, but she couldn't find him, so she had to fight him, clenching her fists. She asked who in general allowed him to be bullied. Well, she did a great job. Closing her eyes, Harry replied that yes, she was good. The crowd looked at them. It was heard that Chloe knew Harry. They said that they studied in the same class in high school, and their relationship was not bad. Looking straight, Frank asked that they could imagine how he felt, putting her hands on her hips. The girl said that he was jealous, frowning. The hero said that it was lucky, because initially he himself wanted to challenge him. Looking at him, Chloe replied that she only had the best intentions. The protagonist lowered his head and said that it was okay to fight someone else, and the guy asked if that was true. The protagonist smirked and responded approvingly. After hearing the guy's name, Frank frowned and said that he was sure that this guy was no match for William. And the likes of him, the girl stared at the hero in silence. She widened her eyes and wondered what Harry wanted to challenge. She remembered her teacher telling her once, standing in front of Chloe. The girl heard that it was okay to challenge the top 10 on the list. Raising her finger up, Lena replied that with her current strength, she could fight anyone on the list except for the guy in first place. The girl looked at him in amazement, standing next to the hero. She said that she would accept any decision he made. She believed in his strength, but that guy's strength was great. The girl looked at him in surprise, after hearing that he actually had doubts. Looking away, the hero said that he wanted to try. Even if he lost, it would allow him to see his weakness. If he didn't even have the courage to challenge the strongest, how could he be worthy of anything? Chloe's eyes widened in surprise. Taking a step forward, the teacher said that it was well said. He was worthy of being Charlie's student. Smiling, he added that he shouldn't disappoint him. To which the boy replied that he had accepted a good student. Standing in front of him, the protagonist greeted him. To which the man replied that he should stop. They were all on their own. No need to be so polite. Closing his eyes, Charlie asked that he really intended to challenge that guy, but he didn't have the opportunity. Harry looked surprised and asked why. Pulling out a sheet of paper, the teacher said that everything was very simple. The list of participants had already been published. The school did not want them to get involved in some meaningless showdown during the preparatory period. It was all to avoid injuries. To which the hero replied that he understood. He looked at the list of participants. The protagonist looked at him in confusion. Lowering his head, the man said that he had added him to the list, but Nick wanted to reject his candidacy, since he possessed the spirit of a beast of rank E. In the end, he and Principal Vincent came to a compromise and included him in the list as a substitute. Standing in front of the hero, the guy said that yes, this place was on a substitute, but his teacher did everything possible to add him there. He should not be blamed. Clenching her fists, the girl asked why, said that it was unfair. Kevin and Nate were going to lose to Harry. Why could they be included in the official list of participants? And Harry was forced to hang around as a substitute. Rushing forward, she added that no, she would go to her teacher. This couldn't be done. She would give up her seat to Harry. Suddenly, the hero grabbed her, and she looked at him in amazement. The protagonist looked straight ahead. He smirked, looking at the girl standing behind them. The teacher said that this list had been unanimously approved by the school's top management. Even if she didn't participate, he wouldn't be given her seat. Turning around, Harry asked that if he remembered correctly, Nick was William's uncle. Yes. Looking straight ahead, Charlie replied that yes, that was one of the reasons he was targeting him, mostly because of his quarrel with Principal Vincent. Lowering his head, the hero said that, in other words, he could only be seen as a victim in the process of struggle. He understood, looking at the teacher. He added that he thanked him very much for everything he had done. For him, let him not blame himself. The protagonist's eyes widened as he said that, as long as he could participate in the competition, even as a substitute, he still had a chance. He smirked and added that he would take what was rightfully his. With his own hands, the man frowned and thought that Harry, he had resigned himself too quickly and had remained calm all this time. Frank held out his hand and said that he should wait. He would try to talk to his father and see if they could put him on the official list of participants. After all, with his strength, it was kind of pathetic to participate as a substitute. The hero smirked and said that he shouldn't. The headmaster suggested putting him on as a substitute. At least, it showed that he wasn't planning on punching Nick in the face. He held out the sheet of paper and added that he thought he would be much more interested in such a list. The guy closed his eyes and said that he was an intelligence agent. He could guess whose name was on the list. Come on, let him see. He opened his eyes in surprise and asked again. Frank buried his face in the list. The girl looked at him in bewilderment. Pointing to the sheet, she said that she did not see Frank, even if he had not been chosen. Would not his father have found a loophole? Closing his eyes, the guy asked what his father really wanted to get him into connections. But what about the replacement? Then, looking at the teacher, the girl asked that he had not nominated him right. Standing on the stairs, Charlie said that where there was evil intent. They told him he meant that Frank had great potential. so he decided to nominate him. To which the hero asked what great potential. Really frowning, he said that he had deliberately nominated Frank to put Principal Vincent in an awkward position, because if he did not agree, he would admit that his son was good for nothing. And if he was for it, he would wait a little and see. The protagonist grinned and said that he shouldn't be nervous since the director had agreed. He would definitely believe him. To which the guy replied that his spirit beast was not a fighting type at all. Looking at him, Harry asked what and what. To which he replied that it was a secret. Looking down, the girl asked why he should keep a secret to himself, and the teacher said okay. He shouldn't frown, it's good that he was chosen. Looking at his hand, he said that the resource payments for participants and for replacements were the same. A whole 50 million smiling. The hero asked if it was possible to withdraw them from the account. And then for that. It turns out that now he has no shortage of resources, but he owes Frank 1.5 million. Raising his finger, Charlie said that the Beast University provides resources worth 50 million, including crystallized pills, and also the secret magical weapons of the beasts, and things that cannot be bought anywhere. This is an amazing chance for them to get into the university's treasury, so he suggests that they do not forget about it, and make a good choice when the time comes. Smiling, the protagonist replied that he understood. Thank you. The man was standing in the main building of the university. He was looking out the window. Looking straight ahead, the director turned to someone. Closing his eyes, Vincent asked that before he came next time, could he please knock first? Looking at him, the man replied that he should get used to it. Frowning, the director asked that Mr. saw everything. Yes, how the guys reacted. Looking straight ahead, the man replied that Frank's reaction was simply incredible. Nervous and awkward, let him allow him to participate in the national freshman friendship competition. Perhaps it was a trap and an unwise choice. Turning around, the man said that he knew his son too well. To be honest, Frank's strength had reached the 4-star Beast Master level, so there was no problem in participating in the competition. As for Nick, he did not pay attention to him. To which the man asked why he was so confident. Closing his eyes, Vincent said that it was all because his brother was too good. His beast soul was strange and not suitable for showing it. And as for him, he worked hard and the knife did not slow him down. The competition was the last chance he could give him. A word table appeared. He heard that he was speaking well of his son. How was Harry? Looking straight ahead, the stranger replied that he was calm. He did not see him as a freshman. Even when he looked at him, his eyes lit up, and he added that inside there was some kind of deceptive feeling that they were similar. The man looked at him in amazement, stretching his hand out to the side. He said that he rarely spoke like that about people. Maybe he would take him as a student after finishing the course. Looking at him, the man replied that there was no need. He was not interested in taking someone as a student. Frowning, the director replied that it was a pity. Looking at the window, he thought of Harry. A view of the treasury of the University of Animals opened up. Gritting his teeth, the man asked that these 3 offspring were candidates for participation in the competition. The guys silently looked at him, grinning. Charlie replied that yes. This document was signed by the school director. Let them look at it, holding the paper in his hands. The man said okay. Let them come. And frowning, he added that as soon as the time comes. Standing in front of them, the man said that they should leave immediately. He looked surprised when he heard that. He should not worry, he understands everything. He will look after them. He bought this wonderful wine especially for him. Let him try it. The man closed his eyes and said that it was not bad. He was still as tactless as before. To which Charlie replied that of course he had not forgotten about him. Let him drink. Slowly entering the room, the guy asked how the old man was turning around. The teacher asked what they had heard about the Beast Soul Master, who had blocked the beast tide alone 20 years ago, hunted emperor-level beasts, and saved an entire city. The guys looked at him in surprise and asked what he was about. Frowning, the teacher said that yes, it was that same old man Richard, so let them be more polite to him. He was once one of the strongest beast soul masters in China. Standing behind him, the hero asked what happened, to which he replied that well, after blocking the beast tide, he suffered a serious injury that was difficult to heal, and his soul was damaged, putting his hands on his hips. Charlie said that if he had calmly healed his wounds, he could have lived for 3 to 5 decades. But now he was just guarding this treasure. Closing his eyes, Frank said that he had heard that the old man had a bad character and was not easy to befriend. But it seemed to him that he was very friendly with him. Now looking at him, the teacher replied that, of course, he had a good relationship with him. Maybe because he saw talent in him at first sight. Raising his finger up, the guy replied that yes. It certainly had nothing to do with the fact that he brought him good meat and wine. Waving his hand, the man said, okay. Let them not play poor, quickly choose from the treasury. A huge treasury appeared. It was her that they should choose. There were artifacts on shelves. The protagonist looked to the side. A lot of jewelry appeared. Jack frowned, looking to the side. Frank said that there were ordinary items on the first floor, so he suggested starting with the second. To which the guy replied that thanks for reminding him. Standing in the middle of the treasury, Harry thought about the fact that there were all sorts of medicines, secret methods, beast magic, weapons, and special materials. But it was a pity that the item quota was only 50 million. How could he satisfy his needs? Walking forward, he said that according to the teacher, in order to understand the Tao, you need to find special treasures that can improve the strength of the soul. The hero looked at him in bewilderment. He walked towards one of the artifacts. It emitted a glow. Its description appeared. The protagonist, opening his eyes in surprise, thought that it was a mini nuclear reactor. Grinning, he added that such energy was simply created for him. The room appeared half an hour later. Charlie was standing near the exit, looking straight ahead. He asked what the quotas were spent on. Jack grinned and replied that he spent 45 million, bought a beast artifact that suited him, and a few more beast spirit pills and high-level beast soul crystals. Putting his hand to his face, the guy said that he chose an artifact for 50 million, would go out on the street, sell it, and earn 20 or 30 million. Looking away, Jack asked why he didn't choose an artifact that suited him, to which Frank replied that finding a beast artifact that suited him was more difficult than going up in the sky. He couldn't waste this quota. Such an efficient use of resources. Looking at the hero, the teacher asked what he took. Grinning, the protagonist replied that it was a rare but good thing, stretching his arms out to the sides. The guy asked what and what, holding the artifact in his hands. Harry said that the very same mini nuclear reactor. The guy looked in amazement and asked what the hell. A nuclear bomb, closing his eyes. The hero asked that he had something against nuclear energy. Looking away, he said that there is a difference between a nuclear reactor and a nuclear explosion. A bomb is like gunpowder. It can explode as long as it is detonated. It is very dangerous. And a nuclear reactor is more like coal that burns slowly, releasing heat, lowering his head. Frank said that he scared him to death. Asked that this thing is not dangerous. Yes, to which Jack replied that if this nuclear reactor was dangerous, it would not have been placed in the treasury. And then asked what he would do with it. Holding the artifact in his hands, the hero said that it is useful for him. Stretching his hand forward, the teacher asked how much he spent on resources. To which the protagonist replied that not much, 30 million. Looking straight, Charlie said that it really is inexpensive. Probably no one else will be able to use this thing. And Frank said that his boy is more and more like a bandit. How many more secrets are there about him that they do not know? Harry grinned and asked what they wanted to know about him. Frowning, the guy said that he knew himself very well. He would never force a person to do something he didn't like. But there was little information about him, even at the university, and he was his roommate. Looking straight at him, the teacher asked, okay, what are they going to do next? Putting his hand to his face, the hero replied that he would train. To which Jack replied that he would too. Pointing at Frank, Charlie asked, what, in him smiling? The guy thought that a bunch of kings, and then said that yes, and him crossing his arms. The man said great. Then on Friday morning in 3 days, they would meet at 9 o'clock at the school gates. They would drive to the Animal University by car, where they would prepare for the competition, and they shouldn't be late. Looking at him, the guys replied that they understood. A view of the building opened up, flying in front of the hero. Rick said that it was a nuclear reactor, to which he replied that yes. but he did not know how to use it. Maybe it was something like absorbing soul crystals. With wide eyes, the pet said that like the soul crystal, it was a disposable consumable. But the method of using the item was different. Looking at it, the protagonist asked again, raising his hand up. Rick said that if he wanted to absorb nuclear energy, he needed to do it in a state of fusion of the beast and the soul. Let him imagine that his stomach was a nuclear reactor. No matter how much nuclear energy was released, he would be able to absorb it all with a nuclear reactor. Harry, looking straight ahead, asked what he could try now, to which the pet replied that it was not necessary. His strength would increase immediately after he absorbed it, but perhaps the energy would only last for a certain period of time, and the rest would be converted into evolution points. Grinning, the hero said that he understood. First, give him a short-term buff and then evolution points. Then he needs to use it carefully. Looking at him, Rick said that this is an ace up his sleeve. A view of the buildings opened up. The hero looked at the people. The guys looked at him angrily. The protagonist frowned. The man put his hands behind his back. A thought appeared that he was the deputy director of a university, of the city of Nick. Harry looked forward, grinning. William said that here is Harry. Looking at them, the hero thought that it was he who prevented him from getting into the official list of participants. In the future, he will definitely take revenge on him. The man looked away and thought that this guy had a murderous look. Frowning, Nick said that he brought it on himself like a wolf's son, to which the guy replied that he should not worry. He will deal with him himself. It was heard that he was here. The girl ran forward, standing in front of her. The hero said hello. The girl looked straight ahead. The thought occurred to her that it was Chloe's teacher, Lena, who looked very young walking forward. The guy asked if they hadn't agreed on 9 o'clock. Yawning, he added that they had come a bit early. The man sighed angrily. A flame appeared around him, and he said that for such an important matter, they could come earlier. Asked why he was dressed like that. Was he going on vacation or to a competition? To which Frank replied that he should bring his luggage. It was also troublesome. They would just wait until the head was appointed. Closing his eyes, he added that he was not late anyway. Who hadn't come, yet the director frowned in rage. Taking a step forward, the guy said that he should apologize. He was a little late. He stopped, and it was heard that he should take a look. While the guy was looking forward, the hero looked at him in surprise and thought that it was Archie. Pointing at the boy, Frank said, "Let him look. There are some people who haven't arrived yet," hitting him. The principal replied that the boys were first on Chien Long's list, and their lateness meant that they were wasting their time on self-improvement, and he had thought arose what kind of double standards. Stretching out his hand, he said that now that everyone was gathered, they would prepare to leave. Looking at the students, the man said that before he left, let them allow them to say something. He frowned and said that if they wanted to do well in the national freshman friendship competition, they should pay attention to their own strength. Looking at him, the students heard that. As the saying goes, let him know himself and his enemy. The boys frowned when they heard that. They should go through hundreds of battles unscathed. Stretching out his hand, the principal said that now it was up to him to decide whether to share with him. Frank looked at him in amazement and asked again. Closing his eyes, the director said that he had heard. He had spent a lot of time collecting information about the participants from other schools. Raising his hand, the guy replied that he was doing it for the money, but since he was not a stranger to him, he could give a 20% discount. The hero and the girl grinned. Closing his eyes, Vincent asked what he should repeat again. Standing up, Frank said that okay, for the sake of their university, he would share this information, to which the man responded approvingly. The guy sat silently on the bus, looking away. Jack asked if he didn't care. Well, information about other players. The guy looked at him, he looked down, and said that the information about the defeated opponents. Archie turned his head and asked what should interest him. Jack frowned and thought that this guy was too arrogant, but he was smart and rich. The guy looked down, grinning. The hero thought that he was right. Intelligence was not worth mentioning in the face of powerful strength. He was more and more curious about how strong he really was. Holding the sheet in his hands, Frank said that so let him share the information with them. A list was shown. It was heard that in addition to them and Yinjin Beast University, famous schools included in the top. The opponents in this competition are the following institutions: Sichuan Beast University, Tiananmen Beast University of Military and Martial Arts. Beijing Hanzhou Beast University. Looking at it, the guy asked that Yongjin Beast University can compete with them. Is it worth worrying about other schools? Frank raised his finger and replied that it was unlikely. This year is called the Year of Outstanding Geniuses. There are many of them in schools. Take the same Shuichuan University of Beasts as an example. Pointing at Kevin, he added that with his strength, they would not even be in the top 5. Closing his eyes, the guy said that it could not be. He was in 4th place. Is Sichuan University really harder to defeat than them? Holding the artifact in his hands, Frank said that the captain of Sichuan University has a nickname, Kung Fu Panda, to which he was told that it was a funny nickname. The panda appeared. It was heard that they were laughing early. He studied martial arts since childhood, and therefore perfectly mastered Tai Chi and Wing Chun. In addition, Kung Fu integrated him into the earthly panda of the SSS. Rank B Soul, the boy frowned, and said that his strength was at least that of a 6-star Beastmaster, and his track record of entering schools was based on the weak, defeating the strong the highest. Record was a head-on defeat of a 7-star high school student, with the rank of Beastmaster. The weakest in their team had a 4-star Beastmaster. He was sure that they would win. The boy looked at him in surprise and mumbled. The principal frowned and said that that was right. The gap between this year's first class merged institutions, and their Beast University was not as big as they thought. Willfulness was self-destruction. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that how the strength of Sichuan Beast University had suddenly increased. They were so strong that perhaps his strength was not worth mentioning in the competition. He needed to work harder. Smiling, the guy said that it would be better to talk about Yanjing Beast University. The deputy captain was born in a family with beast souls. Beast souls are ancient barbarians of the SSS rank. Their strength reaches the 8th star Beastmaster. People looked at him in surprise, and someone asked again, frowning. Kevin said that he was also a new student who had just entered the university, to which Frank replied that they should not be surprised. He was not the strongest on their team. Looking to the side, Archie said that he was the strongest. Frowning, he asked who the hell. Frank opened his eyes in fear and said that he had tremendous strength, but his beast soul was unknown. According to one reliable information, when he came face to face with an opponent, he was devastating and the enemy was sure that he would lose. And then he thought that he should not look at him like that. He was afraid. People sat silently on the bus. The guy smiled and said that they shouldn't be too upset. Yongjin University is not ashamed to lose. They can take 2nd place. They're used to it having hit him. The director said that he is a son of a bitch. Closing his eyes, the guy asked why he was hitting him. Said that he shared information. To which Vincent replied that he asked to share information and not to intimidate. There is no need to fight for 2nd place. You need to do everything possible for 1st. Putting his hand behind his head, Frank asked what 1st. Who does not want to win? Said that the problem is that their opponents are stronger. They are strong, but not that strong. Lowering his head, the guy said that he will defeat him, whoever it is frowning. He added that his job is to be their opponent. William smirked and said that fear of battle was not their style. The competition had not yet begun. Anything was possible. Why should they give in to anyone? Now that they saw the gap, they had to try their best to make up for lost time. The guy flexed his fists and said that it was. Well, said it was just a competition. They would break their backs, but win. The director closed his eyes and said that he was a worthy student of their Beast University, but they should not worry. After Yanjing University, they would undergo 3 days of special training. The man lowered his head and said that they could use this time to determine a candidate for the post of captain of their team, to which the director replied that yes. Well then, let them remember the rule of the beast. Soul master strength is respected. The strong are first, looking straight ahead. He added that the candidate for captain sitting on the chair. The guy heard that it would be him. Putting his hand to his face, Nick said that he did not mind. He added, frowning, that although he was strong, he lacked the skills to handle the simplest of things. It would be better to assign William and Jack as deputies to help. The guy smirked hearing that. One person who had management experience and was good at solving problems. Jack frowned, hearing that the other was thoughtful. Reasonable considered the problem more carefully, thought that these two complemented each other. A view of the building opened up. It was heard that, now that the deputy director had thought everything over, they would make a decision. The guy looked ahead angrily. William smirked, looking away. Jack frowned, hearing that they were leaving. People were standing near the train. They got on at the train, was moving forward rapidly, holding the list in his hands. The hero thought that all these people had a rating higher than 5 stars. Frowning, he added that with his current strength, a 5-star beastmaster is just a noob. The girl sat down next to him. She poked him with her finger. Chloe smirked and said that he had been looking at this piece of paper for more than half an hour. His eyebrows would remain raised. The protagonist looked at her happily, raising her hands. The girl said that they still had 3 days to train. She believed that with such talent and abilities, he would make a real breakthrough. Looking down, Harry asked why he believed in him so much. Smirking, the girl answered that of course he was Harry. The hero looked at her, closing his eyes. The guy said that he should be excused for disturbing their conversation, but he needed to tell her something very important. Chloe widened her eyes and asked again. Frank smiled widely and said that his father said that he would conduct training with him at the Bathhouse Health Center. Frowning, the hero asked if he was sure, and the girl said he was joking. Closing his eyes, the guy said it was true. His father had finally come to his senses. They had worked hard all the way, so it would be great to have a rest like this before the competition. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist said he thought the director had other plans. Frowning, the girl said yes. He said that this was special training. Not everything is on the surface. You should not rejoice so early. Crossing his arms, Frank asked what she thought what a bathhouse can teach. A wife echoes her husband in everything. Looking at him, the girl said that she did not want to live, to which the guy replied that he was leaving. They should not bother these two. Closing her eyes, the girl said that this Frank, she wants him to try her strength one day, to which the protagonist replied that she is really good now. From S to SSS rank, Chloe looked at him in amazement. She grinned and thought that it was because she didn't want to be his shadow. She wanted to become stronger and be on his side. Harry asked why died. What was wrong? There was something on his face. She looked at him in surprise and said no. They were about to arrive in Yongjing. The hero looked away. The train was approaching the city. The thought came to mind, Yongjing. What difficulties he would face in this city. Looking straight ahead, the teacher said that they had already arrived. Asked if he was ready to go to the hotel to check in. Standing in front of him, the director answered no. They were going to the bath and health center. Smiling, the guy said that he told you so. People were standing in front of the bath complex. The guy looked at him in surprise and asked if it was really a bath center. What did he mean by that? To which Frank replied that it was probably very relaxing. Looking away, he added that if they didn't believe it, then let them look at those young ladies over there. The girl leaned over and grinned. Her clothes showed, stretching her hand out to the side. The girl said that she was welcome to the bath and health center. Jack gritted his teeth and asked if this was really a frivolous place. The girl grabbed the hero's face and told him not to look, to which he replied that he had not seen anything. Smiling, the man said that they had finally arrived. Vincent closed his eyes and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Asked how he was, to which the protagonist asked again that they knew each other. Stretching his arms out to the sides, Harvey said that it was a great honor for him that Director Vincent could bring his students here and allow him to see all the geniuses of his animal university, to which the director replied that he should not flatter him, asked that he had prepared what he asked for. Pointing to the side, the man replied that, of course, how could he forget about it? An elevator appeared and it was heard descending. Looking straight ahead, Harvey said that on the 2nd floor in the dungeon, there was a secret bathhouse, which was closed to the public on weekdays. Adjusting his glasses, he added that their director had found him and collected a batch of materials. Before the National Freshman Friendship Competition began, he would like to offer them his place to take a medicinal bath in order to stimulate their potential as much as possible. The boys looked at him in surprise and exclaimed, frowning. The girl said that he was mistaken, to which Frank replied that in any case, It was a bath, so he was not mistaken. The second floor of the dungeon appeared. A man was pouring liquid from a bucket. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that a ghost flower, powder from the bone of a giant barbarian. One bucket of such stuff is worth at least 50 million, and if the bucket is larger, then hundreds of millions. Standing next to the director, he added that, although he was very grateful to Vincent for his generosity, no matter how precious the medicinal materials were, they were only auxiliary means to increase strength. Looking straight ahead, the man said, "Okay, the preparations for the medicinal baths are finished. Let them hurry up." The students were swimming in the pool. It was heard that, first of all, let them make a statement. The medicinal bath cost about 2 billion. He paid this money. If they dare to flush all his efforts down the toilet, then they should not be surprised that he will defeat them. The students looked in amazement. It was heard that 2 billion. Where did the director get such money? The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that in just a few minutes, the fatigue disappeared. No wonder that children from rich families grow up so quickly. This precious medicinal bath can greatly improve abilities. Drops of water flew at him. Raising his head, the man said that it was good looking at him. Adam asked that he was also here, to which the director asked that he could not enjoy the bath he paid for, and he added that he was right. The principal smirked and asked why all the teachers shouldn't have fun together. Charlie closed his eyes and said no. Of course, let them have fun. The girl crossed her arms and said that she didn't have a habit of bathing in a hot spring. In front of strangers, the principal smirked and said, "Okay, let her not show off and come here." Raising his hand up, he added that the materials he had prepared were more than enough for 30 people to absorb. He would need her help a little later. This healing bath only served as an auxiliary function. Even if you sat in it for 3 days and 3 nights, you wouldn't be able to significantly improve your abilities and strength. Harry looked at it and thought that the principal had prepared something else. Holding the crystal in his hands, the man said that the monster's crystal core in his hand was taken from the level of the king of beasts, the dragon of light and shadow. Raising his hand up, he added that they knew how huge and pure the power of the beast king was. If they absorb it with another power, they would explode or die. Frowning, the hero thought that he could actually see the Beast King level crystal core. The people looked at the crystal in surprise, hearing that this was actually a medicinal bath. Looking straight ahead, Vincent said that it was prepared for them to absorb the Beast King level crystal core. Suddenly, he hit the water with the crystal, closing his eyes. Rick said what a comfortable energy field was. Wide-eyed, the protagonist heard, "Congratulations on successfully absorbing the Beast King's energy and obtaining 10,000 evolution points." Smirking, he thought that one absorption and already 10,000 evolution points. If they absorb the energy from the core for 3 days, they could get tens of millions of evolution points. The students were sitting in the bath. The man looked away. The girl looked at him. She smirked slightly, raising her hand up. Lena said that this is the crystal core of the Bear King, with a dark and icy, ghostly face. Frowning, she added that it is also Beast King rank, but it is used with some caution. She threw the crystal into the water. Waves appeared on the water. Looking to the side, the principal asked that she must also want their students to get good grades. It seemed that he definitely discussed this with Lena. Maybe they want him to get a Beast King rank crystal core, holding the crystal in his hands. Nick said that, of course, he also hopes that they will get good results. This is the crystal core of the shadow crocodile. He gives it to everyone when he meets. He threw the core into the water. The students looked at him in surprise. It was heard that they understood correctly. In a few minutes, 3 Beast King rank crystal cores appeared in the treatment bath. Looking at his hand, the man said, "Okay, let them practice. The teachers need to go down already. They have great power, so let them help the students and keep an eye on them." Charlie frowned and replied approvingly. The teacher was watching the students. William looked away and smirked, holding the artifact in his hands. He thought that the hidden in his uncle gave him could quickly absorb energy in a fairly short period of time, which was perfect for this situation. Clenching his fist, the guy added that, but he had to keep his distance. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Nick looked at him, frowning. He thought that he was forcing him to pay for a Beast King class. Crystal Core, the man, closed his eyes and thought that he would sew his nephew a wedding dress. Charlie looked away and turned to the principal, to which he replied that he saw everything. Vincent lowered his head and said that he knew what this guy was thinking. It all depends on talent. The higher it is, the higher the absorption efficiency will be. Let him look at Archie. He is faster than others. Even without any pills, particles were flying around the guy. The girl closed her eyes. It was heard that there are also those who focus on one type of energy. Energy and attributes are interconnected, and the efficiency is doubled thanks to this. Looking to the side, the man said that yes. He knew that Lena had her own motives. The teacher closed her eyes. It was heard that this crystal core was prepared for Chloe. Looking at the principal, Charlie asked that, however, the principal knew that William was using hidden, so why didn't he stop him? To which Vincent replied that no one could stop it. His intention was for each student to absorb as much energy as possible, but absorbing too much could backfire. Whether he could turn it into his advantage or not depended on the person's luck. Nick, lying on the ground, said that this guy was usually proud of his intelligence, but now he wanted to take advantage of it. He trusted William, closing his eyes. The principal said that he only pays attention to others, not noticing that his students' results were even more amazing, to which the man asked again. The protagonist sat with his eyes closed. Multicolored particles were flying around him. Charlie looked in amazement and asked that it couldn't be. Is a talent of level E so bad that he can't absorb energy of the king of beasts? To which the principal replied that he should take a closer look. The teacher frowned suddenly. He opened his eyes wide and said that his energy absorption rate was too high. Red particles were flying around the protagonist. He lowered his head. It was heard that in this way, he was creating a vacuum around himself. Frowning, the man asked how he did it, to which Vincent replied that the mentor was asking him. And who should he ask? Let him not think about it. This guy has his own secrets. Well, who can become strong without his skeletons in the closet? Grinning, Charlie said that it was right. As long as he can develop, it is enough. The man looked to the side and thought that no. Why is the energy flowing faster and faster? He looked in surprise and added that it could be Harry him. How did he do it? William clenched his teeth and exclaimed. Looking to the side, Nick turned to him. Suddenly the guy's eyes lit up. The guys looked in amazement. The director and the teacher turned their heads. The guy's eyes lit up. He exhaled heavily. William looked ahead, clenching his fist. He said that he had finally risen from a 5-star to a 6-star beast rank. Looking at the boy, William thought that even if a genius like Archie and his speed at which he absorbed the energy of the beast, Emperor rank was behind him. He was truly the chosen one of heaven. Then he looked at the hero. The boy opened his eyes in surprise and thought that the speed at which he absorbed the energy. Why was it so slow? Frowning, he added that no glow was flying around the hero. A thought arose. Why was it so fast? William looked to the side and thought that maybe he had also prepared a hidden in, but it was impossible to achieve such an effect with it. Closing his eyes, he added that how could he lose to a person with an I-rank beast soul? He should be faster. A glow appeared in front of him. It was heard that 3 forces were gathering together. Frowning, the boy said that it was all him. His eyes lit up and he shouted that he had made another breakthrough. Suddenly blood flew out of the guy's mouth. The students looked at him in surprise. Turning his head, Charlie said that the guy was back, to which the principal replied that he shouldn't worry. Nick was here. He wouldn't let his nephew make a mistake. Particles appeared in front of the man's hand. Frowning, the man asked him if he was crazy, who allowed him to absorb energy in this way. Closing his eyes, the guy replied that he wouldn't accept it. Why was he absorbing energy so quickly? Nick looked at him angrily and said that he was an idiot. He gave him the hidden to improve his strength, not to compete with someone. He was busy with himself, looking away. He added that didn't he understand this? Harry absorbed a lot of energy, but his strength didn't change at all. The protagonist closed his eyes. The guy gritted his teeth and thought. But really, how can he, the owner of a level E beast soul, absorb the power from the Beast Emperor's core? Even if he absorbs it, how much will he be able to level up? Looking straight ahead, Nick said that he shouldn't waste his energy on nonsense. Remember that his biggest enemy is himself. To which the guy replied that this is what his uncle taught him. Particles flew around the guy. The girl raised her hand up. Jack closed his eyes. Adam frowned. Closing his eyes, the director said that it was not bad. Charlie looked away. The hero was sitting with his eyes closed. A swimming pool appeared. The girls were standing in front of each other. Adam clenched his fist and grinned, putting his hand behind his head. Frank said that he had leveled up, thanks to him for the healing bath and the crystal core. The man grabbed him by the ear and said that it was good, that he was satisfied. He hoped he could change for the better. To which the guy replied that he understood. Let him go. The protagonist silently looked at them. Someone turned to him, looking away. Harry turned to the teacher, to which Charlie replied that he didn't want to ask why he hadn't leveled up yet. The hero silently looked at the teacher, standing in front of the teacher. He said that for sure he forgot. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that Rick should consume evolution points and level him up, to which the pet responded approvingly. Charlie looked at the hero in amazement. Raising his eyebrows, he asked how this was possible. He was breaking through. He could control it. Looking at the hero, the teacher asked that he should now be a 6-star Beastmaster. Yes, to which Harry responded approvingly. The thought appeared that, in fact, he still had 20 million absolutely useless evolution points, which should be enough to level up to an 8-star Beastmaster. The guy looked away and laughed. Looking at him, the hero thought that he could level up very quickly, but his base was unstable. Now, he was a 7-star Beastmaster, and how could he reach such a level? The director, looking at him, thought that it was not bad. Closing his eyes, Vincent thought that this guy was amazing. He had absorbed almost a third of the entire force. Raising his hand up, he said that it was time for them to go to the hotel. A view of the Yinjing Hotel opened up. A room inside was visible. A room in the hotel was visible. Raising his hands up, Frank said that. They said that Yinjing Beast University rented this hotel, and all its guests were students and teachers from other universities. Lowering his head, he added that he wished he could eat something now. Chloe grinned and said that later, when they were all settled, she would take them out to eat. There was a lot of delicious food in Yinjing. The guy crossed his arms and asked how he knew. The girl looked at him angrily and said that she had looked in the guidebook. It was impossible. The man took a step forward. The students looked away. The man walked forward. Looking at Frank, the hero asked who they were frowning. The guy said that they were students from Yinjing University. The first two, the man grinned, and it was heard that it was Henry. The guy looked angrily, and someone said that it was Luke. A view of the hotel opened up. Jack frowned and said that they were Henry and Luke from Yinjing, to which the guy responded approvingly. Grinning his teeth, the guy grinned. Raising his hand up, he said that he would go and greet them. After all, they would have to see him often in the future. Stretching his hand forward, William said that they were a team from the Beast University of Mo City. He was the vice captain. William shaking his hand. The man said that, wow. It turns out they were students from the Beast University of Emo City. He was the vice captain of the Yinjing University team. They shook hands. The guy looked at him in surprise and thought that he was so strong. Removing his hand, William grinned and said hello, stretching his hand forward. He asked what? And this must be their captain, Luke, huh? The guy silently turned around. The student closed his eyes. The student stood silently in the hall. The guys frowned, looking straight ahead. The boy's eyes widened, wondering what was wrong with him. He didn't want to show his true colors. Arrogant Henry smirked and apologized. Shaking his hand, he said that their captain was a bit shy and reserved. Even the people from Yinjing couldn't get him to talk, so he should be patient, to which William replied that it was okay, and then thought about letting go of his hand. Jack smirked and asked where they were going. The man closed his eyes and replied that they were going to the nearest arena, in the B-Soul Palace, where many students were gathering to compete and learn from each other. Charlie looked at the students and said that in that case, they should come. He looked away and added that they should check in at the hotel and remember not to cause trouble. The student's eyes widened, and he replied that they understood. The view of the Beast's Soul Palace opened up, looking straight ahead. Henry said that it seemed like they had arrived just in time, to which the hero replied that the beast that looked like a giant panda was probably the one mentioned earlier. The captain of the Beast team from Sichuan University. There were particles flying around the panda. Frowning, the protagonist asked what and who was that looking at him. The guy replied that he was the deputy team at Bayang. The Beast University, a monkey appeared and his name was heard. Zack gritted his teeth, clenching his fist. Adam said that the captains were talking. There was something to see. Suddenly the monkey swung. It rushed forward sharply. Particles began to fly around the panda. The monkey struck at the panda, looked away. Flames appeared around Zack's hand. It was heard that he had excellent fighting methods. No unnecessary movements, the protagonist frowned. A glow appeared around the panda's hands. She struck sharply. Zack raised his leg. The thought occurred to him that there was nothing special about this power. Suddenly Ralph struck. Blood flew out of the monkey's mouth. The panda stood in a fighting stance. She suddenly began to swing her arms. Blows flew at Zack. The guy looked at her in surprise and asked what kind of fist fighting technique it was. Frowning, Frank said that he should not forget that Ralph had perfectly embedded martial arts into the soul of the beast, and the hero said that he had armor. Attack and strength, there were no problems with his indicators. Looking down, the protagonist added that his gloves on his paws were some kind of beast artifact, right? Frank's eyes widened, and he replied that yes. It was an artifact of the highest-ranking beast. The king of beasts called boxing gloves. It could absorb chi energy and blood from the enemy's body and use it as its own nourishment. Frowning, the protagonist said that it turned out that the effect of this artifact was somewhat similar to the soul of Kevin's beast. So when fighting Ralph, it was best not to let him get close to you. Zack was hit by many blows. He bowed his head and a secret technique was heard. A glow suddenly appeared around the monkey. The panda stood in front of him. Suddenly Zack grew several times, frowning. Adam said that he did not expect Zack to be able to master the secret technique. Looking straight ahead, Frank said that it was not good to reveal your secret skills before the competition. He opened his eyes wide and added that the so-called secret techniques are special skills that the owner of the beast soul has, in addition to the basic talents. The secret technique can be learned through astronomy. Secret techniques can be said to be priceless. Lowering his head, the protagonist said that Zack is the deputy team of Bayang, the Beast University. So his possible loss will hit the morale of the university students. Then he will be helpless. Suddenly, the monkey rushed forward. He abruptly struck. Ralph deftly dodged his strike. Frowning, Zack asked why this panda was reacting so sharply. The panda struck back and exclaimed. Then she struck again. The monkey opened its eyes wide. Suddenly it fell to the ground. Ralph closed his eyes, frowning. Adam said that it was really a pity. If he had used his secret technique earlier, he would have been able to defeat Ralph. Looking straight ahead, Frank said that it was a pity Ralph's secret techniques had not yet been demonstrated. What a waste. Clenching his fists, he thought that this guy deserved to be special. His way of thinking was different from normal people. Suddenly the guy transformed. Raising his hands up, he said that he did not know who else would dare to go on stage to fight him. The Beast Soul arena appeared. Looking straight ahead, Frank said that Ralph was acting strangely. If the battle continued like this, sooner or later all his secrets would be revealed. To which the protagonist replied that he did not care much. He was first and foremost the owner of the Beast Soul, a warrior. Looking at him, Harry added that a warrior should hone his skills in battle. To which the guy asked, what do you mean? He wants to say that Ralph in this blue wants to hone his skills and get rid of his weaknesses before the competition. The girl grinned and asked if he wanted to try to, which the hero replied that his path of improvement was different from his. If he followed his path, he would be wasting his time. William crossed his arms and said that he should rely on him. Even Zack, the 7-star king of beasts, was not Ralph's opponent, was afraid that Harry might not last in a fight with him. Chloe turned around and asked if she was talking to him, said that he should sit silently. To which the guy replied that he was just telling the truth. Let him hear. William smiled and asked if it wasn't a waste of time, said that when the competition began, everyone would see the real him. The girl frowned and said that he was. She looked at the hero in bewilderment. The protagonist looked at the guy. The guy opened his eyes in amazement and wondered what the hell Harry was doing. Why was he looking at him like that? Frank frowned and thought that knowing Harry's character, he could say that if he really didn't have the strength to fight Ralph, he would have said so, but since he kept silent, he could fight him too. The guy stood up abruptly and said that he wanted to go out into the arena and fight him. Archie looked straight ahead, frowning. Jack said that he was the captain of the University of Animals. The morale of the team depended on his result. So if he lost, and the guy added that he was right, they were one way or another. The competition would start anyway. They needed to pull themselves together. Turning around, William said that if the captain couldn't, then he would go. And he didn't need Archie to make up his mind to do it. Smiling, he added that he could beat him, putting his hand to his face. The guy said that finally he was back in the game. And the hero thought how much he wanted to prove himself. Looking at the guy, he added that the 7-star power that William possessed was obtained through hidden, which meant that its foundation was unstable. In such a situation, he would not be able to withstand Ralph. The guy smiled. A thought appeared that, but he looked too confident. Did he really have potential? Warming his fists, William introduced himself. The guy smirked, asking what the MO Beast University was, and then thought that it was a coincidence. Yenjing Beast University and MO Beast University were his targets in this competition, which he would achieve. He activated fusion and introduced himself. The guy smirked, looking at him. Suddenly, he activated fusion with the beast's soul. The spectators looked at him in amazement. They heard that this was really a golden bird centipede. Such a beast's appearance is very rare. Where did the vice captain of the MO University Beast team get it from? He doesn't even know who will win this fight. One is the vice captain of the MO University Beast team. The other is the captain of the Sichuan University Beast team. Both sides are strong. A glow appeared around the beast. The panda looked at it. Green leaves appeared in front of it. Frowning, Frank said that this is a Beast King level artifact. Green bamboo armor. It can not only weaken the damage received, but also get rid of negative effects. William's poisonous fog is increasingly affecting him. A bright glow appeared between them. The panda swung her hand sharply. She struck the ground, looking straight ahead. William said that it would be useful to count his beast artifacts, but it was not that easy. He had surpassed the 7-star beast master level, and his flying skills had improved greatly. Let's see how he handled it. Closing his eyes, Ralph thought that the golden bird centipede's flying skills should be quite low. It turns out that he has some extra power. Suddenly, pink smoke appeared around it. Looking straight ahead, William said that, after all, he also has magical beasts. The guy frowned and said that this is the best beast artifact of the beast master level, a poisonous needle that corrodes bones. Where did he get it from? Lowering his head, the hero said that of course his uncle gave it to him. Looking straight ahead, he thought that this kind of fighting technique could be considered natural. A glow appeared around the panda. He closed his eyes from the poison. The centipede jumped up. The thought appeared that the poison needle had worked. Now, it was his turn to reap the benefits. A green glow suddenly appeared around the panda. Looking straight ahead, William said that the toxins contained in the needle were not so easy to deal with. Suddenly, he rushed forward and shouted that the toxins had entered his body. The centipede curled up around the panda, frowning. Jack asked that William had one. Said that it seemed that he really had some abilities. Grinning, the protagonist said that William had the advantage now, but he needed to defeat Ralph. He thought it was too early. The guy adjusted his glasses and said that people who did not even dare to enter the arena were sitting and commenting on the fight. Interesting. Looking away, Harry asked that since he wanted to compete with him so much, why don't they come up with something interesting? Kevin looked in amazement and asked what kind of thing. The hero lowered his head and said that it was very simple. Let him bet on William or Ralph, and then the one who won would get a Beast Master level artifact. The panda gritted her teeth. It sounded like she was betting that Ralph would win. The guy frowned and thought that Ralph was poisoned. Did Harry still think he could win? Grinning, he said that they would bet. Looking straight ahead, Kevin said that he would get a beast artifact without much effort. Putting his hand to his face, he thought William's eyes lit up, and he said that his toxins were penetrating his nerves. Let him give, and the panda gritted her teeth in pain. Looking straight ahead, William wondered if he was not poisoned by the needle's toxins. Corroding bones, how was he still moving? Suddenly the panda threw him aside. She stretched out her hand forward. Ralph kicked. The guy looked at him in surprise and thought it couldn't be. The audience looked at him in amazement. They could hear that this Ralph was really that strong. The toxins had already entered his body. Could he still show such strength? He thought William was too weak. He really had potential, but it was very small. This was the vice captain of the MO Beast University team. A complete disappointment. The panda was punching the centipede. William opened his mouth and thought, damn. How could he lose jumping up? He shouted that he would kill him. A glow appeared around the panda's hand. Suddenly he swung his hand. A blow flew at the centipede. Ralph swung, and William shouted that he gave up. The panda closed her eyes and thought, this guy really has the soul of a 7-star beast. Why is he so weak? The guy looked at him in surprise and asked, what the hell? How did he understand that William would lose? To which the hero replied that, this is what is called no counter to a crowbar. Any of his plans are empty talk. William does not have a solid foundation, but is not to say that Ralph was good in battle. Looking to the side, Frank said that this is why most people keep a low profile. Pride makes them backward in modesty. On the contrary, helps to improve. While looking straight ahead, the guy said that he was giving in. He grinned and added that his poison was really strong. He almost lost William, closed his eyes, and said that his technique was inferior. He was not fit to hold a candle to him. The guy looked away, hearing that he could accept his challenge. Given his condition, Henry closed his eyes and said that the deputy captain of Yinjing Beast University would not refuse advice. The hero looked away in amazement. He looked down and thought that Henry was doing something. It so happened that he was very curious to know about this guy's strength. Suddenly, someone grabbed the guy by the clothes. Looking away, he asked how she was. The girl turned her head, she lowered her mask, and said that the director had said earlier that they had better not create problems and not make him nervous, smiling. The guy replied that everything was fine. He was joking. The director wanted responsibility, but this was also his task, and it did not matter to her. Luke lowered his head and said whatever he wanted, looking at them. The hero thought that it seemed like their captain was really taciturn. Henry walked forward. He grinned and said that he should hold it. The guy looked at him in surprise and asked what it was. Standing in front of him, Henry said that the blue pill would help him remove toxins from his body and quickly regain his strength. Even if he decided to fight and won, he would be invincible from now on. Raising his finger up, he added that he was giving it to him, but he should wait until the pill took effect and removed all the toxins from his body, and then they would fight. Frank frowned and said that this was a worthy act for a man born into a family of beasts and possessing a beast soul. Very generous. The blue pill consists of 211 pieces. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist replied that he was not a child of the beast family, to which the guy said that he was different from them. They were losers, and he started from scratch and never spent money for nothing. Looking away, the girl asked that yes, and who invited Harry and the others to dinner last time and spent hundreds of thousands. Frowning, the guy said that it was grinning. Ralph said that then he would not refuse. Thank him for the gift as soon as he recovered. They would fight him, grinning. Henry responded approvingly. Looking straight ahead, the guy said that thanks for the pill. He had fully recovered, standing in front of his opponent. He said that he was asking. Henry closed his eyes and activated the fusion. Suddenly he transformed into an ancient barbarian elephant. White smoke flew out of his trunk. The boys looked at him in amazement and heard that he had such a terrible power and that he was a beast soul master. Frank looked down and said that if he remembered correctly, the intelligence had said that this guy was an 8-star beast master, and the hero replied that it was true, but it was possible that he had improved during this time. Jack frowned and said that they could all improve their power in a short period of time, and there was no reason why others would not do the same. The girl frowned and said that the master had said that if they found a path that suited them, even if it was late at the beast master level, they would still have the opportunity to fight with those of higher ranks. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that it seemed that enlightenment was actually much more important than he thought. The panda extended her hand forward. A bamboo appeared in front of her, and she said that, come on, let him show his power and fight him. Looking at him, Henry asked what to show his strength, said that this is exactly what he wants. A glow appeared around the panda. The elephant kicked the ground. Then he took a step forward. The panda defended itself from him. People watched their fight in amazement. The elephant struck the bamboo barrier. The panda flew to the side. Blood flowed from its mouth. It sat on the ground. The spectators opened their eyes in amazement. It was heard that this is the real strength of Yenjing Beast University Dam. Compared to the vice captain of MO Beast University, the strength of the parties is not equal at all. Yes, he is only a vice captain. So what kind of strength does the captain have? William looked away and thought that he could not defeat Ralph. And Henry so easily figured out his weaknesses. The difference in strength between him and Henry is simply huge. With wide eyes, he added that this is a student of Yenjing University. A genius, the guy put his hands on his hips. Clenching his fists, Archie said that he should let him challenge him. Looking away, the boy asked again, frowning. Archie introduced himself. Looking away, Adam told him not to be angry. Grinning, Henry said that the MO Beast University was just to his taste. Looking straight ahead, the captain said that he had already said that if he won one game, that would be enough. Looking at him, Henry asked what time he was. Frowning, the boy asked that he was the captain of Yenjing University, to which the other replied that it seemed like it. Looking away, the captain thought that he hated being watched. Henry closed his eyes when he heard that if this continued, the principal would punish them, to which he asked that he would not be able to fight. Looking straight ahead, the captain said that if he wanted to find someone to fight, he would join him. Henry waved his hands and replied that he should forget about it. He could handle it himself, and then thought that he didn't want to be beaten. Looking up, Henry said that in fact, their captain didn't let him fight. Luke lowered his cap, and it was heard that they would postpone the battles until the competition began. Archie lowered his head, frowning. Frank said that he was telling him, "This fool is very strong." Henry obeys him without complaint, to which the hero responded approvingly. Frowning, he said that he didn't expect that the students of Yenjing Beast University would be so strong. For them, it was a problem. Smiling, the guy said that, in fact, he should be much stronger than William. The team management should be handed over to him. But he lost to Chloe. Grinning, the protagonist asked, by the way, why doesn't she fight? Looking away, the girl asked what he was doing. What was so funny about it? Said that even if he won, it wouldn't mean anything. Putting her hand to her face, she added that Henry could definitely beat her if she fought. Harry looked at her in surprise and asked if she wanted to fight Ralph. Chloe grinned and said that she almost did, and he asked that he was the 7th and she was the 3rd. Closing her eyes, the girl answered that no. Of course, she was the 7th and he was the 3rd. He underestimated other people. The hero opened his eyes in amazement and said that she was much stronger than he thought, and then thought that this girl probably had her own aces up her sleeve. Frowning, the girl told him not to look at her appearance. If he needed a strong opponent, then it was her. He definitely would not be able to defeat her, and even if he could, her sister would kill him. To which the protagonist replied that then she really was the best. A thought appeared that her current strength was much inferior to Ralph if she used all the evolution points and pumped up to the 8th level of the Beastmaster. Then a duel with them should not be a big problem. Frowning, Jack said that the director had arrived. The students looked at the director. Henry bowed and said hello. Surprised, his eyes widened. The protagonist said that the director, to which Frank replied that he was the management of Yenjing Beast University. Klaus walked forward, looking to the side. The hero asked how and what. Lowering his head, Harry wondered that maybe Chloe did not want to enter the Yenjing Beast University because she did not want to see its director. But what did this mean? Vincent extended his hand and said that the recent battle of a student from his university was quite impressive. The man smirked and said that he participated in the battle by coincidence. Lowering his head, the protagonist thought that Klaus and Chloe might be related, remembering how Charlie's teacher told him that Chloe had a hard time in life. Looking away, the protagonist asked if the director of Yenjing Beast University was her relative, to which the girl replied that he was her biological father. Lowering her gaze, she added that there was no connection between her and him. either before, nor now, nor in the future. Closing his eyes, Vincent said that, in his opinion, they should step aside to avoid undue pressure and to avoid embarrassing the students. To which the director responded approvingly. He smirked, looking at the man, looking straight ahead. The director thought that she still had not forgiven him. Suddenly he looked at her in amazement. The girl stood behind the hero. The man frowned angrily. The protagonist looked at him. A glow appeared around them. Walking forward, the director said that they would go, and Vincent asked what kind of looks. Closing his eyes, the man replied that he should not pay attention. Looking straight ahead, he added that. But who is this guy next to Chloe? The director turned around in surprise and asked again, hearing that Harry is student of teacher Charlie. He was a substitute at their University of Animals. Amo Klaus frowned and asked what kind of impulse was coming from him. Said that it did not look like the power of a substitute student. Chloe was standing behind the protagonist when he said that they were going back to the inn. The girl looked ahead sadly when she agreed with him. Someone was watching the boys. Chuck looked angry. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise when he asked if it was really him. Harry and Chloe were shown in profile when she answered in the affirmative, explaining that he finally entered the Hubei Beast University and that the academy was at the bottom of the list of prestigious schools, but his strength and talent were considered among the best. The protagonist remembered a dark silhouette. A guy was standing in front of them when the protagonist said that he thought he didn't know about fighting, and then suggested that the girl leave so as not to disturb him, to which she agreed. The lights were on in the windows of the inn in the evening. The blond boy was drying his head with a towel when he said that it was very good after a shower. Then Rick asked him if he was going to train today, to which he replied that he saw the strength of Yenjin University and that he himself was much worse. Harry looked determinedly ahead when he added that Frank would return a little later, and that in that case, he would now use the remaining 20 million evolution points and level up to the 8th level of the Beastmaster. The building was illuminated by the sun. 2 days later, the guys were standing in groups. At 8 in the morning in the lobby of the hotel, the informant was standing next to the main character when he said that their uniform was too green and that it was good that at least they did not have hats. Then the boy replied that he thought about some nonsense every day. The girl fixed her hair and apologized. Chloe smiled and said that she was a little late. The guys looked shocked when they called her beautiful. The brunette's eyes were closed as she asked the protagonist what he had been doing for the past 2 days, explaining that she wanted to take him for a walk around Yenjing. But Frank said that he was busy and that she should not disturb him. Harry looked at the girl carefully as he replied that he had been training and had leveled up a bit. Chloe smiled widely and asked him again. The 3 boys were watching the protagonist. William looked ahead with a frown as he wondered how he was able to level up with his E rank Beast Soul and if he was a level 7 Beastmaster. The protagonist clenched his fist in front of him as he answered in the affirmative, explaining that he had obtained as much of the Beast Emperor's power as possible over the past few days, and that he was now a level 8 Beastmaster. The boys looked to the same side, holding back their laughter. William looked down with a gloating expression, thinking about what kind of leveling up from level 6 to level 8 of a Beastmaster was this, and that he was joking it was a waste of time. Chloe looked at the boys thinking about how naive these guys were, and that Harry was certainly joking he couldn't be level 6. The principal appeared, asking the students if they were ready. The mustachioed man opened his mouth wide and advised them to take advantage of this wonderful opportunity, perhaps even the best one that was given to them. The boys looked in one direction with determination, agreeing with him when Vincent exclaimed that he hoped they could show their best in battle and let everyone know that they were from the Beast University of MO. The man stood in the stands of the arena at Yenjing University. Klaus opened his mouth wide when he exclaimed that first-year students from all higher education institutions were invited to participate in the competition. The guys in white robes from the Yenjing University team showed up. The students in orange uniforms from the MO Beast Academy squad showed up. A guy was holding a green flag. When it was announced that they were the Sichuan University team, a child was walking in front of the guys When it was announced that they were the Beihang Beast Academy squad, the protagonist and Frank looked away. When the former said that their team captain looked like a schoolboy, the masked boy looked ahead with a bored expression. The informant looked at his comrade seriously when he explained that his name was Kai and that he was turning 14 this year, adding that he was a genius. Then the protagonist asked him again, reminding him that the beast's soul only manifests in 18-year-olds. Frank raised his hand to his face when he answered that he had, and then asked if he had ever heard of the innate beast soul. Then he was asked again. The boy introduced the baby, as he explained that it meant that the child's beast soul was awakened at birth, and that such children were extremely talented, as they had 18 years of beast soul training, unlike ordinary people, and that they were ahead of 90% of the species in the world, concluding that combined with the excellent conditions for growth, they were the undisputed leaders and geniuses among the beast souls. Harry looked thoughtful as the informant suggested, using the boy as an example, adding that he was only 14 years old, but he was already a level 8 beast master, and that Kai's soul was special as his beast was a yang. There was a blue essence behind the child. As Frank said, that he had the ability to speak and obey, and that it could be said that his beast soul was perfect, as Yang could attack, defend, and help. Sweat appeared on the protagonist's face. As he thought about how amazing this ability was, the informant was standing behind him when he said that he didn't expect to be invited to the Beihang Beast University team, let alone appointed as a captain, and that it seemed like their squad was determined to achieve something. This time the protagonist looked away when he asked how it was that a genius like Kai didn't end up in Yenjing Beast University or IMO Academy. Frank frowned at the boy when he replied that it was because Beihang University was closer to home, and Harry asked what that reason was. The informant spread his arms out. We explained that the boy was born with a beast soul, and that his parents were soul masters. So he spent all his free time training, and that's why he can't take care of himself, and his parents help him with that. Summing up that, it was because he had a high degree of alignment with the beast soul, and he couldn't speak of his own free will, fearing that it would lead to a disaster. Kai looked ahead intently as Frank said that, of course, his parents wanted him to go to a more prestigious university, but he himself refused. The protagonist was shown in profile, as he thought about how he was the very young master, who was extremely talented, and could not do without his parents in life. But the beast soul masters respected him for his strength, and as long as he was strong enough, other personal issues did not matter. The team stood in the arena as the director addressed the dear students, saying that no matter what university they were from, he invited them to participate in this first national freshman friendship competition, and that they, as the best representatives of the new generation, would begin a new era. The people looked at their phones, as Klaus added that they were already too old for this, and so the future rested on their shoulders. The screen showed the students in white uniforms, as he concluded that they would become the new leaders, who would carry the flame of hope to humanity. Klaus looked ahead with confidence, as he said that they would become stronger each time. The man held his hands out to the sides, as he asked them to create their own beautiful future. The dark-haired boy looked ahead as they were asked to be confident. Klaus frowned as he exclaimed that this was great, and that he would now tell them the order and rules of the competition. And once he was done, the tournament would begin immediately. The protagonist looked ahead with admiration as he realized that the day had finally arrived. The dark-haired man looked pleased as he addressed the ladies and gentlemen, informing them that he would now introduce them to the rules and format in which their competition would be held. The colorful signs were shown, as it was explained that there were 3 main stages: the arena battle, the team battle, and the survival battle, and that the first one was a 10-on-10 team battle, and that the leading group would be able to stay in the arena until the losing group disappeared. And then it was explained that the team battle, which was what they had come for with their high schools, would be held with a large number of people, and that the point of the battle was to test their ability to work as a team and, of course, their team spirit. Klaus looked askance as he spoke about the survival battle. He imagined a mountainous area when he explained that, after they consulted with their top teaching council, of all universities. This battle would take place in the long Gushan Mountains, on the outskirts of Yanjing. Frank and Harry looked ahead, when the latter asked what kind of place it was. Then, the comrade asked him if he really had never heard of Long Gushan, or at least how 10 monsters of the beast rank gathered and wiped out the entire city of Yanjing, assuming that he must have heard of it. The informant stood behind the protagonist, who answered in the affirmative. Then the boy added that among those 10 monsters of the beast rank, the most powerful was the Black Dragon King. The youth imagined the silhouette of the lizard above the houses, when he explained that it could easily destroy the entire town. In one fell swoop, the protagonist's mouth dropped open, looking forward as he mentally asked him again, and then wondered how that was even possible. Realizing that such an amazing destructive power was scary to wield, even for monsters of the beast rank, Frank raised his hand to his face, as he said that this Black Dragon King was also called Nidhogg, and that it was said that people of black magic brought him from the Western world to China. Harry turned around, looking at his comrade as he asked how that was possible, to which he replied that it was because they saw how they were growing and developing quickly in China. So they wanted to weaken them with the power of dragons. But as it turned out, they just sent dozens of nuclear bombs there. Mountains were visible in the distance. As he summed up that after a long period of time, in a special mountain called Long Guan, the remains of the dragon Nidhogg were formed, and that this whole incident led to terrifying mutations. Frank was behind the protagonist when he said that. They said that there were still monsters of the beast rank inside, and the young man thought that. It was no wonder why this place was chosen. The protagonist looked away when he asked if there was still nuclear radiation in the Long Gushan Mountains. The informant put his hand behind his head when he answered that. Of course, not since hundreds of years had passed, adding that the nuclear radiation had almost dissipated, but they would stop just below the radiation zone, so it would definitely not affect them in any way, and he should not worry about it. Harry clenched his fist in front of himself when he thought about the nuclear radiation from several nuclear bombs, remaining for hundreds or even several thousand years, and how this was just a perfect find for his leveling. The man stood in the stands as he began to announce the rules of the survival battle. Specifically, that 10 days spent in the Long Gushan Mountains equaled 10 points, and that all team members could earn points. Klaus looked ahead with a focused expression as he explained that all participants would be able to earn 120 points after 10 days, and that moreover, each monster they killed would also add points to their score, with one monster earning 10. But killing a monster of the beast rank would double the points earned. The students looked ahead as they asked if they could really beat them, adding that they wouldn't be able to do it and that it was just stupid, to which they were told that they should stick together anyway, as that would give them a chance to defeat the monsters. The principal looked thoughtful, thinking that they were quite smart, and that it looked like the survival battle would be very interesting. This time a man stood in front of the students, as he asked the students to pay attention to the fact that, after the survival battle began, they would be randomly sent to different parts of the Yanjing, outskirts in the Long Gushan Mountains, and that the location would not interfere with their gathering, and that they would decide for themselves whether to look for allies or go straight to the monsters. Klaus frowned, looking ahead, as he said that hiding and sitting in safety for 10 days was boring, so the students could also attack each other, and as long as they eliminated others, they would have an advantage. Sweat appeared on the students' faces as they asked about having to fight other students, and who would do such a thing, because it was pointless. The guy grimaced terribly as he mentally addressed the protagonist and advised him to take care of himself. Otherwise, he would die at his hands. The students were in front of the cars when they were told that the survival battle would begin soon, and then they were ordered to line up by university and get into the cars. Harry wondered when she had arrived. The boys were getting into the cars when they were told to get in faster. Someone grabbed the boy's hand. Chloe looked at the boy closely and exclaimed that wherever he was, she would try to find him. The girl's eyes widened when she said that she would protect him, and they would both survive the entire 10 days of this survival battle, and that he should not doubt it, thinking that this time it was her turn to protect him. The blond boy looked forward with a smile when he agreed with her. The man put his hands behind his back a little later, turning to the young men and saying that he saw them for the first time. So he asked them to allow him to introduce himself. Right away, the man in the beret opened his mouth as he said that he was the belligerent Bruce, who was their security chief from Beast, rank monster department under the Chinese military department. He held an object in his hand as he explained that if the boys encountered any insurmountable dangers in the Gonglu Shan Mountains, they were to first contact him via their digital wristwatches, and he would then arrive as soon as possible, based on the coordinates they sent him. However, once they decided to ask for help, it would automatically be considered as a refusal to continue participating in the survival battle. The protagonist looked closely at the device, thinking that the first function of the watch was to record the number of monsters they had killed, and the second was to ask for help. Bruce stood in front of the protagonist as he explained that each of the cars had a security officer in place to go to their aid at any time, and that this was their first competition of such difficulty. So the standards were as expected at the highest level. The man was shown in profile as he said that it was great, and then asked the boys to blindfold themselves until the car entered the mountainous area. Frank held up a blindfold as he asked what it was for. Bruce frowned as he replied that it was only fair that they were blindfolded so they wouldn't know each other's location. The cars pulled up alongside the buildings as he added that if they had any questions, they had one last chance to ask before they arrived at their destination. Harry raised his hand as he apologized, explaining that he had a question and was then allowed to speak as I was shown up close, as he inquired about whether the deaths of the monsters they would be hunting in the mountains would be counted as just them or their entire university. He was flanked by his comrades. Bruce's mouth dropped open looking ahead as he asked them not to worry, saying that only the student benefited from killing the monsters. Wondering what was going on and what was wrong with this guy, the protagonist clenched his fist, closing his eyes as he exclaimed that this was good. The boys had blindfolds over their eyes. Clouds floated above the cars. A man in a beret stood near the students. The boy hit his knee with his finger. Sweat appeared on the officer's face as he thought about how difficult this guy was and how he shouldn't pay attention to it. The forest was illuminated by the sun, somewhere on Long Island Mountain. The protagonist's eyes were closed as he thought about the car stopping and the fact that 25,761 seconds had passed and that they had been driving for over 7 hours. Bruce grabbed the boy by the wrist. The boy fell to the ground when the corresponding order was given. Frank and Chloe were sitting next to Harry when he realized that. Apparently, it was not them. A car wheel was shown. The informant leaned towards the protagonist when he exclaimed that it was shaking again. Then he thought about how they turned around on purpose, because they were afraid that they would remember the location, and about how unlucky they were, that in his past life, he was a murderer and that such tests do not cause him problems. Frank sat up straight when he was told that it was his turn. The car drove through the forest. Bruce was in front of the girl when he asked to be calm. The protagonist's eyes were blindfolded when he thought about the guys already outside and that soon it would be his turn. Then he was asked to relax. The man touched his shoulder. Sweat appeared on Harry's face. The young man fell to the ground behind the car. He tried to sit up. The protagonist tore off the blindfold when he wondered why so harshly. The path stretched far into the distance. When the protagonist thought that, judging by the speed of the truck, Chloe should be about 15 kilometers away, the blond boy brought his palms together when he realized that there was no time to lose, and then used the skill fusion with the spirit of the beast. A beast with spikes appeared when Rick congratulated him on successfully absorbing it, and that he received 100 evolution points. Then Harry said that there really was some energy left. The creature with red eyes looked ahead when he said that the radiation was weak, but every 10 seconds it received 100 evolution points every minute. 600 points, and in a whole day it would be more than 800,000, and that by spending about 10 days on Mount Long John, one could get 8.64 million points, and then summed up that this was almost enough to reach the 9-star level of the beast. Master Rick was in front of the lizard, who exclaimed that it was only on the outskirts, and that if they went deeper into the forest, the radiation concentration would be higher, and accordingly, the number of points would also increase than the pet suggested. Going there, they looked in one direction when the protagonist answered that no, and that first they needed to find Chloe, Jack, and Frank because extra hands would not hurt them. Then he was asked how to find them. There was a forest path in front of them. When the protagonist said that he remembered the landing location and that they would first go for the girl, since she was the closest, summing up that he hoped that she did not have time to go far. The crowns of the trees were shown. 10 minutes later, Harry walked through the forest, thinking that if he remembered everything correctly, then Chloe should be somewhere there. Dark spots appeared on the road. These were clear paw prints. Then the protagonist assumed that they were left by a friend. The lizard stood in the middle of the forest. When he thought about what it meant to be in that direction, the protagonist put his paw to the side, thinking that fortunately the nine-tailed fox leaves noticeable tracks. The beast was shown in profile. There were trees in front of them. When he exclaimed that it was her voice, the fox was surrounded by other animals. The poisonous demon frog looked scary. The eyes of the hell civet glowed blue. Cerberus opened all his mouths. The white fox stared ahead, thinking that she was very unlucky, because at the very beginning she encountered 3 overlords, and that even with 7 stars, she would not be able to cope with them. People were watching them from the bushes. The guy from the Hushin squad smirked when he turned to the boss, saying that fortune favored them today, because they managed to encounter 3. George looked ahead with concentration, as he was explained that he was the senior assistant of the Hayashi, squad leader. Anthony put his hand to his mouth, as he said that it seemed that the snow fox was a first-year student at the Beast Academy, and then asked if they should help her, and was told that she was actually their enemy. The youth frowned as he said that he was right, and that in a battle for survival, they were all enemies, exclaiming that whether the others were there or not, the fox should not be spared anyway. The protagonist watched the boys. He looked ahead thoughtfully, thinking that there was nothing wrong with waiting in the bushes, but these guys were going to attack Chloe, so they shouldn't hold a grudge against him. The beasts were in front of the fox. An ice block appeared above her, as she decided that if someone couldn't accept their fate, they should attack. First, ice fragments flew in different directions. Cerberus bared his sharp fangs. Fireballs flew out of his mouth. They collided with the ice. Blue cloths formed above the animals. The toad's eyes glowed yellow. A dark substance appeared from its mouth. The fox nimbly jumped away. The dark liquid was near her paw. When Chloe realized that the poison of this frog was very caustic, she was in front of the animals. When she thought about how she could not escape, and that calling for help was also useless, the fox squinted forward, deciding that she could not lose, because she still needed to find Harry. The lizard was shown in profile. Well, he thought about the fact that she had not given up yet, and that in this case, he would intervene a little later, because he only needed to ensure her safety. The black civet rushed towards the fox. She swung her paw, striking. Blood spurted from the cuts. The beast's pupils narrowed. Chloe took a step towards her opponents. The civet gritted her teeth. Looking down, her paws were stuck in the ice. The white fox rushed towards the enemies. The protagonist looked ahead, thinking that she had really become much stronger, because even being surrounded, she fought with dignity. The toad spat poison at the fox. Chloe's eyes lit up. An ice block appeared in front of her. She smashed it with her tail. The boys looked in the same direction, when one of them asked why she broke the ice wall that she had built herself. The fox was behind the ice shards. Ice crystals pierced the toad's body. Chloe looked ahead, smirking when she realized that she had succeeded. Cerberus bared his sharp fangs, when she thought that he would be the hardest to deal with. The civet lay in a pool of blood. Ice spikes protruded from the toad's body. The 3-headed dog was engulfed in flames. Ice crystals flew off Chloe. Cerberus deftly dodged them. Fireballs flew out of his mouth. An icy stream appeared from the fox's mouth. The opposite elements collided. Chloe arched her back. She looked ahead with glowing eyes. The young man opened his mouth wide when he turned to the boss, and exclaimed that this girl was stronger than she looked. because she had taken down 2 people single-handedly. The fox stood in front of the enemy bodies. George opened his mouth wide when he said that this was nonsense, because every second person in the Beast Academy was like that, and then told the guys to prepare to merge with the Beast Soul. Then Anthony asked if it was now. The boss looked down at the boy with displeasure as he exclaimed that, of course, and then wondered if he wanted to wait until she became even stronger. A poisonous S-rank scorpion appeared. As George used the skill Beast Soul Fusion, a black armadillo appeared, followed by a sparkling jellyfish. The white fox's pupils narrowed, as she thought that it was better not to run into students from other schools. Now, Chloe stood in front of the scorpion, which turned to Anthony and told him to attack first, explaining that he would try to corner her himself. To which he agreed. The tentacles of the jellyfish rushed forward. The white fox opened her mouth. Ice blocks appeared. Tentacles broke the ice, as she realized that it was electricity. The tentacles tied Chloe. She closed her eyes and screamed loudly. The scorpion pointed its tail at her when it praised Anthony. The white fox looked away when it called them a bunch of vile animals. Chloe closed her eyes when she realized that it looked like she was going to stay there. Then someone said, "That gentleman shouldn't take advantage of others' misfortune." The protagonist stuck out his limb when he was told to be careful. George's tail stuck into the protagonist's paw. The scorpion's eyes glowed when it thought about how, while the poison was in effect, its entire body would be paralyzed, and its fighting ability would be lost. Harry shielded the fox, his armor shimmering in the light. Chloe looked ahead in surprise when she called him by name. George's eyes glowed when he thought about how this was possible, since he hadn't even been through the defense, and that perhaps his bee-soul was the same type as his comrade. The lizard stood up straight, as he said that it was a predictable attack. The protagonist looked down, as he added that it was because he was weak to begin with. The protagonist's pupils narrowed as he said that, since they were going to sneak attack, they should already be prepared for defeat. Sweat began to run down the scorpion's face. He flew back from the lizard's powerful blow. George sat with his head tilted forward. The armadillo and jellyfish looked forward as they addressed the boss. The blue tentacles released the fox. Harry turned to her and asked if everything was okay, to which she replied in the affirmative, adding that she should be more careful. Sirius opened his mouth wide. The lizard opened his mouth slightly, as he suggested that he was eager to die. The protagonist spread his paws out to the sides. The 3-headed dog spewed fire spheres. The protagonist covered himself with his paw, protecting himself from the flames. Harry hovered in the air in front of Cerberus. He slashed the enemy with his sharp claws. The boxes appeared in front of Rick, as he congratulated him on successfully defeating the beast. King-level enemy, adding that his reward was 1 gold treasure chest, and then repeated what he had said. The protagonist looked forward with determination, as he replied that he was lucky to have 2 chests at once. He had his back to the enemies as he asked if they were giving up. The protagonist looked away with a creepy look when he suggested that maybe they wanted to continue. Sweat appeared on the boys' faces when they exclaimed that they gave up. They walked away holding their partner. Harry stood next to Chloe when he suggested that they quickly find Frank, because he was weaker than Jack, adding that he was afraid that he might fly out early. Then the girl agreed with him, and then asked if he knew where to look for him. The animals looked in one direction. Then the guy explained that when they were driving in the car, he remembered the location of everyone's landing, and then wondered how else he would have found her. After which, the fox thought about how the protagonist never ceases to amaze her. They were shown in profile when Chloe asked him about his current level, to which the protagonist replied that he was probably the king of the beasts. With 8 stars, the white fox's eyes widened as he asked him again, and wondered if he was really that strong. The animals walked next to each other. When Harry said that, ahead was exactly the place where Frank was dropped off. Then she replied that she understood. They turned their heads in different directions when the guy said that it seemed like he wasn't there. Then Chloe replied that, after all, enough time had passed, and that he couldn't just sit there until now. The protagonist looked towards the tree. He brought his head closer to the black mark when the fox asked if it was the Academy badge, suggesting that Frank had left it. The animals were in front of thick trunk, when the protagonist called him a smart guy, adding that by following the marks left, they would easily find him. Then Chloe said that such a method was also very risky, and that if other students noticed them and guessed, they would certainly start chasing to kill. There were tracks on the path in front of them. When Harry said that in this case, they needed to come first, then the fox turned to him and asked him to look, saying that there were traces of an animal soul. Dark paw prints were shown close up. When the guy said that, it seemed that more than one monster was chasing Frank, and that it was not surprising that the mark was damaged, summing up that fortunately, these animals should be small in size. Ahead was a dense forest from which screams were heard. The animals looked up as the protagonist asked what the sound was, to which Chloe replied that she couldn't make it out, but it was coming from the same direction as the tracks. The boys' pupils narrowed, as they simultaneously exclaimed that it must be Frank. The dinosaurs surrounded the huge egg. They opened their mouths, turning away from him. The lizard and fox were shown in profile, as the girl turned to the guy and asked where the egg came from, to which he replied that he didn't know. Frank looked forward in surprise as he addressed them by name, exclaiming that it was incredibly lucky that it was really them. The animals' eyes lit up, as they exclaimed that it was the informant's voice, and then asked if it was his spirit animal, adding that it couldn't be. The animals stopped in front of the egg as Frank asked why they froze, asking them to help him get rid of this bunch of velociraptors faster. The protagonist opened his mouth wide. The dinosaurs' eyes lit up. The reptiles ran towards the forest. Frank looked ahead angrily as he exclaimed that it finally happened. Otherwise, they were pestering him. The white fox looked at the egg as she asked if he was hurt, to which the informant replied that a couple of dinosaurs wouldn't do anything to him. And before that, he asked what she thought. The protagonist, crossing his paws, opened his mouth slightly, as he said that he had just been chased and tried to be killed by 3 king of beasts, level velociraptors, and then asked if he really meant to say that he could have handled it himself. Then he asked what they were talking about, since he was just an egg, and what they thought his abilities were suggesting, that it could be a somersault. Harry imagined a rolling egg as he thought that he was right. The protagonist looked at Frank thoughtfully, thinking about how his irate soul had always seemed strange to him, and how he had never imagined that there was a beast spirit in the form of an egg, and how he wondered if it could be eaten, concluding that it would be really cool. Sweat appeared on the surface of the egg, when the informant asked him not to even look at it like that, since it was not edible. The egg was in front of the beast. When Frank exclaimed that there was no need to look at it like that, and that although its attack power was weak, its defense was top-notch, concluding that if they did not believe it, they could try it themselves. The protagonist stared ahead when he asked him again, and then asked him to forget about it, since he was afraid that one blow would blow off his entire shell. The fox imagined the guy breaking the egg. When she laughed, Frank looked furiously ahead when he asked what was funny, adding that if he could actually break his shell, then from today on he would bear his last name. They were standing opposite each other when Harry offered him to try, since he was so confident then. The informant asked him to hit with all his strength. The protagonist swung, when he thought about trying to attack half-heartedly at first, and that his comrade should be able to withstand a blow of this level. He hit the egg with his paw. Its shell remained intact. The lizard's pupils narrowed when he wondered what this meant. The top of the egg was shown. When the informant asked if he hadn't eaten enough porridge today, the lizard looked ahead predatorily. He raised his paw up. Frank looked shocked when he exclaimed that now there would be a more serious blow. A clawed paw hit the shell. The egg flew off, breaking trees. The fox approached her comrade, when she turned to Frank asking how he was doing, and thinking that the protagonist had really hit him hard, so it was no longer funny. The informant lay with his eyes closed, when he answered that it was a bit weak. Then Chloe wondered if Harry would kill him. The egg was in front of the animals, when the informant asked the comrade if he saw that his attack was simply insignificant in front of the shell. Then the protagonist asked why he didn't hit again in that case. Frank, frowning, looked ahead when he suggested finding Jack first, because he didn't want to leave him alone, explaining that then in their team, the protagonist would be responsible for attack. He himself would be responsible for defense. Chloe would manage all this, and their comrade would help them. Harry held his paw out to the side, as he replied that it was a good plan, but it seemed like he had forgotten its location. While running through the forest, then the fox asked what they should do now. The informant and the protagonist looked away, as the latter said that it would be better to continue further into the forest. Then Frank assumed that he wanted to lead them to fight monsters, then asked if he was sure that the three of them could handle it. Mountains were visible behind the trees, when the protagonist replied that he thought most of the students were scoring points on the periphery, and that there should be far fewer people in the depths, and that it would be safer for them, because they wouldn't have to worry about anyone. Then Chloe exclaimed that it was true since she had just been attacked. The beasts were near the egg. When Harry said that, there were many lower-level monsters on Mount Longdenshown, and that they should keep their distance from their habitats. Otherwise, they would have nowhere to run if they were found by other students. Then the informant agreed with him. The lizard was shown in profile. When he thought that perhaps the deeper he went into the forest, the stronger he became just by breathing the air. The treetops were illuminated by the sun. 6 hours later, the protagonist was walking through the forest when he was asked if they would arrive soon, to which he replied that it seemed like no, since they did not meet a single monster on the way. The guys were sitting on his neck, when he added that the direction was correct, and that there was only a little left. Thinking about the fact that every 10 seconds, he received 200 evolution points. A quadcopter appeared in the air, making a characteristic sound. The protagonist stopped in front of it, thinking about the fact that he almost forgot that this time there was a live broadcast of the competition. Harry looked forward seriously, thinking that he should be careful then, because if he revealed all the advantages, he would be in big trouble. The men were standing in front of the monitors. Klaus was shown in profile. When he said that, of course, it was hard to get her to participate in the competition. He looked at Vincent, who asked him not to worry because his son was there too, explaining that as long as they were with the main character, there should be no problems. Then Chloe's father asked about whether this replacement of his was reliable. Klaus looked ahead with a frown, as Frank's father replied that Charlie had recommended the student, and then asked him if he thought the teacher had made a mistake, and was told that the professor was really good and had great promise. But the guy seemed to be hiding something. The moon shone on the forest at the foot of Mount Lungu. The boys were sitting by the fire, when the protagonist said that the meat of those monsters was just what they needed. The informant sprinkled the food with seasoning, when he exclaimed that it was all thanks to his cooking skills, and Chloe replied that he was a great guy for bringing spices and other ingredients with him. Frank smiled widely as he asked the dear viewers how they were doing. There was a drone near the entrance to the cave, when Vincent ordered it to fly away quickly, adding that he could not lose sight of this man. Harry looked away indifferently when he said that the temperature would drop significantly at night, and everything would become much more dangerous. So they needed to prepare more firewood and water. Then the comrade replied that it was not a problem. Frank and Chloe looked ahead carefully. When the boy asked about why he felt like his body strength had suddenly jumped sharply, then the girl added that he was right because she felt it too, and then suggested that perhaps it began when half of the 8 stars were reached. The blond boy closed his eyes, smiling when he exclaimed that he did not know either, and that he just sat down and suddenly became stronger. The informant grabbed his leg and asked him to teach him and become his teacher. The protagonist touched his head when he asked how he would teach him, because he himself did not know what was happening. Then Frank replied that he would go get firewood. Agreeing with him, Chloe stood in front of the protagonist, who said that she could go with him, and he would stay and watch the meet. Harry looked away thoughtfully as he said that everyone had left, and then asked the dragon to open all the chests he had received earlier. Rick stretched his paws forward as he answered that he would, and then congratulated him on receiving 50,000 evolution points, and on receiving the soul-crushing claw artifact, which when equipped attacks the enemy along with their soul, adding that the boy received the same number of evolution points, and the Beast Master cheat code. A book appeared in front of the young man. The dragon pointed to the tome, as he explained that there were 9 such books in total, and that this was the first one, and then asked if he wanted to study it, to which he answered affirmatively. A flash occurred near the protagonist's forehead. He sat with his legs crossed. People appeared around him in combat stances. The protagonist clenched his fist, looking forward as he exclaimed that he had understood everything. Then Rick said that he could not wait to try it. Harry stood in the middle of the cave. He transformed into a lizard by using fusion. When he thought about taking advantage of the opportunity, while there were no drones, the small dragon looked away. When he said that the effect of the enraged tiger could greatly increase his explosive power in a short period of time, red stripes appeared on the beast's paw. The protagonist extended his limbs to the sides. Fire lit up in his eyes. The impact caused the stone to split into pieces. There was a depression in the ground in front of the lizard. When Rick said that with his current strength, the tiger state could be maintained for at least half an hour. Although this cheat skill was slightly inferior compared to the elephant mode, the protagonist looked at his paw when the dragon added that, of course. This was only the first skill out of 9, and that was only necessary to collect a couple more, and the changes would not take long to appear. Then he was asked if this was true, adding that he was already burning with anticipation. The sun illuminated the trees. There was a full moon in the sky a few days later. The friends were sitting around the fire. When Frank asked him if he was saying that, Lord, level beasts hadn't appeared there in a few days, and if they were even there, adding that drones hadn't been seen for a long time either, and he assumed that the audience was tired of watching them eat meat. Harry looked at the informant when he replied that at least they were safe now and asked if that wasn't great, and the informant said that. Of course, it was great to have less to worry about. Frank's eyes widened when he asked why it had suddenly gotten so cold. The boys looked at each other. When the protagonist asked if he hadn't been told that sometimes it was better not to tempt fate, and the young man replied that it couldn't be. Chloe pointed in front of her when she told her friend to turn around. Sweat appeared on Frank's face. When he asked not to scare him, huge yellow eyes appeared. There was a monster behind the informant. The dark-haired boy opened his mouth wide. Using fusion, he turned into an egg. The yellow eye trembled. The monster slapped the egg with its paw. It hit the wall. Cracks appeared on the shell. The girl looked away unconcerned. As she turned to Frank, the green paw rested on the ground. The two-headed monster stood in front of the boys. They turned into animals using the fusion skill. The white fox opened its mouth slightly. An ice wall appeared in front of the monster. The protagonist swung his paw. He stood in front of the monster. When he struck, the monster opened both mouths wide. The protagonist and Chloe stood next to each other. Harry bared his sharp teeth as he exclaimed that it was an earth lizard and that they should be careful. Rock fragments flew upward. The projectiles rushed towards the white fox. Ice spikes appeared in front of her. Rocks flew above Chloe. The white fox looked ahead in shock. The egg rolled through the cave. Frank shielded the girl as he exclaimed that it hurt like crazy. The black lizard looked ahead as he said that they needed to think of a way to lure it out of there quickly, thinking about how it looked like a lord-level beast and how it was. No wonder he hadn't caught its breath. Chloe followed Frank when they were told to get out of there. Then she asked again. The protagonist was shown in profile as he exclaimed that there was no time to explain and that they should follow him. There was a pile of rocks behind the guys. The egg was shown when the informant said that he was too fast and that they couldn't escape that easily. The protagonist looked askance, his mouth slightly open. As he asked him who told him that they were going to escape, there was lava under their feet. The black lizard opened his mouth wide. A stream of light energy rushed forward from him. The two-headed monster bared its sharp teeth and screamed. Harry stared ahead as he turned to Chloe and asked her to be faster. The fox swung its tail. The monster lay on the glittering ice. The protagonist hung in the air above the monster. He attacked the enemy with his tail. The spiky monster began to cough up blood. The protagonist grabbed one of its heads as he said that its shell is strong, but he does not think that its internal organs are so. Harry opened its mouth with his paws as he exclaimed that this is the law of evolution. A bright sphere formed in its mouth. A stream of energy rushed into the mouth of the enemy. Its head was torn apart. The body of the monster fell to the ground. Rick looked ahead as he congratulated the protagonist on receiving 1 gold chest. The protagonist stood with his back to his comrades as the informant exclaimed, "That Harry already had enough strength to single-handedly defeat a Lord-level monster. The lizard gritted his teeth, looking ahead, holding the mineral in his hands. Harry said that he did not think that both of them would have the crystals. He said with satisfaction that they would pay 20 million for them, and Frank noted that he was so strong. But he was still pretending, and it was not friendly. Chloe looked at him and said that the protagonist was strong and never hid it from him. Frank began to run away from her, screaming that he would rather continue eating. He was suddenly taken aback, looking at the fire. The guy said that someone stole their food. Looking at the ground, Harry noticed that these were the tracks of a monster. Furious Frank muttered that he would give the thief a thrashing when he caught his eye. Following the tracks, the protagonist heard the sounds of an animal in the bushes. He began to push aside the leaves. Harry noticed a small monster that was eating their food. The surprised guys asked what kind of miracle it was. The dragon puffed out his cheeks. He launched a fireball at them. Harry pushed his friends away. The protagonist managed to duck from the magic projectile. The fireball pierced the tree trunk. Turning around, Harry thought that this kid had enormous strength. Dumbfounded, Chloe called out to the protagonist. The protagonist held out his hand and asked him to stop. The dragon began to closely examine and sniff his hand. Chloe stood behind the monster, dumbfounded. Frank said that this beast could belong to a rather specific species. Harry touched the dragon's muzzle. He began to stroke it. The puzzle guys cried out that they were already like old acquaintances. They were frightened by the angry look of the beast and assumed that it was reaching out only to the protagonist. The protagonist lightly hit him on the head and asked him not to be rude. He seriously asked Rick in his thoughts if this was his relative, to which he received the answer that he had no relatives, and the dragon must be attracted to Harry's energy. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and thought that most likely the dragon was also formed as a result of energy absorption. He was so small, but already strong. Frowning, Frank clarified what Harry would do with it. Smiling, the protagonist said that he would like to try, because he had become attached to it anyway, and a strong assistant would not hurt. Stroking the monster, he noted that if one day this creature would pose a threat to humanity, he would be able to deal with it. The plot took us to the forest on the 7th day of the test. Sitting by the fire, Chloe said that Frank's field kitchen skills never cease to amaze. Even Barry really likes it. The guy's face was puzzled. Harry began to stroke the dragon's head. He calmly stated that there were 3 days left until the end of the test. They needed to hunt a little to get points. The drone flew to their cave, sitting on the ground. Chloe clarified that if Barry accidentally got on the broadcast, to which Harry replied that they would not be able to hide him anyway, since he decided to get a pet. He takes full responsibility for this. It is better to inform the director and the others as soon as possible. Frank treated the monster to meat and said that he did not even know what they would think. People were watching them on TV. They were all surprised, frowning. The man asked Vincent to explain why on earth his students kept the monster for themselves, and the plot introduced us to Alfred, the director of Hongju University. Waving his hand, Klaus screamed to inform the staff to immediately stop the broadcast. Vincent looked at him and said that there was no need to be so nervous. This baby could be friendly. He would try to persuade Harry to return it later. There should be no serious problems. Frowning, Klaus said that this baby, although of a different color, was very similar to the black dragon Emperor Nidhogg. The dumbfounded people imagined a huge dragon. Vincent's face was dripping with sweat, and he asked if Klaus was sure about this. The man with a serious look told that hundreds of years ago, Nidhogg almost razed Yinjing to the ground, although he was not a witness to this. But as the director of Yinjing University, he studied many documents. The description of this dragon coincides with what they saw on the broadcast. Except for the color, Alfred folded his arms and cried out that Nidhogg had been dead for hundreds of years. He couldn't rise from the dead anyway. If they could kill him the first time, they could do it the second time. They were much stronger now than they were before. He wanted to lead them against him. The director of Haiyu University calmly said that there was no need to worry about it now, but he thought it was better to solve the problem as soon as possible. After all, Longshan was not that far from Yanqing. It was hard to say what the consequences might be. Vincent looked at Klaus and asked if he thought so too. The man closed his eyes and said that he was afraid. They all misunderstood him. He wasn't saying that the dragon had risen. Frowning, he added that, however, his crystal clot, which had never been found, had manifested. Vincent was shocked by what he heard, stunned. Vincent asked if he wanted to say that that thing was a crystal, standing in front of the table. Klaus said that he could only guess. But the dragon was still very small and did not pose any threat, so they could continue the test, but only in live broadcast mode. They must try not to reveal themselves. The angry Alfred emphasized the fact that issues of this kind must certainly be resolved. Looking at him, Klaus replied that this was true. After the test was over, he would immediately go to the military headquarters to get rid of this threat. Once and for all, the plot transferred us to a cave in Mount Longevity. The remains of monsters lay on the ground. A green glow emanated from the crystal. The dragon ate animals and its mouth was a goat. The monster's eyes suddenly lit up. It began to crawl towards the crystal. The dragon came across a mineral emitting a glow. Its eyes suddenly began to glow brightly. It opened its mouth wide. A loud roar was heard in the forest. The dragon emerged from the cave. It looked up and puffed out its cheeks. Streams of dark energy began to flow from his mouth. Mana began to fill the forest. It was getting dark outside. Frank, dumbfounded, asked what was happening and why the sun had not set yet. Frowning, Harry said that it had been light for a long time, but everything around was covered in a dark, thick fog. Chloe, sitting next to him, said that this was not a good sign. Such phenomena did not occur on their own, and Frank suggested that some monster had done its job. Looking at his watch, the protagonist said that they were acting strangely. Perhaps this black fog was somehow affecting the magnetic field. They were trapped, frightened. Chloe asked if this meant that the drones had also failed, and what to do now. Noting that there was no way to even contact the teachers, Barry pulled the protagonist by the leg. The protagonist patted him on the head, saying that it was just a dark fog. He didn't think it was dangerous. He would inspect the surroundings later, and he should sit there and not run away. Somewhere under a mountain collapse, the guys were sitting in front of a fire. Kevin asked with a serious look if he could contact the university. Sighing, Jack replied that he had checked everything, but none of the watches were working. A dumbfounded Kevin assumed that they would meet their death there. So many people had lost contact at the university. Couldn't just leave it like that. Adam glanced to the side and asked if they had noticed how the number of monsters had increased with the arrival of the black fog, adding that they should be more careful until the rescuers arrived. A puzzled Jack said that he didn't know about the others, but he was more concerned about Archie and Harry. William asked with a satisfied look why he needed the protagonist. He had probably already been eliminated, since he wouldn't have dared to go so deep into the forest. An angry Jack asked why they were making fun of him, since they were all classmates and teammates. And William asked if it turned out that losers were on the same team with him. An enraged Adam stood up and screamed that in that case, he was also a loser and did not deserve to be on his team. Nate held out his hands and asked them to calm down, noting that William just had that kind of character. He did not see the point in arguing and, moreover, leaving the team because of it. Pointing his finger, William said that he was right, because all the I-rankers got there through connections. If the guys did not agree with him, they could leave and save them. Turning around, Kevin began to think that over the past few days, they had encountered a lot of monsters, but they survived only thanks to Jack. If he left, they would be finished. Frowning, he clarified what they would do sitting on the ground. William asked Kevin if he thought they couldn't survive without them, to which he replied that it was very dangerous to fight Lord-level monsters without Jack. The enraged guy asked who they would or to join him. Then the guy sighed, walking down the street. Adam said that he didn't think Jack would go with him, to which he replied that Harry was his friend. Naturally, he couldn't leave him in trouble. Holding his head, Adam asked what if he had really been eliminated, to which the guy replied that they would believe that everything was fine. This guy was not as simple as he might seem. They entered a dark forest. We were transported to the conference room of the Beijing Academy. The military man saluted and said that the preliminary investigation of the dark fog was complete standing in front of Klaus. He told him that according to the results of the investigation, the fog can affect the magnetic field and interfere with electronic equipment, and a large concentration of monsters was found in the fog itself, including Lord-level monsters. Their location is still unknown. He added with a serious expression that, of course, such high-ranking monsters should not be there, so the military dared to guess that they are controlled by someone with a higher rank. In other words, there's a suspicion that Emperor-level monsters have appeared deep in a mountain looking at him. Vincent asked if he wanted to say that the fog was their doing. Frowning, the soldier replied that it was quite possible. He also wanted to tell him that the dark fog was interfering with the counting of victims. But fortunately, it was only spreading in the depths of Longchamp. At present, the security personnel have already crossed the border with the fog and are busy searching for the student. So he asked them not to worry. Standing in front of the table, the boy shouted that in addition, the military department hoped that the university could send 2 people of the Emperor level as reinforcements to clarify the situation. If it turned out that it was a high-ranking monster, then they would like to finish it off on the spot. Standing up from the table, Vincent and Klaus declared that in that case they would go, stretching out his hand. Alfred said that he could not allow the 2 of them to leave, and then asked why Klaus was there. Vincent turned around and replied that Klaus's daughter was there too. The enraged man thought that he would not allow anyone or anything to threaten Chloe's life, even if the opponent was an emperor. We were transported to the heart of the longest in forest, standing in front of the corpse of the monster Gary. I declared that this was the 3rd one today. He seriously assumed that it was a lord level. A disgruntled Frank said that their new recruit didn't care and was running from bush to bush. And Chloe said that at least he was more useful in the last battle. Surprised, Barry examined the blue crystal. He swallowed it. The dumbfounded protagonist thought that this core was worth tens of millions. An angry Harry took the crystal from him and screamed that, "You can't put anything in your mouth." Taken aback, Frank asked if there was another wave, noting that they had already used up a lot of energy. The protagonist, with a serious expression, asked Rick to pour all his points into upgrading. The satisfied dragon replied that it would be done. Harry turned into a giant black lizard, and a notification with his stats popped up. Taken aback, Frank asked if he had upgraded again. A frightened Chloe screamed that he needed to be careful. The protagonist noticed a familiar voice. Adam was introduced to them. The boys were surprised when they found him. Jack was flying over Adam's head. The delighted boy cried out that it was cool. A 2-headed monster appeared in front of them. He spread his wings. The monster directed a whirlwind at the boys. Powerful streams of wind destroyed everything in their path. Harry covered himself with his hands from the attack. The attacks did not cause him any damage. The protagonist began to breathe blue flame. The blow hit the monster. He began to scream in pain. Dumbfounded, Adam thought that they had not seen each other for only a few days, and his strength had increased so much. No wonder why Jack spoke of him like that. Barry ran to the fallen monster. He puffed out his cheeks. The monster was scared by what he saw. Barry directed a huge stream of flame at him. The dragon ran away from there with a satisfied look. He began to rub against his owner. Harry's face was joyful. He stretched out his paw. The protagonist put the crystal on the ground, stoking Barry. The protagonist reasoned that he shouldn't cuddle him too much. He needed to teach this little guy to follow commands. Barry swallowed the crystal. Crossing his arms, Adam asked if it was Harry's pet. Chloe approached him and asked how the 2 of them managed to get there. The guys, along with reinforcements, returned to the fire after a while. Clenching his hand into a fist, Frank asked who this William thought he was, that he dared to underestimate Harry. Looking at Jack, the girl asked how things were there, where they came from. Closing his eyes, Jack said that there were monsters everywhere, and he thought the scale of the disaster was colossal. The protagonist, with a serious look, cried out that the monsters were advancing again. The ground under his feet cracked. A huge dragon appeared in the cave. Frank turned into an egg, surprised. Adam noted that he had an unusual soul. The angry guy replied that there was nothing funny about it. The dragon began to roar loudly. Various monsters rushed at them. They were surrounded. The guys began to turn into animals. A powerful aura emanated from them. Adam delivered a powerful blow with his paw. Chloe stood on the battlefield. Frank began to roll and knock down the animals. Harry chopped his opponents with his claws. A horde of monsters ran towards him from behind. The protagonist swung his hand. He rushed through the demons, shouting that there were a lot of them, inflicting powerful attacks. Harry came to the conclusion that tearing their flesh to pieces was even enjoyable. He crushed the dragon. Chloe watched the fight and thought that it was cool. The two-headed monster began to roar loudly. The protagonist turned his attention to him. He released blue flames from his mouth. Incinerating the animals, Harry remembered that he was a killer, and this was exactly what he needed. A cloud of smoke rose. The monsters were scared. A loud roar was heard in the forest. The protagonist was taken aback and wondered what that sound was. The scared animals began to growl. They suddenly ran away from Harry. Chloe looked up, looking at the sky. She noticed something glowing deep in the fog. The dumbfounded protagonist cried out that it couldn't be, because those were the eyes of a monster. Harry imagined the outline of a huge beast. A dragon appeared in front of them, standing in front of the monster. Adam said that they had to run. Looking at the monster, the protagonist assumed that they couldn't run away from the Emperor. Flying next to them, Jack said that this monster was staring at Harry. The protagonist turned around. Looking at the trembling Barry, the protagonist assumed that it was because of him. Barry was suddenly surprised, wrapping his tail around the dragon. The protagonist came to the conclusion that a battle was inevitable. The monster opened its mouth. A sphere of dark energy began to form in its mouth, covering itself from the flow of wind. Adam cried out that the beast had sucked in all the dark fog. Black magic was directed at the boys. A blue glow began to come out of Harry's chest, releasing a stream of mana. The protagonist thought that the nuclear breath, which would focus all the energy of the crystal, should be enough to kill him. Their energy collided. The protagonist was surprised. The dark energy began to move towards them, and Harry noticed that he was not coping. Barry watched this. He puffed out his cheeks. The dragon released a fireball. The flame reached the dragon. Chloe began to take a breath, saying that it was her turn. The protagonist breathed fire and cried out about a sudden nuclear attack. The boys released streams of mana together. The dark aura disappeared. Confused, Harry exhaled, looking at the destroyed forest. He thought that one more blow and they would definitely be finished. The monster opened its mouth. It was going to eat Barry. The dragon flew away from him. Flying higher, Barry hit the monster's head with a fireball. Blood began to spurt from the beast. Many tongues came out of its mouth. Watching this, the protagonist said that the monster really came for the baby. They need to run while they can. And Adam wondered if Harry was really going to fight this big guy alone. The tongues entangled Barry. The protagonist prepared to dash, saying that he could not allow the dragon to be taken away. It was his fatherly duty. Harry, with burning eyes, emphasized the fact that he could not refuse him and just run away. Chloe stood behind him and said that she would support any decision he made. Adam crossed his arms and asked what kind of friends they were. Otherwise, Jack flew over Frank and said that this was the first time they fought a monster of this level, and it was worth it turning around. The protagonist addressed his comrades. He released a stream of flame and screamed that it was time to get down to business. The monster's tongue was cut off. Adam rushed forward. He caught Barry and covered him with his hands. The beast was furious. The guys began to run away. From there, Harry held the crystal in his hands, looking at it. The protagonist thought that in the past he was very weak, lost everything that he valued. But the training was not in vain. He seriously emphasized that now. He was strong enough to protect everything that was dear to him. He threw the crystal into his mouth. A bright glow began to emanate from it. The dumbfounded guys called him. Harry's claws turned red. Spikes grew on his back. The protagonist evolved. His body was enveloped in a red aura. He looked at the monster moving towards it. Harry noted that today only one will remain alive. Fire began to appear everywhere. Harry, opening his mouth, began to spew flames. The white fox, standing behind the beast, says that this is his last ace in the hole. An explosion occurs. The dragon spews a column of fire. The eyes of the black monster were bulging. An incredibly huge stream of fire hits him. The huge explosion continued. Opening his mouth, the black dragon screamed because of the pain and the hole in his body. The animals running forward were afraid that they could no longer help in any way because the battle was gaining momentum. The butterfly spread its wings. Creating power, the insect began to attack the dinosaur from behind. Harry, looking forward, thanked his assistant, the black dragon, continuing to open his mouth. Spewed flames. The insect standing in front was in shock. After a few seconds, the attack began to knock her down. The red dragon intervened in this whole battle, protecting the insect, looking forward with interest. The butterfly wondered what level Harry was, a lord with 9 stars or an emperor. The red and black dragons enter into a fight. The beasts began to fight each other. The monster grabs the red one by the paw. Harry gathers fire for an attack. Looking at all this, the monster was surprised. Harry's flame wounded the black dragon. Opening his mouth, the monster was gathering fire for an attack. 2 pillars of animal power collided in a fight. A huge explosion passed through the entire territory. The white fox, closing his eyes, began to rub his muzzle. The animal looked away in surprise. A huge explosion from the fight between 2 dragons passed through the territory. The white fox, looking away, began to think that Harry had won. The fox's eyes were bulging. A silhouette of a dragon appeared in the sky among the clouds. Harry, watching the silhouette ahead, was surprised that his opponent had recovered. Opening his mouth, the dragon realized that he had to start attacking, because the effect of the crystal would soon end, and he could not be given a chance to regenerate. The monster began to spew out a strong flame. An explosion occurred from 2 different magics. The butterfly, looking ahead in surprise, was afraid for Harry. The insect, standing in front of the red dragon, begins to warn him that this monster absorbs energy, so most likely it is not regeneration, but evolution, because initially he was not an emperor, but became one right now, and while there is an opportunity, it is better for them to run away. Surprised, Harry looked ahead, thinking about how strong he has become now. If before that he was only a lord at the peak of evolutions. The whole team of heroes quickly ran away. The purple cloud slowly split. The red dragon, opening his mouth, was shocked by how quickly the evolution proceeds. The purple cloud continues to explode with lightning, quickly cracking, worriedly opening his mouth. The red dragon warns everyone to be careful, because they do not have time to escape before a huge explosion. The black dragon evolved into a huge creature flying in the sky. A huge black paw stepped on the ground. A black wing came out of sight. The spikes on the tail glowed brightly. The red dragon, looking to the side, was preparing to attack, thinking that his breathing was unstable, and old injuries seemed to have not healed completely. The monster was hanging over them all, and the guys understood that he had evolved into an emperor, and now he had much more strength. The mouth of the black dragon threw out streams of power. Streams of fire fell in different directions. All the heroes came under fire. The red dragon, opening his mouth wide, began to spit blood. Harry opened his eyes and was shocked by how the power of the black dragon felt. The butterfly, flying closer, was worried about the guy, but he calmed her down by telling her that he would not have time to enjoy the view. Before he died, someone slowly approached Harry's shoulder. The little beast looked angrily into Harry's eyes. The red dragon turned his head and looked at him. Calling him baby, Harry looked affectionately at the beast and thought that it was not in vain that he raised him, telling him to run away because he had no need to die here with him, presenting his magic. The red dragon decided that he would let the others escape by putting all his remaining energy into the blow, even if he could not be killed. The white fox, with tears in his eyes, shouted at Harry not to do this. One of the animals tried to stop the guy. The red dragon opened his mouth, gaining all his magic, remembering the company of his friends. Harry thanked everyone for becoming their friend, closing his eyes and resigned to everything that was happening. The monster said goodbye among the smoke. Someone began to ask if this was the emperor, and if that was what weaklings were called. Harry opened his mouth with all his might. The white fox and the guys looked at something in surprise. Two figures hung in the air. Vincent and Klaus looked straight at the heroes. The egg rejoiced at his father. The white fox, raising his head, was glad that they had come, releasing the remains of magic from his mouth. Harry was glad that the rector was here. Taking the form of a man, the guy fell, realizing that they had started a new life. The hero lay unconscious on the ground. The black dragon looked with interest at Vincent and Klaus, who were hovering in the air. The monster's eyes radiated shock. Chloe, her mouth wide open, ran to Harry. Frank, waving his arms happily, called his father. Vincent menacingly said that he did not dare to be called his son if he could not cope with the crocodile. Frank, with his eyes wide open, was shocked that Vincent called him a crocodile. The heroes quickly ran to Harry and Chloe, while the teachers looked at them from above. Vincent, looking ahead, was surprised that his son could reach such a level. He turned around and asked Klaus who would attack first. Klaus discontentedly decided that if he had endangered his daughter, then he should experience his wrath. Waving his arms, Klaus called the red dragon to himself. The heroes ran to the guy in fear. The black dragon, opening his eyes, was frightened. Lightning was flying around the red dragon. The monster opened its mouth and soared upward, beginning to radiate power. The black monster, with its eyes wide open, was terrified. Energy for an attack was gathering from the monster's body. Klaus's red dragon, rushing straight at the black dragon, was trying to escape the attacks. There was a strong desire in the monster's eyes to burn everything that came into contact. The dragon's attacks began to fly across the territory. The power was confidently flying downwards. Suddenly, an explosion occurred with great force, breaking everything in its path. The heroes tried to cover themselves from the smoke of the sand. With roars, the dragon's red mouth, opening wide, told the monster to pass the line to him. The black dragon tried to escape from it, but the monster continued to rush forward after it. The attack was directed straight at the monster. William's dragon aimed straight at the monster, gathering fire in its mouth. The black dragon's eyes bulged in fear. Klaus's dragon attacked the black dragon so that everything in its path was broken. An explosion occurred across the territory. The dragon calmly hovered in the air. Chloe was saying to herself in fear, but the emperor monster and the crocodile dragon were very weak. The red dragon's face was looking forward angrily. It was the Emperor. Frank was smiling and saying that it would be better if Klaus were his father. Vincent, his eyes closed, was outraged by such a statement, and his son did not even notice how his father appeared here. Chloe was leaning Harry on herself with concern. Vincent poked his elbow at Klaus, not knowing what to say at such moments. Klaus was calmly saying that she was okay, smiling. Vincent decided not to forget to thank Harry for his stubborn resistance. Harry was exhausted. Klaus, his mouth slightly open, did not believe that Harry was able to resist, the beast being an I-rank master, calling him an unusual student. Vincent, confidently looking forward, understood that Harry had a promising future, and now they decided to wait until he woke up. The helicopter was in the sky. Coming out of it, the soldiers reported that they were ordered to return. The students, the team of guys, were sitting in the helicopter office. Adam and Frank were looking ahead in surprise. A little animal was jumping on Harry's lap. The monster was starting to sleep, with its paws spread all over its body. The soldier was trying to get rid of it with his fist, but Frank was shouting that it was not dangerous. Vincent was entering the helicopter and was telling the soldier that it was the main character's little animal. Frank was looking at his father in surprise and did not understand how he knew all this. Vincent was looking ahead and assumed that the little animal had formed from the core of the Emperor's black dragon, and its age was a good indication of that. All the guys were looking at their sleeping friend, discussing him. Frank was very surprised by everything that was happening, with his mouth open. Frank was looking down and asking the heroes what they should do now. Vincent, watching all this, was deciding that they needed to hold a meeting where they would discuss and decide. One of the students was looking at the rector, saying that no one wanted to go with him. Klaus, looking at each of the guys, forbade everyone to talk about the incident with the black fog. The soldier, squeezing his nookie, answered that he understood. The longest in mountain range. A huge spider attacked the animals. The spider's sinister face appeared across the territory. The centipede crawling from side to side. Did not understand why Kevin did not use his vines to catch it. The insect, looking angrily, asked the hero if he was to blame for their departure. Kevin angrily watched all this, realizing that they would fight the spider alone heading forward. The centipede called herself the team leader, but Kevin said that the leader would not run away, with his tail between his legs. The gorilla, opening her mouth, asked them to stop arguing, at least for the duration of the battle. The centipede turned to the gorilla with interest. The spider angrily opened his mouth. He began to attack Kevin with his webs and mucus. The hero suddenly flew away from such a force. All the guys flew down, and Skalapindra said that those who were against him would not end well. Kevin, with his eyes wide open, continued to be in shock. The spider towered over Kevin and tried to kill him. The fog cleared in the sky. The spider bared its teeth. Suddenly, the monster began to run away from something. The gorilla ran with all its might to help Kevin. The monster ran to the sitting Kevin, thinking that he was already ready to abandon him, and he understands that if he survives, this will inevitably break their friendship, and everyone will definitely tell the rector about all his past actions. Looking angrily forward, the guy realized that an idea came to him to get rid of him right now. William, holding a knife in his hands, stood above the guys. The watch suddenly started showing a message that an SOS signal had been received, and a special rescue team had been sent to them, so they were asked to stay put, opening their mouths wide. The students were very happy. That was high time for them to get out of this damn place. William looked down at them with displeasure. The hospital ward. Harry slowly opened his eyes, hearing how they asked him if he was awake. Chloe was standing next to the hospital bed smiling. The heroine wanted to bring the guy some warm water, rubbing his tired face. Harry still did not understand where he was bringing the water. Chloe explained to the hero that he was in the university hospital, where he had been in a coma for 3 days, slowly drinking a glass of water. The protagonist was surprised at how long he had been unconscious. Opening his eyes, Harry was surprised that the side effect of the crystal was much more serious than he had assumed. Looking at the girl, the guy learned about the others. Chloe, opening her mouth, informed the protagonist that the rest of the students were fine, and many of them began to prepare for the next stage. And this time, there were many more victims, because only a couple of people survived from the teams of the 2 academies. But even they refused to participate. Further remembering all these moments, it was clear that due to the colossal damage, it was decided to postpone the competition for 14 days. Thinking about the clash with a monster of the Emperor's level, Harry understood that those who survived were lucky. But every soul lord has to face this cruel truth. With a smile on her face, Chloe asked the guy if he knew why that monster was looking at them so intently. Harry assumes that it was because of one hero. Chloe looked at the guy in surprise, saying that one of the guys could have formed from the core of the Emperor's black dragon. The hero's eyes bulged, shocked that the Emperor did not die 100 years ago, but remained alive. Chloe touched her chin and looked at Harry, and said that his core had not been found, although more than 100 years had passed. The frightened guy screamed, and asked what they were going to do with it, and who they would use as a guinea pig. With wide eyes, Chloe said that Vincent would come to talk about it in person. Harry looked away with displeasure and thought that he and his partner should not have been separated. His hands tore out the floor. Jumping out of bed, the hero asked Chloe for help so that she could help him get an early discharge. The heroine looked at him in surprise, hearing how he said that the girl knew his character. Harry, with a smile on his face, assured the heroine that she would not be able to just lie down and rest. In the training room, Harry was sitting on the floor, trying to connect with the spirit. The system window showed a description of a giant black lizard. Harry, opening his eyes, was shocked that the evolution had degraded to a 2-star lord, and also added exhaustion for 127 days was added. The guy, lowering his eyes, did not know how to speed up the process, because he could not wait 127 days. The monster, raising his paw, happily said that he needed to use 62.5 million evolution points. The dissatisfied animal realized that he would have to spend everything because the competition was ongoing, and he needed to restore his strength, despite the fact that this would be enough to evolve into a lord. Looking at the system window, the animals understood that the red lotus form is an item that absorbs a large amount of nuclear energy in a short period of time, which helps the owner to forcibly enter the red lotus form, which significantly increases strength. Harry was very surprised that he needed to knock out the second crystal, to which the animal confirmed this, reminding that he still had the impulse of the red lotus and the nuclear breath of the red lotus. Showing a sweet look, the monster asked the animal to come to an agreement. Waving his paw, Harry understood that it suited him, and now he would start it all over again. From the very beginning, late evening hotel, Harry stood in front of Vincent. The man with a smile on his face told him not to be modest, because he practically defeated a monster of the Emperor's level. The main character thoughtfully says that this is a hopeless situation, in which Vincent intervened in time, standing right in front of Harry. The rector asked him how he did it. Vincent laughed loudly, understanding that everyone has their own secrets, and if he does not want to, then he cannot tell. The guy, opening his mouth, began to shine brightly. Vincent, showing the crystal, said that the Ministry of Education allocated subsidies, fully reimbursed the costs of rehabilitation, and provided a crystal of the Emperor's level. Harry folds his arms on his chest, smiling, thanking the rector. Vincent, with a confident look, hoped for his speedy recovery, so that their academy would become famous throughout the country. The rector's face quickly changed to sad when he remembered that they took 4th place. After the survival test, the rector's gaze confidently looked at the guy, asking the protagonist if he understood what they were talking about. Harry, looking away, said that he would make every effort. Vincent, with a smile on his face, patted Harry on the back. The protagonist, turning around, asked the man if the little dragon was really a reincarnation. Vincent, looking away with displeasure, said that research had confirmed this by 99%, and that it contained enormous energy. Thinking about the situation, the man assumed that if the baby grew up, he would become the second emperor of the Black Dragons. A memory arose in his head, which Vincent told, about how a military detachment came a couple of days ago, but he did not betray him. Harry happily thanked him for keeping the little dragon for himself. Vincent, holding the hero's hands, said that raising a dragon was an unprecedented case. Harry, looking away, confidently promised that at these competitions, he would definitely show them the strength of their academies and take 1st place. Vincent, closing his eyes with joy, was glad that he could now be calm, thinking about the situation with the animal. The rector could not understand how this baby became attached to Harry, because he was so naughty that no one dared to even come close to him. Harry, lowering his eyes, assumed that they were just very similar. The Sky Klaus stands silently with his hands behind his back. Sean is standing behind him with a smirk. The guy told his friend that they had not seen each other for a long time without taking his eyes off the view. Klaus praised him for daring to come himself, to which Sean replies that this happened because of his defeat. Lowering his eyes, Klaus told him that one of the heroes was reincarnated after all, and the problem was that Vincent got his hands on him. Sean, with a sly grin, explained to the hero that he should just help these fools, and next time they should act more carefully. Thoughtfully lowering his head, Klaus did not understand why the hero should be revived. During the competition, Sean's gaze looked away in surprise. Standing on the roof, the hero said that the plan did not involve only rebirth. The disgruntled beast growled that their main goal was the competition, and rebirth was just a tool. Klaus was completely surprised by such words. Sean, looking into the distance, said that this year was not the best, so they should exterminate all the students. Clenching his fist, the hero said that they should make this generation of souls inferior. Sean looked away with anger. Yanjing Tianchi Bath and Health Center. Harry, looking away, did not expect that he would be able to get into this secret bath. The hero begins to throw special objects into the water. Harry looked into the water and thought that the healing bath, +3 Beast Emperor level crystal cores, were simply wonderful. Taking off his shirt, the hero climbed into the water and thought that his body felt better. The small creature congratulated him on successfully absorbing the energies of the beast. Emperor, 5 days later. Harry opened his eyes. He stepped on the floor with his foot. Water flowed off the guy's body, wrapping himself in a robe. He asked the black dragon to open the personal characteristics panel. Harry looked at the personal characteristics panel. The dragon warned him that 60 million points were deducted to rid him of his weak state. Harry thoughtfully asked himself if 20 million points would be enough to break through to the Lord level. Closing his eyes, Harry realized that he was spending millions of points to improve his characteristics. Opening his mouth, the hero began to be stopped. The black dragon, with a smile on his face, said that he first needed to increase his level. Meanwhile, Harry did not understand why he could not move to the lower level. The dragon, looking at the guy, thought that it was because the aspect perception was not deep enough, being in front of the main character. The monster said that he had two choices. Either enter the secret kingdom and strengthen the perception and spend 5 million evolution points at a time. And the second way is to do nothing, because the perception will automatically increase over time. Harry, looking away, understood that this was the key to breaking through to the Lord level. With a smile on his face, he firmly decided to spend 5 million points and then enter the secret kingdom. The dragon, with a smile on his face, was happy for him. Touching Harry's forehead, the monster warned the owner that the points were deducted, and now a special kingdom was open. The kingdom of murders. Harry fell to the floor. Suddenly the hero was caught by a stream of air. After a while, Harry quickly fell to the ground. The guy threw off his robe. Looking to the side, the hero heard that his characteristics were fully restored. Continuing to watch someone, the main character thought that the sensations and the battlefield were the same as when he took the exam. After a while, the guy stood with a naked torso while the sun was shining on him. Suddenly, a red dragon burst into Harry. The monster, opening its mouth, began to roar loudly. The animal rushed straight at Harry. The hero called his beast to commit the main murder. Harry confidently lets out a roar. The beast rushed at its opponent. He attacks the red dragon. Raising his paw up, the red dragon tries to bite Harry's body. A real battle begins. Harry decides that he will do it, since I want to die so much. Harry gathers his strength. Harry spews a huge column of blue flame, attacking his enemies in Harry's mouth. There is blue fire standing on his hind legs. Harry continues to spew flame with burning eyes. He decides to kill, crush, and destroy. After all, only killing is the most reasonable. Harry's eyes are burning. He has already counted 5 murders. Harry stands on his hind legs. Can he use his own aspect to suppress the enemy, just like the demonic dragon crocodile? He looks at the red dragon. Harry stands in front of the red dragon. The red dragon runs towards him. The mouth of the dragon. Harry decides that they are afraid of his desire to kill. This is effective in restraining the enemy on a spiritual level. Harry will call it murderous intimidation. All the dragons rush at Harry. Harry decides to use the aspect. Harry's paw. Harry's whole body is enveloped in red smoke. Everything is as Harry assumed. The dragon roars. He tries to attack Harry. Harry's paw transforms. Explosion. The aspect has more uses if the battlefield is filled with murders. Half an hour later, Harry killed all the dragons. Harry's body transformed. This was the 4th wave of abnormal beasts. Their strength increased to the 1st level of the Lord. More dragons are flying at him. Harry has an aspect, but the thing is, there are too many of them. With his strength, there are those with whom he cannot compare. Harry decided to end it here, although it is sad to end. But he has achieved his goal. 5 million evolution points are worth the cost. Harry is congratulated on successfully reaching the level of the Lord. The dragon says that in the secret kingdom, he created 2 abilities, murderous intimidation and bloodstorm. The system saved them. Harry is sitting on the floor, but he still wants to visit the secret kingdom again. Harry heard something turning around. He asked who was there frowning. The protagonist asked who was here holding the dish in his hands. The man replied that it was him. Trembling with fear, he apologized. Harvey closed his eyes and said that he just wanted to bring him food. He saw him training and did not dare to disturb him. Standing in front of him, the protagonist thanked him and asked that he would not help him find shower, said that he would rinse himself and leave, to which the man responded approvingly. A thought appeared that he was definitely an ordinary university student. Why did he have such a frightening aura like a killer? Harry returned to the hotel. Sitting at the computer, Frank asked how he liked the medicinal bath. Smirking, the hero replied that he was almost recovered. He would need to thank Director Vincent, to which the guy said that his father had high hopes for him. For him, it was nothing. Looking straight, the protagonist asked what he was looking at, to which Frank replied that the new rules of the competition. Typing on the keyboard, the guy said that the competition is divided into 3 stages. In simple terms, 10 teams will draw lots 2 by 2. The winners will go to Group A, the losers to Group B, then the participants of Group B, who took first place in the competition, will go to Group, then 6 teams from Group A will draw lots, in which they will play 2 matches in a row. The 3 winning teams will directly go to the final round. For teams from Group B will also play against each other. The 2 winning teams will fight again. And finally, the only team from Group B that wins will be able to go to the final. In the end, 3 teams from Group A and 1 team from Group B will compete for the first place. He closed his eyes and added that they were currently ranked 4th in points. The chances of going straight to the finals weren't that great. If they were in the losers group, it would be tough, but if they didn't make it to the finals, they would be embarrassed. They had killed so many monsters when they were trapped by the black fog, but the points weren't counted. The hero smirked and replied that it was okay. This match was their chance to change everything, to which Frank asked that yes, but he didn't know who they would be drawing lots with. The protagonist widened his eyes and asked if Yenjing University wasn't going to be in the first round. The guy closed his eyes and replied that no. They were drawing lots with Jinghang University. They were ranked 3rd in points. Their principal was quite smug and very angry with his father. Harry froze in bewilderment, thinking about the captain from Jinghang University. That guy, I think his name was Kai. The hero looked at his phone. People were sitting in the conference room grinning. The protagonist apologized for being late, to which the teacher replied that it was okay. They were just in time, let them sit down. And then thought that in a few days that they had not seen each other, he had reached the level of a lord. Crossing his arms, William said that some such impudent, having lowered the rank of their university, are not embarrassed to come to the meeting. Looking at him, the protagonist asked, "What must be? He made a great contribution to the development of their school. He does not even know how many beasts of the level of a lord he killed." Smiling widely, the guy replied that he was much stronger sitting next to him. Harry said that in any case, he was just a substitute and he was the vice captain of their team. It was normal that he was stronger than him, right? And Nick said that since everyone was gathered, they would begin the meeting. The director extended his hand forward and said that they would begin. Everyone already knew that the opponent they would face in the first round was Jinghang University. Frank would analyze the situation at Jinghang University. Sitting at the table, Frank thought that as long as there was any information to talk about, his father would always leave it to him. He frowned and said that there were 2 players in the Jinghang University team that deserved their special attention. One of them was the vice captain. A guy appeared on the screen. It was heard that Zach, a freshman at Jinghang University. The beast soul is a red flame monkey. Belongs to a powerful type of beast soul. Has strong attacking ability. 7-star beast master level preliminary approval. He used to study under Ralph, the captain of Shuichuan University. Although he was defeated, his current strength has not been confirmed. Frank smiled and said that since their opponent was the vice captain of Jinghang University, they should send their vice captain to fight him. He was confident, frowning. The guy replied that he shouldn't worry if he faced him. He wouldn't lose, and then thought that the fat man did it on purpose, knowing that he lost to Ralph. Jack lowered his head and said that, however, judging by the competition system, engaging the defenders in battle was not an easy task, to which the guy replied that that was why they needed to think over the battle tactics and make the order of entering the battle as advantageous for them as possible. Turning his head, the hero asked that, "Isn't the battle order of the 2 teams determined on the spot?" Frowning, Frank replied that number 10 players could participate in the competition. The list of the top 5 must be provided before the competition. Only the last 5 players would have to adapt to the situation. Looking at him, the protagonist said that since that was the case, tactics should be used here, holding the remote control in his hands. The guy said that the next captain is Jinghan University. People looked at the screen. The image of the guy appeared. It was heard that Kai, the captain of the Jinghan University team. The spirit appeared. It was said that the beast's soul. The beast of words belongs to a special type of beast soul, its ability to follow the laws. An unconditional creator. The strength is estimated as the level of the Lord. Grinning William asked what and all this information that he collected. It feels like he did not dig up anything useful. Looking at him, Frank asked what useful information he needs. Their birthdays or maybe the zodiac sign. Raising his hand up, the guy said that he supposedly had a Lord level. But how is that possible for a 14-year-old? To which Frank replied that if he can't do something, it doesn't mean that others can't do it either. Pressing the remote control, he added that, but to convince them, he will show them a recording of the battle. The guy was walking through the forest. He put his hands in his pockets. Suddenly, there was an explosion in front of him. The hero looked in amazement and thought that it was a 2-headed dragon. Looking down, Kai said that well, and he just opened a candy. Suddenly, a dragon appeared in front of him. He looked forward angrily. Smoke was flying in front of the guy. Suddenly, a spirit appeared. Looking to the side, the protagonist thought that according to Frank, the beast of words has the ability to follow the laws and is an absolute creator. Now, they will see them. The dragon suddenly hit its tail sharply. The spirit stood silently in front of him. A glow appeared around it. Suddenly, the wind rushed forward. The opponents stood in front of each other. Red particles appeared around Kai. They flew into the air. Red rays flew towards the dragon. The chains suddenly fettered him. The dragon raised its head up, looking straight ahead. Kai said not to move. The 2-headed dragon looked at him. Suddenly, 2 swords appeared in the air. Looking straight ahead, Kai said, "Kill." The swords rushed towards the dragon. The monster's head was cut off. The guy landed on the ground. He stretched his hand forward. Kai held a candy in his mouth. The dragon fell to the ground. The guy slowly walked away from him, stretching his arms out to the sides. Frank asked that now someone still doubts him. No doubt that he is at the level of a lord. The guy opened his eyes in amazement. Archie frowned. The hero lowered his head. A thought appeared that it was true. Apparently, it was quite difficult for Harry. And even when he dealt with the imperial spirit of the alligator, he did not look like this. Frowning, the protagonist asked at the guy, did he take the monster's core or not? To which Frank thought that he did not think that his fixation on the same thing was too strange. Smirking, Vincent asked that he had already watched the video, to which he was answered that in fact he was very strong, at least with his level of lord, but he would be able to deal with him. Closing his eyes, the director said that great to match their students. In this case, he would exclude him from the list, so that he would definitely be able to fight back against Kai. Looking straight ahead, Archie said that he thanked him for the opportunity. Looking away, the man thought that if Archie really defeated him, it would mean that they were already halfway to victory. The hero lowered his head. The thought occurred to him that even if he lost, he still had an ace up his sleeve. Smiling, Vincent shouted that. So here is the final decision. First from Liam, second Nate, third Kevin. Let them remember this is a key competition. For revealing the potential of their beast spirit, they must give it their all. Understood. Looking to the side, the hero replied that they understood. The arena appeared. They heard that they were declaring the competition officially open. Looking straight ahead, Frank said that there were so many seats, that they had already seated them in the 4th row. Looking at him, Jack replied that it was okay. The order of entering the arena was not determined by seating, but by the ranking of the best educational institutions. Grinning, William asked what and thanks to whom they were now suffering so much. Sitting next to him, Archie replied that that was enough. Lowering his gaze, he said that they should stop their empty chatter and save their strength until the fight. Raising his hand, the guy asked that if they counted the points for all the monsters he had killed, then they were in first place, yes. To which the protagonist replied that he didn't think so. Jing was in the lead by a small margin. Grinning, he added that if they added the points from that Emperor's spirit, it was at least 100 right. Looking at him, Harry replied that they hadn't killed him, and the education department had told them to keep quiet about the incident, but they had received compensation, which didn't change the essence of the matter. The man stood in the middle of the arena, and it was heard that he was greeting everyone. They were glad to see them at their second competition. It was a great honor for him to be here, to see the true geniuses of their country with his own eyes. Raising his hand, he added that so they would start the first round with these teams. Haiyu and Jing were invited to the arena. Frank closed his eyes and said that the probability was 1 in 9. Now the Haiyu team has no hope. That's just bad luck, to which Jack replied that. But now they have a chance to see Jing in action and be able to prepare. Looking straight ahead, Harry said that he was afraid that, with the power of the Haiyu beast spirits, Jing would not be able to show his power. To which the guy replied that this is understandable, although Haiyu has a good reputation. But everyone can see the gap in their power levels. Stretching his hand forward, the host said that they will welcome the first participants from the Jing, and Haiyu teams. The guys walked forward. Looking at them, the hero asked if this was the same guy who attacked her, to which Chloe replied that not only him, but those behind him too. The student's hairdo appeared. Looking straight ahead, he said that damn. He waited so long, and finally his time has come. Standing behind him, Henry told him not to forget what they agreed on, not to hit him too hard. To which he replied that he knew acting like a girl. Mark raised his head up and said that they were just a bunch of trash. He would have dealt with them. Without him, the guy smirked when he heard that in the first round, Mark from the Jing team would be fighting George from the Haiyu team. They began, to which he said that, well, let them show him if they are really as strong as they say. Looking at him, Mark replied that he had no time for games. He came here for one thing, to get rid of the worthless ones. Suddenly the guy transformed into a spirit beast. Looking at him, the hero thought that it seemed that after the last fight, this guy's strength level increased from 6 stars to 7 stars. Suddenly the disciple began to transform. A furious beast appeared. The spectators looked at him in amazement. He heard what kind of spirit it was. He had never seen anything like it. What ferocity! It was scary to even look at it. Wings on its back, and it was the size of a bull, and its face was like a tiger's. Could it really be an ancient beast? The beast suddenly looked at him in surprise. The opponent was approaching him, and he said that it was a hidden technique, a stabbing blow of the silver moon. He sharply raised the sting up. The beast's eyes lit up. The silver moon looked at him angrily. Grinding his teeth, the beast asked that this was all he could do. Too slow, and any old lady on the street would be more agile than him. He began to deftly dodge the blows. Looking at him, the silver moon thought, damn, why was the difference in their strength so huge? Mark took a step forward, standing in front of him. George thought that, but let him be a genius. But everyone has shortcomings, and he would make him show them. His eyes lit up, and he added that the victory would remain his. The beast jumped up and said that he was absolutely right when he said that they were scum, and now he himself was convinced of it. He fell for his bait without a doubt. Did he have no brains at all? The opponent asked again, opening his eyes in surprise. Suddenly Mark struck him. George's hand was cut off. The beast swung his hand again. He struck a crushing blow. The arena appeared. It was heard that the match was over. This is the strength of the students of Yenjin University. This Mark is too cruel and arrogant. He does not give anyone a chance to win. His opponent did not even have time to come to terms with his defeat. What is strength in the eyes of a genius? Frowning, the hero said that this Mark was really very strong. To which Frank replied that he definitely shouldn't be underestimated. They say that he can compete even with Henry himself, but he is too willful and proud. So they speak about him rather harshly. The guy looked straight ahead. He heard that the second member of the Haiyu team was being invited to the arena, and he said that his name was Anthony. He would like to ask Mark to give him some advice. Standing in front of him, the beast replied that he should stop talking nonsense. If he wants him to remember his name, then let him show him his strength. Frowning, The guy said that he was asking to teach him the real art of combat. The fusion of spirits, he began to be reborn into a spirit. Blue lightning flew around him. Jumping up, Mark said that it was interesting. A spirit was flying around him. The beast's eyes lit up brightly. Looking straight ahead, Anthony said that he was right on target. Gritting his teeth, Mark asked what he wanted to trap him with. His stupid tricks, he raised his wing up. Suddenly, the beast struck the spirit. Anthony's eyes widened, looking straight ahead. He said that the hidden technique was the thundering vault. Raising his paw up, the beast said that it was pure childishness. He waved his hand sharply. The spirit looked at him in amazement. Looking away, he thought he had disappeared. Mark's eyes lit up brightly. Looking straight ahead, he said it was time to end this. Closing his eyes, Anthony said he gave up. Suddenly, Mark struck him. Blood flew out of the guy's mouth. He fell to the ground, raising his hand up. The host asked that Anthony had already given up. Why hadn't he stopped yet? To which the beast replied that he had given up. Something must be wrong with his hearing. Excuse me, frowning. The man said that he had won this round, but with a stern warning. One more violation of the rules, and he would be disqualified. Looking straight ahead, the beast replied that it was okay. He understood, putting his hand behind his head. Henry said that this guy still couldn't calm down. It was only the second round, and he had already received a reprimand, to which the captain replied that he should go and teach him a lesson. If he couldn't do it, he would put him in his place himself. Frank frowned and said what he thought. The results were already clear. The losers had to accept defeat. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that Yinjing was a prestigious university after all. They couldn't do otherwise. Raising his hand, the host said that Mark had won again. A student from Haiyu was invited to the 10th round. Looking straight ahead, the guy asked if it was his turn. Steve frowned, closing his eyes. The director replied that it was his turn. No matter whether they lost or won, they were still the pride of Haiyu. Looking down, the guy said that he shouldn't worry. This round was his taking a step forward. He added that he came here to defeat him. Looking straight ahead, Steve activated the fusion of souls. Suddenly, he transformed into a beast. The protagonist lowered his head and heard that Steve was the strongest among the first-year students. And hey, how he thought he could defeat Mark. To which he replied that he was not a seer. How could he know? Looking straight ahead, the beast asked that the king of beasts was level 8. Not bad, it was just a pity. Suddenly, he transformed into a human. Raising his hands up, the guy said that he was giving up. The audience looked in amazement. They could hear what came over him, why he was retreating, what was going on in his head. Was he afraid of getting it from Steve for his past brutal fights? No, that couldn't be. He was very strong, looking straight ahead. The beast asked what that meant, to which Mark replied that the director told him not to put too much pressure on their team, so he decided to let him save at least a small part of their reputation by giving him the victory. Steve glared at him and thought that he was being impudent. He had just publicly humiliated their principal. Vincent closed his eyes and said that this student was a real treasure. The man lowered his head and said that because of this child, their university would lose its valiant appearance. Raising his hand, the principal replied that he should think about it himself. He couldn't become bad without any power. To which Klaus replied that he thought that made sense. Frowning Jack said that they should get ready. Their exit would be in half an hour. They would be going against Jing'an's team. To which the hero asked why so soon. Frank closed his eyes and asked what he didn't know. That they were going out second with Jinhan. To which the protagonist replied that he hadn't even noticed how it was all over. What could he do? He was just a substitute. Raising his hand, the host said that the battle between the Yinjing and Haiyu teams was over, and at the same time, Yinjing University was the winner. The students entered the arena. It was heard that he would not say anything from himself in support of them, to which Vincent replied that everything depended on how much they gave it their all. He believed in them lowering his head. The man said that he thought it was fate. He did not expect to meet him in the first round. Smirking, the director said that yes. Last time, they were one place behind him, and then thought that they decided to take advantage of the moment and mock yes. Looking straight ahead, the man said that compared to the battle for survival, a competition of this format demonstrates the levels of strength much more accurately as he thinks. To which Vincent replied that well. It will be better to see what happens next. Looking down, the director thought that something was fishy here. He was somehow too self-confident. Did he really have a hidden trump card? The host raised his hand and said that he was asking the senior assistants of the team, Captains Jinghan and Mo Du, Zach and William, to come into the arena. Closing his eyes, Frank said that no matter what he said, it was much more pleasant to watch the battle up close. Frowning, the girl said that if he was so excited, then how could he eat in such a situation? Not afraid that the director would pull him by the ears again, to which the guy asked, what, and what he was not going to eat at all now. The hero grinned and said that, well, since he didn't want to, so be it. They would take the leftovers for themselves. To which Frank replied that they husband and wife loved to mock him. The girl turned to him angrily, and the guy said that, frankly speaking, he thought that William had no chance of winning this round. The girl closed her eyes and asked why he said that. Frowning, the guy replied that, firstly, Zach's beast spirit power was much higher than his, and secondly, he was at a disadvantage due to the limited territory. Frowning, the protagonist said that although William had a bad character, he was far from stupid, and he would not fight unless he was prepared for battle. The monkey swung his leg, gritting his teeth. Zach said that he would prove to everyone that the Jinghan beast spirit masters were no worse than the others, to which the beast asked if he was sure. Well then, they would check. Suddenly the monkey swung his hand. It suddenly rushed forward. A glow appeared from the beast's mouth. It began to shoot poison. Zach dodged its attacks. Looking straight ahead, William thought he knew it. Suddenly he jumped up. The beast prepared to attack. He suddenly released a lot of poison. The monkey looked furiously. Zach swung his hand sharply. The poison flew forward. It was heard that he was a fool. Zach was hit. He prepared to attack the monster. Suddenly the monkey struck. The crowd raised their hands up. It was heard that, great. Keep it up. Frowning, Frank said that this is bad. To which Harry replied that Zach had already lost. William jumped up. It was heard that his blow did not cause much harm to William. Only a few scratches, and the next time the blow would be even weaker. The monkey looked surprised. William began to attack with poison. Zach turned angrily at him. He jumped up sharply, standing in front of him. The opponent said that he should admit defeat, and he would be able to maintain at least some dignity. Raising his hand, Zach replied that no way. He was the one losing here. Suddenly a flame appeared around him. The flame surrounded them. The opponents stood in front of each other, frowning. The hero thought that, so that's it. This is the initial stage of the raging flame. Looking straight ahead, Vincent heard that his student is smart, although he is at the level of the king of beasts. But he was still able to sense the area of the nascent flame. Well, congratulates him on the rise in spirit. To which he replied that the guy is very capable. Let him take good care of him. Adjusting his glasses, the man said that they, although his student is quite insightful, but still need to study and study. William looked ahead angrily. Zach swung before the blow. A thought appeared that why he was so calm. Maybe he realized that he was too weak and decided to give up. Suddenly the monkey struck. Looking straight ahead, the beast said that he admitted that he had managed to pull off, but he had missed something. Even in close combat, he was still stronger than him. Zach looked away. He stuck out his tongue and wondered that he could not move. Was William really stronger than him? Suddenly the monkey struck. They stood in front of each other. Zach swung his hand sharply. William raised his hand up. He parried his opponent's blow. The monkey's eyes widened. Suddenly he flew into the wall. The spectator's eyes widened in amazement, frowning. Frank asked when he had become so strong. To which the hero replied that William's spirit had just struck with such force, comparable only to the spirit of the king of beasts, of the 8th level. Looking away, the guy asked what the 8th level was, so that he was joking. A couple of days had passed. He could not have become so strong in this time. Frowning, the protagonist replied that who knows. Looking away, the guy said that he surrendered. William stood in front of him. It was heard that he was so strong. Nothing less was expected from the Spirit Master from Modu. One exciting fight to fight in the next round appeared. The guys were lying on the ground. Raising his hand up, William said that he surrendered. It was heard that he asked the next participants, the students from Modo and Jinghan, to prepare for the upcoming round. Grinning, the guy said that it was not bad, and now let them rest. Rely on them, they will cope with the rest. Closing his eyes, William said that he held up well. The guys looked at him. The hero and Frank were holding chips in their hands. Gritting his teeth, William thought that at least he tried. Apparently, he does not have anything more than the bench. Frowning, the guy asked what was wrong with him. Did he always have to perform in front of them? Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist asked if maybe he felt something for him and was trying to get his attention this way. To which Frank asked again that he could hear himself. Jack raised his hand and wished him luck. Hearing that the second student, Modu, was being asked to enter the arena. Looking around, Nate asked what was going on again and heard that the fourth student, Jinghan, was being asked to enter the arena. The guy was looking at his phone, and someone said that it was his turn. Looking down, he replied that he shouldn't bother him. He hadn't finished the game yet. I told him not to distract him. What idiots, raising his eyebrows. The guy said that. But the director said that his parents would come to watch the fight, to which Kai asked that he was serious. They would come too, looking straight ahead. He added that he also said that for defeating Modu, he would give him a new console, frowning. The guy said that he would win them in a jiffy. Kai put his hands behind his back and asked that he was his opponent, said that he would finish this quickly. He wanted to continue his game. Looking at him, Nate thought that it was Kai. Things were bad, and then he used soul fusion. The monkey beat his chest. The guy yawned and closed his eyes. Suddenly, he transformed into a spirit. They stood opposite each other, looking straight ahead. Kai asked that he was not attacking well. Then he would start first. He silently looked straight ahead. Suddenly, arrows rushed forward. They were approaching his opponent. Looking at the arrows, Nate thought that he should dodge. Opening his eyes wide, he added that damn. He can't move. Suddenly, a blow flew at him. The spirit flew forward rapidly. He struck the monkey. It flew up. Arrows flew in the air. They pierced Nate through and through. Looking at the spirit, he thought that he didn't even have a chance to attack it. Nate closed one eye and said that he gave up, and then thought that he lost the moment he stepped here. Looking straight ahead, the spirit said that it was next. Nate lowered his head and said that he should forgive him. He lost, to which the guy replied that it was okay. He was too strong. He was considered Jinghan's trump card. It was quite normal that he couldn't defeat him. Looking straight ahead, Kevin heard that it was his turn. He shouldn't worry about whether he won or not. If he gave it his all, then he had already won. To which he thanked Jack. Suddenly, he activated the fusion of souls, to which Kai asked what plant type. The sprouts rushed forward. It was heard that they were cautious. The spirit looked at him silently. Looking at the roots, he said that stop. Kevin looked at him in amazement. Kai's eyes lit up, and he said that the spirit of the beast, of his type, is quite interesting. Then they will do something different with him. Looking straight ahead, he added that he beat it off the vine. Rushed forward, the beast opened his eyes in amazement and thought, what is this now? He needs to urgently break the connection with the vine. The vine fell away from him. Suddenly the roots rushed forward. Looking at him, the spirit said that how brave, but he is not afraid, that he will continue to control his vine. Kevin's eyes lit up, and he replied that let him try, but he will spend a lot of energy. No, looking at him, Kai asked that, so he understood everything. Then he will not drag it out. The fight is over. Red chains appeared around him. They rushed up sharply. The chains were approaching the opponent. Kevin looked at him in amazement. Suddenly a barrier of vines appeared around him. The spirit opened his eyes in surprise. A devastating explosion broke out. Fire bolts flew forward rapidly. Kevin looked in amazement. He was hit with many blows. Falling to the ground, he said that he surrendered. Lowering his head, Frank said that this guy was a real monster. Dealt with him like an empty space. To which the hero replied that now he was wasting his spiritual powers. They could only wait. Everything else was in Archie's hands. Looking straight ahead, the spirit said that it was faster. The guy frowned suddenly. He transformed into a beast. Looking at him, Kai said that not bad. And he was much stronger than those two. The beast abruptly rushed towards him. Suddenly he froze. It was heard that he was not moving. White Fang looked forward furiously. He stretched out his paw, frowning. The protagonist wondered if this power was coming from him. He had such a fierce aura. But he definitely had talent. He thought that with such success. He would soon become incredibly powerful. Rushing forward, the beast asked if that was all he could do. The spirit's eyes lit up, and he said that it was instant. The beast looked at him angrily. He froze in bewilderment and thought that he could teleport a serious opponent, but he would defeat him no matter what. The beast raised his head up and used the secret technique of a snowstorm. Blows began to fly at the spirit. The thought appeared that he was finally able to injure him. Apparently his defense was not that strong. Raising his hand up, Kai said that the snowflakes were beautiful. The beast opened his eyes in amazement. Red particles flew around the spirit. It was heard that something was happening again. Sitting at the table, the man said that it seemed that he finally stopped playing around, to which Klaus replied that he did not expect such a turn of events. He knew that this child had a strong spirit, but he did not think that it would be so insightful. A glow appeared around the beast, and he thought that he would never retreat. Looking straight ahead, the spirit said that nothing of the sort now. He was on his territory. He could not defeat him here. A purple glow appeared. A sealing sound was heard. Fire particles rushed forward. They flew at the beast. He clenched his teeth tightly. Looking straight ahead, the opponent thought that things were bad, and then used the secret technique of snowbite. Looking at him, Kai asked that he could not admit defeat. He said that he was no match for him. Blood flowed from the mouth of the beast. Red particles began to fly around the spirit suddenly. A blow flew at the beast, gritting his teeth. The beast said that he gave up, and then thought that he was only 14 years old. The only one who could compare to him was Archie. Frank looked surprised when he heard that it was his turn. The girl lowered her head. It was her that good luck. Frowning, the hero said that she should be careful, to which Chloe replied that she knew. Standing in front of her, the spirit asked that she was a girl, said that she should not think that he would be softer towards her. Because of this smirking, Chloe said that there was no need. She transformed into a beast. The spirit's eyes lit up, and he said that she was not weak at all. Suddenly, arrows rushed forward. They flew towards the beast. Chloe used the technique of the freezing breath of the fox. Suddenly, the arrows froze in the air. Looking straight ahead, Kai said to Seal. Chloe glared at him. She rushed forward sharply. The spectators looked in amazement. It was heard that what a cold calculation, truly worthy of a student of Modu. This is sharp thinking, and this girl is not only beautiful, but also strong. Chloe rushed towards the spirit. She froze the spears flying at her. Kai opened his eyes wide and said that he would break them, standing in front of her. The spirit added that he would not take him like this, frowning. The beast replied that he knew. Suddenly his tail rose up. The spirit opened his eyes in amazement. Looking straight ahead, he heard that. But this was only the beginning. Chloe attacked the monster. The stunned monster screamed. For a moment, the girl's tails were directed at him. Spikes grew out of him, surprised. Frank assumed that Chloe had also significantly increased her strength level, and Harry noted that, after all, she was Lena's student, besides incredibly talented. It was no wonder that she was developing so quickly. Chloe was emitting a blue aura. The wounded monster thought that she had managed to wound him. Runes appeared around him, and he applied healing. The wounds on his body disappeared. The dumbfounded Frank cried out that this child also had the ability to regenerate. His spiritual powers were frightening. Frowning, the protagonist emphasized that he was not omnipotent as far as close combat was concerned. He became completely vulnerable. Chloe moved towards a monster and reasoned that she could not allow him to recover so quickly. Red hieroglyphs circled around the girl's opponent. His clones appeared in the air. Chloe was surrounded and wondered which of them was real, because even their wounds were the same. Frowning, Chloe declared that in that case, she would finish them all off at once. A bright aura enveloped her body. The girl froze the monsters in ice. Swinging Archie's tail, she emphasized the fact that this was her chance to win. She began to kill each of the monsters one by one. All the clones disappeared in front of her. Chloe opened her eyes wide and noted that they were fake, which meant she really lost. The monster threw spears at her. The girl returned to her human form and asked him to tell her how he did it. Noting that she admitted defeat, Kai spread his arms and replied that he simply became invisible. His body was translucent. Chloe, with a satisfied look, said that he really was strong. After which she thought that although she could not defeat him, she still managed to weaken him. The guy raised his hand, saying that the girl tried hard and could go. He smiled and emphasized the fact that he would handle the rest. The surprised monster asked if this was Captain Archie, standing in front of the monster. Archie said that he was sorry that he could not fight him when he was still full of strength. Looking at the guy, Kai replied that Archie was nothing to worry about. Even if he was wounded, he would easily destroy him. Archie stood in front of him. He noted with satisfaction that if the monster said so, then he should prove to him that he was so strong. He turned into a black golden eagle. The bird flew above Kai. The monster watched Archie and reasoned that this aura was no weaker than the aura of monsters that had reached the level of a lord. The angry monster began to shout that he would use sealing. The runes began to move towards the golden eagle. Archie, with burning eyes, said that it was too slow. He rushed at Kai. The golden eagle pointed its claws at the monster. Kai was taken aback and said, about the moment the monster jumped back from Archie's attack, the eagle began to flap its wings, creating gusts of wind watching the fight. Frank said that he knew Archie was strong, but he did not think that he was so strong, and Kai just won 4 fights, after which he was greatly weakened and also injured. Gusts of wind cut Kai's body. He was dumbfounded by this. Looking at him, Archie said that Kai continues to be adamant even at such a moment. He has no lack of pride, but he must admit his defeat. He sees that he is not his equal. Kai's eyes began to glow even brighter. Watching the boy, Archie wondered what was happening to his eyes. Grinning, Kai cried out that he had not lost yet. He contentedly wished for Archie's death. A dark red aura began to emanate from him. The golden eagle was stunned by what happened. He began to fall to the ground. The protagonist, with a serious expression, told that this was the main danger of the spirit of the verbal type. By saying this, he would make Archie die. Frowning, Frank asked if there was no way to resist this, noting that finding himself in a hopeless situation where he could not defend himself, but could only resist, he decided to use this deadly technique. Interested, Harry said that the only way was to defeat Kai before Archie himself was defeated. The distraught Kai continued to scream many times for the boy to die. Many blows were inflicted on the golden eagle. Blood began to flow from his mouth. Opening his eyes, Archie mentally assumed that Kai was desperate and decided to use the technique of words to kill him. But he was not going to sit back and wait for his death. He looked at the boy in the form of a demon. The monster opened its mouth wide and screamed once again that it wanted him dead. Runes began to fly across the battlefield. A red sphere enveloped Kai as Archie fell on him. He noted that he had absolutely no strength left. A little more, and he would become completely weak. Then he would defeat him, but he had also been dealt a hard blow. He tried to flap his wings. The golden eagle extended its claws and began to fall on the demon, covering himself with his wings. Archie emphasized the fact that, therefore, he would have to give his all to win. He directed the black flame at Kai. Burning feathers flew at the boy. A series of explosions was heard. Kai's body was enveloped in flames. He began to scream loudly. Blood gushed from Archie's beak again. He was able to stand. The golden eagle once again released burning feathers. The feathers fell straight at Kai. The demon's face was furious. Archie approached him sitting on the stands. The protagonist said that they had already exhausted all their possibilities. The fight was almost over, and the winner would be the one who could hold out longer. Kai staggered from the powerful attacks. Looking at Archie, he tried to order him to die once again, but realized that his voice was inaudible. Confused, Kai emphasized that he had no strength at all. Looking at the golden eagle, the demon said that he was strong, and he would not be able to defeat him. Kai began to fall. He returned to his previous appearance. Sign Alfred said that Kai was still a child, although he lost this fight, but no one would argue with his power, with what success he would achieve. More just one loss, which he could make up for with other victories. The guys began to clap after the words that Archie was the winner in this round, who needed to be congratulated. Vincent happily said that this was very good. Disappointed Frank said with envy in his voice that Archie was unusually talented and strong. and also received so many recognitions and praises. And Harry assumed that his self-esteem was shaken. After that, the judge raised his hand and asked whether Archie would stay and continue the fight, or return to his place. The golden eagle, shrouded in aura, answered that the next one from Jinghan would do better. His gaze fell on the next opponent, the guy with a slight grin on his face. Thought that Archie was probably very exhausted after the battle with Kai. Defeating him would be easy, and then he would become a real celebrity. 5 minutes later, the guy put his hand on his chest. He was lying on the ground and screaming that he gave up. The main character with a serious look. Reason that no matter how exhausted a predator is, he always remains a predator. Klaus sat at the podium and said that the guys from the University of Modu, very curious guys wounded in the past, they still stubbornly go to victory. To which Vincent replied that it was all about motivation. But he did not understand why Kai just gave up, because he had won 4 fights in a row. Klaus looked at the battlefield and said that this boy was too proud. Closing his eyes, Vincent said that it was impossible to be a genius without being proud of it. Looking down, the man emphasized that at one time they were just as ambitious. But time spares no one. And Klaus replied that he could be sad about the past years, but he should not drag him into this because he was still in his prime. Dissatisfied, Alfred thought that they were even looking at him after Archie defeated the 4th opponent. He raised his hand and said that he gave up. The guy began to fall to the ground. Jack caught him smiling. Archie said that he had completed the task. Looking at him, the guy said that they thanked the captain for what he did. Turning around, Jack cried out that he urgently needed to be taken to the medical center. He was seriously injured and needed a good rest. Kevin, looking upset, said that the captain had given it his all. And what if their opponent now was a spirit from Yinjing? Closing his eyes, Jack replied that the captain did everything he could to protect the honor of their mod. Frank nudged Harry and asked if he was going to go fight, because in the next round, he could get a very strong opponent. Smiling, the protagonist answered yes. Taken aback, Frank asked if he usually avoided unnecessary attention to himself, to which Harry replied that he heard that the prize for winning was quite solid, and he had already agreed with the director. The judge stood in the middle of the battlefield and cried out that victory in this round goes to Mod University. Frowning, Vincent apologized to Alfred that Jinghan defeated the mod. Alfred's face showed veins. Placing his hands on the table, the man added that he admitted that his students were truly outstanding, especially Kai, smiling. Vincent said that it would be even better if such promising students became fashionable. Stunned, Chloe asked if it was Chuck who had gone out onto the field. They looked at the boys looking at Chuck. Harry replied that it was true. He was also the captain, waving his hand. The protagonist said that he had helped Chuck cope with his illness, so one could say that he was his benefactor. Looking at Chuck's furious face, the protagonist noted that he had treated him with physical therapy. Looking at the tablet, the judge said that 10 universities had already participated in today's competition. 5 of them had won, however. Jinghan had the highest score, so they had 6 winning teams and 4 losing teams, which meant that they were continuing the competition. They would greet the director of Yinjing University. He would now decide who would be their opponent by drawing lots. Klaus approached the judge. He put his hand in a dark box. The man pulled out a ball. He opened it and took out a note. Looking at it, the judge said that according to the results of the draw, Yinjing's opponent in this round would be Modi University. The enthusiastic spectators began to shout that last time everything had not been resolved. This was a fight between the best and the best. Jack was shocked by what he heard. Frightened, Nate noted that the captain would no longer be able to fight, but the entire Yinjing team was assembled. Jack frowned and asked how they could consider themselves losers when not everyone had even fought yet. William pointed his finger at Frank and Harry, saying that those 2 weaklings were useless and that the captain was in no condition to even stand. He smiled as he emphasized the fact that the 2 of them were completely useless. Jack was furious and said that they were facing a formidable opponent, and instead of rallying against him, William had decided to attack his comrades. William, smug, asked if those who contributed nothing to the team could be considered comrades. Jack frowned and said that if William continued and did not calm down, he would be forced to report to the director. Frank had a smile on his face. He got up from the bench and asked to be allowed to fight in the first round. William looked at him and asked what he was thinking. Frank crossed his arms and offered him a bet. If he won, William would apologize to him. Moreover, he would not catch his eye again. But if he lost, the punishment would be at his discretion. Spreading his arms, the guy clarified why he should argue with him, and wasn't his direct responsibility to raise the prestige of the university. William also stood up and said that he was somehow too lazy to take part in his delirium, and noted that he immediately said that if his opponent was Luke, he would lose, holding the back of his head. Frank noted that he was sorry, that he could not persuade him. He called the protagonist their last trump card Modu, with a satisfied look smiling. The protagonist replied that he was already waiting. Nick stood in front of William and said that he had not acted impulsively and had become more mature than before. Putting his hands behind his back, he said that he decided to stop by to watch his fight and must admit that he had done well. Grinning, the guy replied that his uncle deserved the credit, and Nick said that he would always help him without any conditions. But how high he would rise depended only on him. The embittered man asked if he wanted to kill Kevin in the Lungu Mountains. William was horrified by such a question. Nick touched the guy's shoulder and said that he had done the right thing. He had finally understood what he really wanted. If he could want his comrade to die, it meant that he did not hesitate. But he was still not cruel and decisive enough. Otherwise, the story would not have reached his ears. Looking into the guy's eyes, Nick said that in 5 days, there would be a match between their academy and the Yinjing Beast Academy. Even if they couldn't win, he still had to prove himself. After which William replied that he understood everything. Nick waved his hand and allowed him to leave. The stranger approached the man and noted that his nephew really did resemble him. In character, the guy, with a crazy look, said that betraying comrades was not the best thing to do, and then asked if Nick was afraid that William, driven by false virtue, would betray them. Closing his eyes, the man asked Bill not to be shy and to speak more confidently. Looking back, Nick admitted that he trusted his nephew less than Bill. He looked at Bill and pointed out that before he was 30, he had already become the principal of the GB Beast Academy. He had a bright future, and yet he had joined the cult of the Beast God. If the messenger had not told him, he would not have believed it. Bill shouted after Nick that he should call him senior. He joined before him, picking his ear. The guy said that the man was heartless, and no wonder he had been suppressed for so many years. Alfred stood in front of Vincent and shouted that he would rather lose to the Jinhan Beast Academy than face the Yinjing Beast Academy. Right away, Vincent pushed his hand away. The man began to whisper in Vincent's ear that he could negotiate for them to be given a handicap so as not to lose so shamefully. Alfred mockingly said that if they really won, he was ready to call him grandfather. The enraged man replied that they had agreed. Looking at his comrades, Harry suggested having dinner together. Taken aback, Adam asked if he was only thinking about food. Chloe and Frank answered with a smile on their faces that they couldn't go to dinner. The guy stood in front of Frank and asked if he would go to the closed training. Jack looked at the protagonist and said that he wouldn't go either. He needed to analyze the data on the Yinjing Beast Academy and make a reasonable list of participants. He extended his hand and asked if Harry should be included in the top 5 fighters. The guy, looking upset, asked if they had decided to let things slide. Grinning, the protagonist said that there was no need to do that. If he needed to, he would go out himself. The guys walked down the corridor, and the protagonist asked if Frank was sure he wouldn't go to eat with him. There was a smile on his face. Jack looked at him and reasoned that he was no longer going to hide his strength from his words. Maybe they really have a chance to defeat the Yinjing Beast Academy. Harry sat in a high-level training room in order to start a real battle simulation. He said with a serious face that the choice of the monsters' strength level was from the 1st to the 5th star of the Overlord level. Harry looked at the outline of various monsters and read their descriptions. He touched the projection. Looking at the screen, the protagonist saw that the selection was complete. The simulation with the Metal Eater was successful, and training could begin. A huge monster appeared in front of him. The monster stomped its foot on the ground and began to roar loudly. Smiling, the protagonist asked to start attacking. Luke and Henry were sitting in a restaurant on the second floor of the hotel, and the guy said that he could not understand why Luke, like this bitter melon, stretching out his hand. Henry asked if he was deaf, putting his chopsticks down on the table. Luke asked him if he knew the saying about not chatting while eating, to which he was told that Henry's ears hurt from his moralizing. He was just hiding behind it to ignore him. He began to greedily eat food from the bowl, saying that Luke did not have an arrogant genius, but because of social phobia, everyone misunderstood him, and as a result, no one wanted to communicate with him. Luke replied indifferently that he felt calmer when no one bothered him, and Henry was responsible for 10 sitting opposite. He asked if Henry had any business if he came to him, to which he was told that it was nothing serious. He didn't want to fight. Henry looked at the guy and asked if he could challenge him to a duel, holding his hands in front of his face. He said that he had not broken through to a new level, but had spent a few days in seclusion after the survival battle, and seemed to have mastered his own path. Smiling, Luke said that in that case he would be his sparring partner today. They would have a few fights, and he would try to help Henry feel his path more deeply. Henry's screams could be heard on the battlefield. He was kneeling and saying that he was going to die, crossing his arms. Luke said that Henry himself told him not to hold back, after which the guy cried out that it was just politeness. Besides, in a few days, they would have to fight the Modus Beast University team. He did not want to go to the fight injured. Sitting on the floor, Henry said that the Modus Beast University was perhaps the only educational institution that could compare with them. In overall strength, they should take them seriously. Holding out his finger, he said that this time, the rector had only one wish for the first-year tournament victory. Crossing his arms, Henry asked if they should develop a special tactic against the Modus Beast University, since Luke himself had seen the fight between Kai and Archie. Luke said with a serious expression that Archie was weaker than him. Henry replied that it was good that he was confident in himself, holding out his arms. He admitted that this first-year tournament was too boring. 5 days later, Harry and Jack met in the training hall of the Yenjing Beast University. The guy stood in front of the main character and said that he was going to visit Archie to see how he was recovering from his injury. Harry walked next to him and listened, as a notification came that this morning, that in the first half of the day, there would be fights among the teams that lost in the first round. They would perform in the afternoon. The guys gathered around Archie in the infirmary. Vincent extended his hand and asked if Jack had finished drawing up the order of the fighters. Entrance, to which he was told that Frank would be the first, Kevin the second, William the third, Adam the fourth, and Chloe the fifth. He looked at Archie and said that everything would depend on how well he recovered, and then he would decide. The captain stood up and said that he could go out to fight the Yenjing Beast University. He looked sad and emphasized that he was the only one to blame for this situation, that he wanted to prove that he was not inferior to Kai and overestimated his strength. Vincent turned around and cried out that this was not a battlefield, that they did not have the responsibility or the burden of honor on their shoulders. In his opinion, they had already performed well. They should remember that. This tournament was not the end of their lives. He asked with a displeased look, who said that they would lose. Harry thought with a smile on his face that this look was definitely a hidden hint in words. Vincent says that victory is not important, but in fact all hopes are pinned on him. Nick looked closely at the main character. Vincent began to leave from there, saying that they have no reason to linger there. They will go watch the match. Harry looked at Frank and asked who was playing today, to which he received the answer that Tianfu Beast University against Beijing. But in terms of strength, Beijing will completely destroy Tianfu. Then the fight between Haiyu and Well on Beast Universities. Jack, holding his chin, said that Yuan was rumored to be in last place, and Frank said that was true, but they had to watch the match. He said with a satisfied expression that Yuan Animal University was an all-female university. There was a scream inside. Emily stuck her head out the door and asked what was wrong. Her mother asked her, looking serious, if she had any sense of responsibility and was going to sit back and watch her school get eliminated. Emily put her hands to her face and said that she would just close her eyes if she did. She closed the door and said that she would go back to sleep. Sighing, the girl said that if Emily helped you on Animal University, get out of the losing group. She would allow her to not attend any classes for the entire 4 years of her studies, not take any tests, and she would sleep as much as she wanted. Emily extended her finger and offered to pinky swear. Emily swore happily. The boys were sitting in the stands. Harry, surprised, asked why the spectators were reacting so violently. The girls went out onto the battlefield. The protagonist noticed a guy sitting with pink sticks in his hands. The spectators, with tears in their eyes, shouted words of encouragement. Adam sat behind them and said that, judging by the way they were acting, if you didn't know that this was a competition, you'd think that some celebrity was having a concert there. Frank opened a bag of chips and said that it was strange. UL on Beast University only had 11 people. As if one was missing, he ate the chips and told them that the one missing was the daughter of the rector of UL on Beast University, the Lord of Beast Souls. Emily holding the chips in his hands. The guy asked why she didn't come out to such an important fight. Did the Beast Empress no longer have hopes for the Academy? To which Adam replied that he should look at the results of the Yuelon Academy. It was obvious how weak they were. Frowning Jack said that it seemed that even the director of the Yuelon Academy didn't come. It was a pity, because he really wanted to see the Beast Empress with his own eyes. To which Frank asked that maybe she was too ashamed, so she didn't come. Raising his hands up, the guy shouted that they were with her. The girl waved her hand, hearing loud exclamations. Walking towards her, the guy asked what they hadn't seen women in their past lives. Looking at him, Sarah said that she watched his last fights. He was so strong if they fought. Then let him spare her, to which he thought, what a cutie. Frowning Frank said that it was really mean, and that they even used feminine charms. But if it were him, he definitely wouldn't have given in. To which Adam replied that he doubted it. Looking away, he added that if he didn't believe it, then let him find her contact. He would prove how strong his will was. To which the hero replied that it would be better to watch the fight. The students transformed into animals. Lowering his head, the protagonist said that it looked like her beast. Soul was the most ordinary fire rabbit. As far as he knew, its maximum talent rating was only A. To which the guy replied that even if it was A, the fire rabbit was too ordinary a beast. It was unlikely to be strong. Flames appeared around the beast. Scorpio stood in front of him. Suddenly he waved his tail. The beast flew up. The guys looked at him in surprise. People exclaimed in amazement that the damn bastard. What did he do to Sarah? How could he beat a girl so cruelly? He was just a nobody. It's a disaster. It seemed Sarah had lost consciousness. Looking straight ahead, the beast thought that no, he hadn't hit her hard, lowering her head. The girl said that he had hurt her. She would make him pay for it. The spectator shouted in rage that he couldn't hold back. He wasn't a human being at all. He couldn't be careful with girls. The thought appeared that he knew that the well-on students were weak, but he didn't think that they were that weak. Could he really take down the entire team alone? Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that what a boring fight. Complete destruction, to which Frank replied that he agreed. George had already won 5 times in a row without any effort at all. Soon he himself would start to get confused. He wins and is condemned, he loses and is condemned again. It's a pity for the guy raising his hand up. The guy said that he had no more strength. He was giving up, and then he thought that was enough. That was enough. He was passing. He did not want to be a villain. To which the host said that it was okay. He was asking the next participant was from the Haiyu Academy, stretching his hand forward. The guy said that he should not worry. Just imagine that this was a normal training session. He would not use full force either. Standing in front of him, Sarah replied that she knew that she was weak and not his opponent, but she would not give up. She would give all her strength to fight him. To which he replied that it was great. They turned around, hearing someone address them. The girls were walking forward. Adam opened his eyes in surprise and asked, what was that? The director of the Yuan Academy. How beautiful, to which the hero added that. And next to her, probably her daughter. Closing his eyes, Frank said that for sure. To which the guy asked why the director's daughter had exactly the same last name. Looking away, he replied that Christie's husband also had that last name, and that he was her cousin. To which the protagonist asked, that is, they got married while being related. Grinning, the guy said that yes. When they fell in love, it became a real shame for the noble Yu clan, who possessed the 100-year-old souls of beasts. They were both exiled and deprived of their last name, to which Harry asked that. But their daughter still bears that last name. Looking directly, Frank replied that it was true. Christie's husband died protecting people during a huge invasion of beasts. He became a hero, and the Yu clan restored their last name. But Christie herself never returned to the family. She founded the academy alone and raised her daughter, to which the hero said that's how it is a truly outstanding woman. The girl put her hand forward and said that they were changing the participant, to which the host responded approvingly. Looking at Emily, Sarah asked that she would also go in a battle, to which she replied that she should not worry, that she would quickly deal with them now and return to sleep, that she was dying of fatigue. Looking away, the guy thought that she said that she would quickly deal with them. The viewer looked away and asked who this Emily was, what kind of person she was, to which he was told that he had no idea, that no one had seen her before. But since Christie brought her with her, it meant that she was definitely not an ordinary person. The guy suddenly activated the merger with the soul of the beast, to which the girl asked what a jellyfish. She opened her eyes wide and added that it was so beautiful. Suddenly, Emily transformed into a beast. Frank looked at her in amazement and said that this was the moon beast, the ancestral soul of the Yu clan beast. Did she really awaken the moon beast? What kind of incredible blood and gift is this? Looking down, the hero said that it looked like the outcome of the battle was already decided. Flying up, the guy used a thunderous wood strike. Looking straight ahead, Emily said about the secret technique of the moon splitter. Bright particles appeared around her. A glow appeared near the jellyfish. It was heard what was happening. Standing in front of the beast, Anthony thought that it was too fast. He didn't even have time to react. Suddenly, a bright beam hit him. Looking straight ahead, Emily said that she won. Next, the guys exclaimed joyfully. It was heard that great, what power is there really? Such a strong girl in the Yuanlan Academy. Beautiful, strong. It's impossible not to fall in love with her. Emily lowered her head and said that he should forgive her. She hadn't fought for too long. She had miscalculated her strength, to which the guy replied that he had lost. Gritting his teeth, Anthony thought that the difference in their strength was too great. If she hadn't held back, he would have definitely died here. With his eyes wide open, the guy thought that in the first battle, he had gotten a monster from the Easy Engine Academy, and now a genius girl who had suddenly appeared. What an unfortunate fate he had. A blow flew at the beast. It was heard that the Welland Academy had won. Lowering his head, the guy said that he shouldn't have given up so quickly. If he had stayed, he could have at least drained some of her energy. To which the student replied that it wasn't his fault. No one expected that such a gifted student would be there. The guy looked at him in surprise and asked what he had decided to do. Said that it would be better to let the other participants out first, at least to wear her out a little. To which he replied that there was no point. The gap in level was too big. He stood in front of the beast, pointing at the guy. The host said that the Haiyu Academy was putting up its captain. It would be a clash of the strongest newcomers of two elite schools. Who would win would be known very soon. Looking at him, Emily asked that he was the captain of the Haiyu Academy, to which Steve replied that he was raising her leg up. She added that it meant the strongest, and the guy said that probably. Emily's eyes widened, and she asked if they could agree, to which he asked again. She grinned and said that she would fight at 80% of her strength. If she lost, let the others surrender immediately. Save time, to which Steve thought that this was overconfidence. Frowning, he said that he would excuse himself. Although he was the captain of the Haiyu Academy, he could not make decisions for others, and in general, he wanted a fair fight at full strength. Suddenly, he transformed into a beast. Looking at him, Emily thought that he was stubborn. Grinning, Frank said that finally the massacre was not one-sided as he thought. Who would win? To which the hero asked how he knew. He said that, but judging by the peculiarities of the beast's soul, Steve was clearly at a disadvantage. The beast looked forward. The opponents stood in front of each other. Water particles appeared above the beast. Suddenly he attacked. The guys looked at her in surprise. It seemed that he did not see her. Another victory with one blow. Emily looked ahead. It seemed that Yuanlan Academy had won again. And where was Steve? The beast was standing in the middle of the arena, and someone shouted that he had disappeared. Could he really become invisible? Looking straight ahead, Emily thought that she wondered how he did it. She looked to the side. The beast suddenly pounced on her. Emily deftly jumped aside. Steve screamed furiously. His eyes lit up. Emily looked at him. A barrier suddenly appeared in front of her. She raised her head up. A blow flew at the beast. It flew sharply to the side. Steve fell to the ground. Adam frowned and asked what was possible, putting his hand to his face. He said that was such a secret technique. The advantage was now clearly on Steve's side, to which Frank replied that, but in order to maintain this technique, you need to spend a huge amount of energy looking to the side. The hero asked what it was, to which he was told that outside of combat, even beast masters of the Lord's level can hold it for no more than 10 minutes, and in combat it won't last even 5. Especially since Steve hasn't reached the Lord's level yet. The guy opened his eyes in surprise and said that it was out. Emily now just needs to stall for time, and Steve himself will use up all his strength. To which Frank replied that in theory, yes, but only if she knows about the weakness of this technique. The spirit flew around Emily. Steve's eyes lit up, and he thought that there was little time. He should take the chance and crush her with one powerful blow. Standing still, Emily said that what a burden. If not for one promise, she would already be sleeping in a warm bed. That's it. She just wants to finish with him as quickly as possible and go back to bed. Steve's eyes widened, and he wondered what she was talking about. Closing his eyes, the beast said that. So now she was serious, looking straight ahead. Steve thought they were joking. Hadn't she ever given it her all before? Suddenly, Emily jumped up. People looked at her in surprise. It sounded like a bright moon floating in the air. Only the masters of beast souls could do that. So that's what the soul of the moon beast is capable of. She's a real goddess looking straight ahead. The beast thought, what a powerful energy wave. She's already released all her energy. If she can withstand this blow, she'll still have a chance to win. Emily flew into the air. Pink rays rushed forward. The blow flew along the ground. Lowering his head, the beast asked what, and what he was counting on when he hit underground. Steve lay silently on the ground, frowning. Frank said that although she looked harmless, who would have thought that she would be so cruel? To which the hero replied that she was a monster, standing at the top of all geniuses. Closing his eyes, the guy said that they could not defeat her. They would give up, to which he was answered approvingly. The student raised the flag up. It was heard that the Yahello Academy of Beast Souls decided to surrender in the next battle for the exit from the group of losers. The teams of the Northern Border and Yahello will fight. The girl closed her eyes, and someone shouted that she was so cool. Long live Emily's sister, they finally won. He said he is definitely not her rival. Raising her head up, she said that she did everything as she said she would go to sleep, to which she was told to wait. Emily frowned and asked that she wasn't going to break her promise. To which Christy replied that she shouldn't worry. She would keep her word, but she hadn't completed the task yet. Putting her hand forward, the girl asked that she hadn't beaten them. To which Christy replied that if she remembered correctly, the condition was to help you all on break out of the losing group. Emily looked at her in surprise and asked that she was playing a word game with her. To which the girl replied that she hadn't bothered to understand the rules herself. Closing her eyes, the girl said that it didn't matter. She was the one who hadn't explained everything properly. To which Christy asked what she was proposing. Putting her hand forward, Emily said that extra payment, standing in front of the students. She said, well, let's begin. They have 10 minutes to sort things out among themselves. A student pointed forward and said that he didn't believe that she could recover so quickly after the fight, to which another asked why she was so confident in herself lying on the ground. The guy thought that she really did it. They lost sitting at the table. The guy asked that he would eat all this. Let him not forget that he was going out first against the Yin Jing Academy of Beast Souls. Closing his eyes, Frank said that even if they were leading him to execution, he would still eat first, to which the girl responded approvingly. Grinning, the guy said that he should not worry this afternoon. He would amaze everyone with his skills. To which the hero thought that he was so confident in himself. Did he really have some kind of plan against the Yin Jing Academy? Looking straight ahead, the guy said that the director of the Yin Jing Academy of Beast Souls really drew an excellent lot. He got the Moto team to which he was told that if they beat the Moto team then, in fact, they will get rid of the biggest threat. They say that the captain of the Moto team, Archie, has not yet recovered. It seems that the victory of Yinjing is almost in the pocket. Taking a step forward, the host said, "Attention, the winners. Fight will officially begin." Asking the representatives of Yinjing and Modern Beast, Soul Academy, to enter the arena. The students began to enter the arena. The guy grinned and announced the participants of the first fight. Looking to the side, a spectator asked, "What about Frank? Wasn't he a substitute?" To which another replied that they hadn't noticed that Frank and the director of Moto, Vincent, had the same last name. They said that Vincent's eldest son was studying in Yinjing, and he added that the younger one became a substitute. It seemed that his strength was not good. The man grinned and asked that he was the substitute for Modu. Pointing to himself, Frank asked what other substitute he was. Said that he had a name, he was Frank. Raising his hand up, the student said that it didn't matter. He was on a lose now anyway. To which the guy replied that it was true. If he won today, he would write his name backwards. The man smiled and said that we had a deal. The guy looked at him in surprise and said that if he wrote his name backwards, it would still be that way. To which the other replied that he should wait. And Frank was not the same kebab maker who hid in the Lungu Mountains and grilled kebabs there. During the survival test, the crowd raised their hands, and it was heard that he should show him what he was capable of. They supported him. He should quit this business with his animal souls and open a kebab shop instead. He would definitely get rich. Frank looked away and asked what they were making fun of. What kebab maker? The man smiled. Looking at him, the hoof stepped on the ground. Lightning flew around the beast. The guy looked at him in surprise and said that the Minotaur, his animal soul, was simply a masterpiece. To which they answered that they had enough chatter and let him fight. Raising his hands up, the spectator asked what was waiting for, said that he should merge with the beast soul faster. And another added that he should show them what he is capable of. They can't wait, crossing his arms. Frank activated the merger with the beast soul. Suddenly, an egg appeared in the arena. The spectators looked in amazement and asked again, holding a weapon in his hands. The Minotaur asked that this was his beast spirit, to which Frank replied that he was scared. Looking straight ahead, the beast said that with such a beast spirit, he dared to laugh at him, and what was wrong with him? The spectators looked at them. It was heard that it was not for nothing, that he was called a shashlik maker. Even his beast spirit was unusual. Honestly, how does he even fight? Does he just roll and crush the enemy? Well, that's absurd. Raising his weapon up, the Minotaur said that he was tired of talking. Let him catch his blow. He struck the egg sharply. The egg suddenly shook. The boy looked at him in surprise and asked what was wrong with the egg. And the other asked if it was made of diamond or something. Why was it so hard? Frank, standing in front of him, asked if that was all Han and Hedon today. To which the Minotaur replied that it was a good try. Suddenly, the beast rushed forward. Lightning appeared around the hammer. He struck the ground. The blow landed on the egg. The egg flew up. It bounced off the barrier. Looking at him, the Minotaur thought that things were bad. The egg flew straight at him. The beast fell to the ground. Looking to the side, the hero thought that it looked like this was a move that Frank had specially prepared for today's fight. I must admit his head was working pretty well. Looking at him, the Minotaur said that he had already figured out his technique, then let him attack again. Lightning appeared around the beast. He lowered his head down suddenly. The Minotaur swung towards the egg. The egg jumped up and hit the barrier. Frank bounced off the ground. He began to fly around the beast standing in front of him. The Minotaur asked what else he could show, to which Frank asked that wasn't he the one who should ask him. He still couldn't even break through the shell of his egg, and he still dared to yell here. The Minotaur looked forward angrily. Lightning appeared around him. The thought arose that he had some power. It was not for nothing that he was an 8-star beast lord. The Minotaur struck the egg. It bounced off him, flying in the air. Frank said that he should try harder. He was not capable of anything at all. Too weak, as if he had tickled him with such power. He got into the Beijing Animal University. Only he grew taller is he giving him a massage. The beast struck the ground. Looking to the side, the man said that his son was an incredible person. Closing his eyes, Vincent replied that if he wanted to be sarcastic, let him say so directly. There was no need to beat around the bush. And he added that he was serious. His son was much more interesting than him. Looking to the side, the director thought that Frank's methods, although shameless, were working. He exploded with power again and again. But at the same time, he was sharply losing strength. If this continued, he would be the first to run out of steam. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that he noticed it seemed Frank had also become stronger. Looking down, the hero replied that his talent was not weak. If you do not take into account his strange animal spirit, then in terms of level, he is at least not inferior to William. To which Chloe said that it was probably all about the fact that his older brother was too bright, even Frank's own light was shaded. To which he asked that does not he prove strength in his own way? Frank is a smart merchant. Cracks appeared on the egg. The beast stood in front of him. Looking straight ahead, Frank asked what was wrong. Already exhausted, the Minotaur looked at him furiously and replied that he would wait for him. He would now break his shell. Closing his eyes, the student said that was enough. Lowering his head, he added that he could not do anything with him, so it was better for him to give up. The guy frowned and said that there was no point in wasting his energy any longer, and that he should save some energy for the next fights. The host grinned and said that this fight was congratulating the representative of the Beast School, Magda Frank, on their victory. And now, the next participant from Beijing Beast University was entering the arena, standing in front of Frank. The guy introduced himself and said that he was asking for advice, to which Frank replied that if he was weaker than the one before him, he advised him to give up right now, so as not to waste their time. The guy grinned and asked that if he didn't try, he wouldn't know if it would work or not right. To which Frank replied that if he wanted to try, then go ahead. Suddenly, he transformed into a fighting dragon. His eyes lit up brightly. The dragon began to strike at the egg. A crack appeared on it with her head down. The girl asked why Frank was so quiet. Where was his mockery? To which she was told that it was part of his tactics, that he was putting pressure on his opponent. Looking at the hero, she asked again, to which he replied that against such a straightforward, rude guy, he used verbal provocations to anger. But with someone like him, proud and sensitive, the strongest contempt is silence. Frowning, the beast thought that no, he would not lose suddenly. He attacked the egg with his head down. The dragon said that he had lost. Smiling, the spectator said that this was a turn of events. He did not even expect that the kebab maker would be so good. And another added that he was not only smart. In the second round, he almost caught that guy with his psychological attack. I wonder how many fights the kebab maker has already won. Will he really do 1 against 5? Looking straight ahead, William said that surprisingly, this useless guy actually can do something. To which Kevin replied that at such a moment, he still calls him useless. Even if he went out, it is not a fact that he would win. Gritting his teeth, he asked, when why? He should compare himself to someone who can only receive blows. To which the guy replied that he is always like this, self-confident and arrogant. Frowning, William said that they are idiots. He will still settle accounts with them. His uncle was right. It is not the fierce beasts that inspire fear, but poisonous snakes that can kill from the shadows. Stretching his hand out to the side, the host said that Frank, from the Magda School of Animals, won the 4th victory in a row. To which the guy asked who is next. Let him go to the arena and fight him. Smiling, Mark said that it was finally his turn. Such boring fights, he almost fell asleep. Frank looked at him and thought it was him. Raising his head, the guy said that he should choose whether to surrender himself or wait until he finished him off. To which Frank replied that he surrendered. The audience exclaimed indignantly. It was heard that this was necessary right away. Let it be a real man, even if he loses. Let him lose. Standing, he did not even dare to collide with him. While a coward of the highest category. Looking away, the guy replied that a real man should be able to both give in and bend over. If necessary, people began to clap for him. Sitting down on the floor, the guy said that, damn, how painful it was. Were these guys completely crazy? It seemed that his ribs were cracked. To which the protagonist asked that if it was so painful, why didn't he give up right away? Gritting his teeth, Frank replied that he didn't understand anything. It wasn't about the bun, it was about pride. And besides, his father was watching him all the time. He couldn't embarrass him in front of people. To which Harry replied that no matter what, he had already shown himself well. Lowering his head, the guy said that it hurt. To which he asked who was next holding his shoulder. Frank replied that if he wasn't mistaken, Nate should be next. To which the hero asked that he was really Mark's equal. Frowning, the guy said that according to the list made by Jack, Nate, Kevin and Jack were just expendables, whose task was to wear Mark down and give Chloe a chance. To which the protagonist asked, well, that's how it was. Standing still, the guy said that it was his turn. To which Jack replied that he should try. Gritting his teeth, he introduced himself. To which Mark replied that he should not look at him like he was going to die. He was not interested in the names of useless people. The guy transformed into a monkey. To which he asked if he wanted to chat a little before the fight. He was boring. Mark transformed into a beast. The monkey screamed furiously, standing in front of him. Mark said that he did have courage after all. The monkey looked up in surprise. The beast bit off its arm, frowning. Frank said that it was just awful how bloody. To which Harry replied that cruel, merciless, indomitable. Here he is, the ferocious beast. Mark. The monkey fell to the ground. His limbs were torn off, looking straight ahead. The beast said that if he did not give in now, next time he would bite off not his arm, but his neck, gritting his teeth. Nate replied that he would admit defeat. To which he was told that he had figured it out. Walking forward, the beast asked that their motto, Spirit Beast School, was not considered equal to their Beijing school, so at least someone worthy would come out, so that he could have some fun. Lowering his head, Kevin said that it was his turn now. Gritting his teeth, the beast said that he remembered him. After all, he was that spirit beast with the plant beast. The form is certainly interesting, but unfortunately it is weak. The guy frowned, looking at him. Suddenly he transformed into a demonic vine, standing in front of him. Mark said that it was a bad idea to rush so quickly. Looking at him, Kevin thought that he really rushed head on. Well, if that's the case. The vine flew at the beast, with his eyes wide open. Kevin thought about what a terrible flow of energy. He barely managed it, looking straight ahead. Mark asked what was nice about sucking out his energy. Suddenly he struck the beast. Lowering his head, Mark said that he was useless. Looking at the guy, the hero said that he should just do everything in his power. Walking straight ahead, Jack heard that this was the vice captain of the Moto Spirit Beast School. Such an angry face. Is he really that strong? No. Jack is a support spirit beast. Although not weak, but in battle, he is not that strong with such a frightening face. And he tells him that he is support. Raising his hand up, the beast asked that he dared to enter the arena, even with a supporting beast. To which the guy asked again, what with support? You cannot participate in a duel. Looking at him, Mark said that. Well, let him show what he is worth. Jack transformed into a butterfly and said that he would fight. He rushed forward sharply. The beast looked at him in amazement. A dome appeared around the butterfly. Grinning his teeth, Mark said that this would be the end of it. Looking straight ahead, Jack replied that he was just waiting for it to attack. Suddenly he jumped up. The beast flew towards him. Particles were flying around Jack. He heard that a secret technique. No, it was a royal-level beast god weapon. The sky blew wings of wind. Frank asked with wide eyes that it was the same thing that cost 40 million, but it was an offensive-type weapon. To which the protagonist replied that after his defeat by Nate, Jack realized his weaknesses. If the beast cannot be changed, then the best reinforcement is an external force. Blue rays were flying around the butterfly. With wide eyes, the beast thought that things were bad. Suddenly, the butterfly used the wind blade skill. The blow flew straight at the beast. Looking straight ahead, Jack asked what now. Still thinks that the support beast spirits are weak. Mark grinned and replied that it was interesting. Blue particles began to emit from the butterfly. Suddenly, Jack disappeared from sight. Rushing forward, the beast used a skill. Red skulls appeared around. A glow appeared above Jack's head. He suddenly used the blessing sphere. The guy frowned and shouted that both of them had mastered the prototypes of their own spheres, and the other added that this was a real battle of geniuses. Another candidate for the Masters of the Beast Spirits. I wonder how many of the participants in this tournament will eventually be able to achieve the title of Emperor of Beasts. Looking straight ahead, the beast said that this is excellent. Now it is really interesting. He likes to trample geniuses. The most like them, suddenly Jack used a sky blue breath of wind. The beast suddenly jumped up. Looking straight ahead, Jack turned. Mark pierced him through. Frank looked in amazement and said that the damn bastard. It was on purpose looking at Jack. The beast said that he would make him crippled and never be able to fly again. They were hanging in the air. The beast looked at the butterfly in amazement. A tree branch suddenly appeared in front of them. The man leaned towards Jack. The guy looked at him in amazement and asked what it was, to which the protagonist replied that he knew him. Looking away, Frank said that he was from a military department, a beast master at the level of an emperor using plant-type power. His character was dull and straightforward, so everyone jokingly called him a wooden general, to which Harry asked what he was and really a general. Grinning, the guy replied that of course not. It was just a nickname, no one expected that. The Ministry of Education would call him, to keep order at the tournament. To which the hero said that it was good that he was here. Otherwise, Jack would have been completely destroyed by that bastard. Looking at the beast, the man asked that the enemy had already surrendered. Why did he continue the attack? To which Mark replied that he surrendered. Well, he surrendered something he had not heard. There is no point in slandering people. Frowning, he shouted that this should be the last time.